valuable, especially when we're looking at the economic impact. And we came to the conclusion that if you are able to move your country from the bottom quintile, the fifth quintile, up to the top quintile, which is essentially where those two red lines are on the chart. I think I have a pointer here that I can. Whoops. How do I get rid of this? Maybe I'll abandon the pointer. If you move from the bottom quintile to the top quintile on this chart, then essentially you're adding 2.5 percentage points to your GDP, which is a very significant amount, as you can imagine. And given what I was saying before about the indirect impacts of the internet, the ROPO, the consumer surplus, the impact on consumer-to-consumer purchases, and much more, really that economic impact is much more than the 2.5 percent points that we have here. So if there's so much at stake, the question is obviously how can e-friction be reduced, which leads to the next part of the presentation, which looks at which wheels can be greased to make the internet a even more significant contributor to the country's economies. The first two things I'd like to look at are the question of wealth and the question of how rural a country is. So starting with the wealth question, if you just plot those 65 countries against their GDP per capita, you get a scatter plot like this, and I've very consciously not put country names on this particular chart. And you can see the first takeaway that you probably get from that is that as countries become richer, their e-friction score seems to be lower. That's maybe not entirely unreasonable, but I think the more important insight from this chart is the following. If you look at a particular level of GDP, let's take $10,000 per capita, so in the middle of the chart, you'll see that there are some countries there at around $10,000 of GDP that have an e-friction score of about 40, and a consequently sort of second quintile, perhaps third quintile. But there are also countries at $10,000 per capita with e-frictions close to 80, so down in the fifth quintile of our index. So at one particular level of income, there's really quite a wide range of e-friction scores. And you see that also for the countries at the right of the chart, the high-income countries. You see there are some countries with high levels of income with scores of less than 20, but you also see countries with scores of maybe 50 or 60 or so, for a very wide range of e-friction scores. And so wealth on its own is not the driver of destiny when it comes to e-friction. So other things are important, and what we've done here is first of all put on the country where it seems that they have many things in common, that they're behaving in very similar ways. So if we take, for example, the top right-hand part of the chart, what we've called here the all-rounders, that's a set of countries which are all quite wealthy, but they all essentially perform well on all of the dimensions of e-friction that I introduced to you earlier. And then moving sort of westwards across the chart, you see these high-income overachievers and the middle-income overachievers. Those are countries with lower levels of income than the first category, the all-rounders, but where also they are performing more strongly than on the friction index than one would expect from their levels of GDP. Looking down to the bottom left of the chart, we have two segments that I'd like to talk about. First of all, we have the middle-income rural countries, and then the developing rural countries. Because as we looked into the analysis more closely, we came to the conclusion that wealth has some role, but also the extent to which a country is urban or rural plays a big role as well. And the little red arrows point to the African countries that we have on the index, and most of them, as you will undoubtedly recognize, are quite strong, rurally focused. which implies obviously a big challenge in terms of rolling out infrastructure and getting consumers access to the internet. And here I'd just like to step in a slightly different direction. The Boston Consulting Group, as a part of a separate piece of work which we've been doing with the World Economic Forum, has been looking at how to encourage investments in infrastructure, particularly in developing countries. I don't want to go into a great deal of it here, but it's relevant particularly for the developing rural countries. And I'd just like to make 2 points. First of all, there are many new technologies out there, be it balloons or drones or whatever, which could enable access, particularly to those rural regions. And one of the messages from the report from the World Economic Forum was that policymakers should do all that they can to encourage such use of such new technologies. And secondly, and maybe more closer in, is to look at the question of spectrum and how it is allocated. This, I think, is not in the documents that you have, but for a wide range of countries across the world, we examined the amount of spectrum, mobile spectrum, that's available for 2G, 3G, or 4G services. And we came to the conclusion that, first of all, there's a significant lack of harmonization. There is a significant potential for refarming, and where spectrum has already been allocated, it could in many cases be much more effectively deployed than it is. And the specific message depends on the country that you're looking at, but the message from this report to policymakers was to really put a big emphasis on the availability of spectrum as one way of improving access to the internet in those countries. So moving back to the ICANN work. So we've talked about the rural aspect, we've talked about the wealth aspect, but there are other aspects which need to be addressed as well if the internet economy is going to function well. And the next two things I'd like to talk about are essentially literacy and ICT skills. As we looked again at the data for e-friction, one of the things we wanted to examine was how it is linked to literacy rates. What you see here on the vertical axis again is the friction score, and on the horizontal axis it's a log scale, but it's the amount of illiteracy in a particular country. So literate countries, highly literate countries are on the left, less literate countries are on the right. And you see that there is, maybe it's not a perfect correlation, but there is certainly a trend that those countries with high literacy rates perform much more strongly for all the sorts of reasons that you can imagine when it comes to e-friction. And given that over 98% of illiterate people around the world can be found in those economies with high or very high levels of e-friction, and that over 800 million of them are in rural areas, there's a strong argument here, I guess, to policymakers to focus on reducing literacy as one way of encouraging people to participate in the digital economy. Next question that we looked at was the question of language, and you sometimes hear that you need to speak English to be able to use the internet, but as we know, in many parts of the world, English is just one of many hundreds of languages that are being used. And what we show here is the friction score again, against a measure of English proficiency, and only countries are listed here where English is not the main language. And again, you see a bit of a correlation. It's not perfect again, but those countries where English is better spoken have lower e-friction scores than those that don't. I think, however, there are two messages that can be taken away from this chart. One message would be to say, people need to learn to speak English. That's probably the simplistic view. I think the second and more important message, second possible intervention for policymakers, is really to focus on creating much more local language content. which is more accessible to people who speak those hundreds of languages in many countries. Certainly that's true across Africa. And that, I think, is going to be a faster way to getting use of the internet than forcing people to speak English. Also, because creating local content is going to help create jobs for people who will be creating that content. So let me just summarize what I've said so far, and then we'll move on to the small and medium-sized companies. So one message is that a high share of the global population is in countries with a very high level of e-friction. So addressing the questions of e-friction will bring really a very significant proportion of that offline population into the digital world. Secondly, the economic impact of those top quintile countries is really very significant, 2.5 percentage points higher than those in the bottom quintile, and that's a conservative estimate, I think. Thirdly, if you looked at the chart that you have in the handouts, you'll see that some countries get it right on all components of e-friction. They score well on all dimensions, whereas most countries have a variable performance. And I think the message from that is that there's no silver bullet for capturing the internet's impact. Policymakers, governments really need to work on many different levers simultaneously in order to benefit from the internet economy in total. So I mentioned small and medium-sized enterprises, and said that in many countries around the world, probably most countries around the world, small and medium-sized enterprises account for a very, very high proportion of the workforce and a significant proportion of GDP. In some countries, it might be 50% of GDP or 80 or 90% of the workforce. And policymakers have a strong interest in ensuring that these small and medium-sized companies survive and thrive. And it's just here we have just a couple of quotes, a couple of examples taken from the report that you'll find on BCG's or ICANN's website from SMEs, which really owe their existence and success to ways in which they're using the internet. Over the past few years, BCG has done a significant amount of work across the world looking at how the internet has helped small and medium-sized companies grow their revenues. And this is just an extract of some of that data for about a dozen countries, including the one and those that are using the internet to a much less significant extent. So using the internet extensively, it could be using social media, it could be using platforms in the cloud for collaboration, it could be a smart use of search engine optimization and many other different forms of internet use as well, which we categorized. And I think you will agree, I hope you will agree, that irrespective of which country you look at, those companies which are extensively using the internet are growing quite a bit more significantly than those that are not. And in addition to that, you will see, and that's my next chart, I think, you will see that, again here you've got the green and the orange curves corresponding to the curves before, that those companies which are using the internet more are selling also more broadly. They're not just selling within their neighborhood or within their city or within their local region. They're also selling much more across the whole country, or indeed exporting much more significantly than those companies that are not using the internet as much. So the internet is helping small and medium-sized enterprises to extend their geographic reach. And that is true on the sales side, as just described. That's the left-hand side of this chart. But if you also ask those companies where they are buying their goods from for their supply chain, you will also discover that they are also purchasing much more globally than those that are using the internet less. So essentially, the internet, as one might expect, is helping these companies to become much more integrated components of the internet economy. and they're generating growth, and they're generating jobs with it. So a strong message to policymakers here is to get more SMEs online. So what do SMEs complain about? What would SMEs like to address in order to reduce e-friction? And this is the result of the global studies. So we have this on a country basis as well, but this is the global results. And what you see here is for the 4 pillars of e-friction, which are listed on the left-hand side. We asked various questions to these SMEs as to how they saw the need to reduce e-friction. And you will see that some areas are seen as particularly problematic, and others are less, red being the more problematic area. And one message from this is that if you look at the top of the chart, which is where we have friction which is related to infrastructure, then in general, I think it's fair to say that SMEs do not see significant problems there. The length of the red bar is relatively short compared to most of the other questions that we asked. So infrastructure, it's important, of course, but it really only plays a less major role when it comes to how SMEs think about the internet. The SMEs see much more significant problems in the other areas, such as regulation to support online sales, regulation to support cross-border sales, questions moving down the list of the safety and security of personal data online, questions of getting the right skills. All the questions which are obviously related to their success as a business, but are not related really in any way to the extent to which there is infrastructure available in the country that these companies are operating in. So many sources of friction can be addressed here by policymakers, by governments, which have got nothing to do with the infrastructure that's out there. So coming to the sort of concluding messages, as I said, for each of the 65 countries that we looked at, we have this little metric that we've got here in the middle. So all 55 indicators are shown here for those countries, and obviously from that you can start developing agendas on what needs to be changed. I think one of the key messages, or there are 2 key messages from this. First of all, there are many countries around the world where the metrics are not available. There's an old saying, what gets measured gets done. So if you're not sure where you're starting from, maybe the best thing to do is start getting some data on those metrics to understand how e-friction is in your particular country. And secondly, the message from this is that given the wide range of sources of friction, it's not going to be one action or 2 actions. There's going to be a whole set of different actions involving many different stakeholders that is going to be needed in order to reduce the level of e-friction. And that multi-stakeholder approach, which is obviously very much at the heart of what the internet is about, is really going to be key in making the changes necessary to grow the internet economy. And the prize is actually quite significant. Just doing some simple maths, if Africa as a continent were to achieve an internet economy at the level of 5% of GDP, which is roughly where the G20 will be next year, that adds around $100 billion to the continent's economy, with many indirect benefits as well. Getting the next 500 million people online in Africa will create something of the order of $200 billion of consumer surplus based on the analysis that I introduced earlier on. Maybe around 20 million jobs for each percentage point increase in the size of the internet economy. It's a very significant job creation potential, and then social benefits and trade as well as important benefits from a growing internet economy. So if I were to put together a broad agenda for policymakers based on this work, obviously there are many points that need to be addressed, But I think these 6 messages would be the key ones. First of all, do not see your country's wealth as its destiny. As I showed, GDP is one indicator of e-friction, but there are many other drivers as well. And irrespective of how of what your level of GDP is, there are many levers to address to reduce e-friction. Secondly, infrastructure obviously does play a role. It's 50% of the weight of the e-friction index, and achieving affordable infrastructure in low population density areas in particular requires new technologies, new business models, experimentation in policy, rather than just blindly following what has been done elsewhere. Thirdly, literacy, basic literacy, English language skills, ICT skills all help, but also, just taking that language point, local relevance, local language content, local content drives usage as well. There are many, many examples of that. It requires the encouragement of local ecosystems, e-government services, e-health services, education, and so on and so forth. That local relevance is going to be increasingly important, I believe, as we push the internet even further. Fifthly, getting companies online, small and medium-sized enterprises, as I've said, grow faster if they're using the internet more. There's a strong message there, business creation and job creation. And last not least, encourage what I called here joined-up policy making, driving for multi-stakeholder involvement from across the whole ecosystem, but also learnings from relevant peers, not necessarily peers from your neighbors, but peers from other countries further afield might be the right ones to consider as you're looking to define your own agendas for the internet economy. So the prize is high, the prize is big, and I encourage you all to examine the report. I have a slide here. There's the original report, which came out a year ago, and then an update which came out in April of this year. You can find these on the BCG or the ICANN websites. And I'll leave that chart up as I stop and pause for questions. Pierre.
Just do some introduction. So before any question, there will be Pierre giving some brief, and then we'll take the questions.
Thank you very much, Dean, for this remarkable, report. And again, good morning to everyone. Of course, we are just going to get your feedback on this report, and let me quickly present a kind of background to this report that ICANN commissioned in 2013. And the idea was to actually better understand how various factors inhibit online interaction and exchanges, and thereby constrain the economic activity. And the result is this report that we are having here. So briefly, there is something I just also wanted to highlight, which is the World Economic Forum, started yesterday in Cape Town. And of course, the theme here is the reimagining Africa's future. And you also see that digital economy is forming a kind of pillar of this imagining, Africa's future. I think it's quite important, and we also have to thank the BCG reports, for this coming up with this notion of e-frictions, and also which really laid the basis for what we might call kind of strategic, policies for countries. And as Dean pointed out, when the report was presented, in Nigeria, in Abuja, the minister has a very good reaction, was saying, well, maybe this report, whatever it's saying here, is not exactly what Nigeria looks like. And thereby she wanted to commission her own study for her country. Later on at Transform Africa in Rwanda, We also, did this sort of presentation of the report, and most of the ministers there and the head of state were saying, well, that's quite interesting, but how come our country, is not represented there? How come we do have our own figures? Of course, that shows that there is something to do about the data collection in our countries, and certainly this is one of the lessons to be drawn from Africa. I don't want to just keep on talking, because now is your time for your feedback, question and answers. We do have different people, different countries here. Let's have a clear-cut idea on what you really think about this report. I hope you are able to get a few copies outside there, but we also have links to this report so that you further study this, and then you'll be in touch with ICANN, also with the BCG team as well. So I would like to take the opportunity to provide any feedback. That would be wonderful. Well, we also have our board members here from ICANN, and they decided that we should launch this. Mike is around. Yeah, if Mike have maybe 1 minute or whatever feedback on this, that will be fine. And then we open up to to discussions. So thank you.
Thanks, Pierre. I hope everybody else is as fascinated by this initiative as I am. And I would really encourage you, even those of you who don't generally read consulting house papers, to actually take the time to look at this one, because it's a very different picture of the internet in Africa compared to what we're used to from some of the other guys. In particular, it celebrates the successes. And it really acknowledges the successes, but it hones in very clearly on where the challenges are. And I've had the opportunity of engaging with local politicians on this issue. And they were very pleased to see a far more honest and quite a positive approach to the future of the internet in Africa, and also identifying those areas where work is needed, because I think we all acknowledge that work is needed. And that's the responsibility of all of us. Government, private, academic, technical communities all have a role to play in actually moving that forward.
We'll take the free question from the floor. And then, of course, if you have any more questions, I will invite you to meet with Pierre, with Mike Saber, with Dean, with David Dean during the coffee breaks, because we have our AGMM after. There is the scripts team debrief. So I'll take the few questions. Please state your name and the question to whom you're asking the question. Thank you.
Okay, so I'll take the first question then, which is in fact three short questions, may not be apparently targeted completely to Africa, but nevertheless have relevance to. The one is definition of ROPO. ROPO is the second O is for offline. So when I buy something in Amazon.com, for example, or Alibaba or something like that, is it part of a ROPO or not? But that's a technicality. My question more is, look at Europe, in fact, in your chart, a positive economic impact of lower e-friction, and compare different countries in Europe. And on the left-hand side, the left axis shows the so-called digital economy as a percentage of GDP. And it puts United Kingdom close to 8%, whereas you have the rest of Europe more around 5% or less. And I was wondering whether you can see in the dynamic of the economy evidence of this effect, which we could refine a little bit, analysis a little bit. And third, something to do with the rural area. You may know some countries like Kenya have introduced system of payment like M-Pesa and so on, which will change the financial structure in those places. And do you have any reason, based on your analysis, to see that it will have a mega impact on their economy?
Is this on? Okay, thanks for your questions. Very briefly, on ROPO, on your question of Amazon, that would not be part of ROPO because normally with Amazon you would also do the payment transaction online with your credit card or with PayPal or something similar. But if you were to go to a website and just maybe that's Amazon as well, just to compare prices, and then you would go to a store and physically buy the product there, then that would be a ROPO transaction. Secondly, on Europe, you're right to point out that there are very big differences across the continent, and that's also been supported by other work that's been done. There are some economies, most notably the Scandinavian, the Nordic economies, Estonia, Britain, that have much more highly developed e-commerce industries than countries particularly in the south and east of Europe. E-government, for example, is very strong in Denmark or in Estonia, but in many southern European countries it's less so, and that accounts for that very big difference in e-GDP across the continent. And on your M-Pesa point, we didn't look specifically at the economic impact of that, but I think M-Pesa is a fantastic example of something where a country has taken an approach which essentially leapfrogs existing systems, existing industry structures. And I think I made the point that as Africa looks to develop its infrastructure, to develop its business systems in order to reap benefits from the internet, you shouldn't, I think, be looking at policies which have worked elsewhere. You should be working on policies which work in the countries that you're in. I think M-Pesa is an example of essentially breaking the mold of a business system with significant consumer and industry benefits.
Thank you very much. Sometimes when we read reports, we don't quite get it, but when we hear a presentation, it reinforces it. So from that point of view, I really appreciate the outreach you've done to us. Something struck me, and I want to ask a question around it, which is the e-friction and spectrum. Right. Now, my question here is, have you had opportunity to study, because of the community we are in, to study e-friction and normal resources, or e-friction and names? Because perhaps they may have similar characteristics. Maybe finiteness is an issue, maybe it's not. So I was just wondering, the same way that you've studied the spectrum, have you had chance to look at the resources that enable the internet and, you know, the state of them and its impact on e-friction? Thank you.
Thanks for your kind comments on the report. We started with a very long list of potential sources of e-friction. I think it was probably 100 or so, and included all sorts of things related to domain names and many other factors as well. The final list was the 55 that we showed here. And that's not because there are other sources of friction which are not important, but we were trying to get a good balance between having a relatively large number of metrics, but also metrics which were available on a reliable basis across many countries across the world. We could have made the choice of including more metrics, but then we'd have had fewer countries. Or we could have had fewer metrics and had more countries, and this was sort of the compromise that we set. We also very clearly said, together with ICANN when we began this work, that this report is not supposed to be the definitive report on internet friction. There's probably no such thing. because as things evolve, new sources of friction will emerge as other forms of friction are removed. And so this is hopefully a contribution to the debate about e-friction and how we can get more people online around the world. But it's certainly not the definitive answer. Clearly be interesting at some point to go back and look at additional sources of friction and how that affects the internet economy.
Thank you, David. Unfortunately, I will have to close this panel, and I will invite you to have a chat with all these panelists during the coffee break. To continue, I would like to call the CRIPS team to give the update and to come on stage so that we can keep with the agenda. Thank you. Thank you very much. Big applause. So I would like to call Janvier Ngoulet, Miranda Kiruna, Aaron Barrett, Mary, Mother Mary Dumba, to come on stage, please.
Good morning. I would like to call Ashok, the legal expert from AFRINIC, to come on stage because he will need to do some clarification on the SLA that was developed by the Regional Internet Registry law experts. Please, Ashok, come to the stage. Thank you. Thank you very much for joining us. Thank you very much for joining us on this session on the IANA stewardship transition. That was the proposal was developed through the community by the CRISP team, and on stage we have Alan, who was initially on the CRISP team, and before he was appointed the CEO of AFRINIC, and he was replaced by Janvier here. And also we have Mary Uduma. Mary Uduma is on the cross-community working group on the IANA stewardship transition, and she's also on the ICG, and she will help answer questions related to the CRISP team communication with the CCWG. And Ashok here will also help us on the legal implications of the SLA that was delivered. So the CRISP team is currently composed of 3 members on the AFRINIC region, that is me, Mwendo Kivuva, Ernest, and John Via. So our agenda will cover the following 3 items: the update on the proposal that was delivered, the next steps that we will take from here going forward until the transition happens, and also the communication that we have had with other operational communities, that is the numbering community talking to the names community and the protocol community, which is the IETF. And after that we'll have a Q&A session. So we all know about the 5 regional internet registries, RIRs. Each RIR had 3 representatives on the Consolidated Regional Internet Registry IANA Stewardship Transition Team, making up 15 members, and there is 1 member on each RIR representing the staff. So when there was a call for proposals on all the 3 operational communities, the names, numbers, and the protocol parameters, the proposal was supposed to meet the following 4 conditions. It was supposed to be able to support and enhance the multi-stakeholder model of the internet, maintain the security, stability, resilience of the internet DNS system, and also meet the needs and expectations of the global customers and partners of the IANA services, so that the services that have always been offered by the IANA operator, the consistency to still remain as it were, or even probably become better. And also the proposal was supposed to maintain the openness of the internet. So these are the timelines that we followed, and the timelines that we are continuing following until we are able to transition the IANA functions to the multi-stakeholder internet community. So we followed the following 9 steps, and now we are currently communicating on step 3. Communities are reviewing the proposals. So committees are reviewing the proposals, the names proposals, the numbering proposal, and the IETF proposal, and they are communicating together so that these 3 proposals can have convergence. Because at the end of the day, we will actually take 1 proposal. ICG will take 1 combined proposal to the ICANN board, so that ICANN board can be able to forward this proposal to NTIA for approval. So what process did we follow on the development of this document? Each regional inter-registry had its own mechanisms for communicating with its members. Like in the AFRINIC region, we had a mailing list which was open for anybody to participate. All the comments from all the 5 regional internet registries were consolidated together by the CRISP team, and there was a common IANA transfer at nro.net mailing list that was also open for everybody, for all the regions now to communicate and have a convergence, because each region, LACNIC had a different view of the proposal, APNIC had a different view, RIPE and AFRINIC, but we needed to have 1 single proposal to represent the regional internet registries. So all that convergence happened at the NRO mailing list, and the archives are open for anybody to scrutinize. So from June 2014, when ICG was formed, it asked the different communities to come up with their proposals. now on Q4 of 2014, the CRISP team was formed, composed of the 15 members we talked about earlier, and a public list created on the same. And January this year, we were able to actually present our proposal to the ICG. So, how is our proposal different from the current mechanism? Currently, ICANN has a contractual accountability, a contract with NTIA on performing the IANA function. And ICANN, now IANA actually has the operational accountability with ICANN to perform the functions. That is what is currently happening. Our proposal proposed to replace NTIA with the regional internet registries, so that the regional internet registries can have the contractual accountability with ICANN. And we, in this case, we are saying that ICANN will remain as the IANA function operator in the foreseeable future. And then now ICANN will have an operational accountability with the IANA function operator. The regional internet registries will also form a review team to be able to advise the regional internet registries if the functions, the contract is being adhered to, the contract between the regional internet registry and ICANN. So a review team will be formed, composed of members from all the 5 regional internet registries. So what are the components of the proposal that was delivered to the ICG? The proposals seek to have IANA function stability and reliability. ICANN to continue as the IANA numbering service operator, and for us to have an orderly transition to another operator should the need arise. Currently we remain with ICANN as the IANA function operator, but if the need arises, the community feels the need to transition to another operator, to also have the leeway to choose our own operator. We chose also to replace the role of the NTIA with the regional internet registries as the representatives of the community. The RRA has to establish a service level agreement with IANA numbering service operator, and this SLA is the one which was developed by the regional internet registry legal team. We also chose to establish a review committee to review the performance of the IANA numbering service and have advised the regional internet registries accordingly. Is ICANN performing its operations as required? That will be the work of the review committee. And we also seek to clarify the intellectual property rights issues. There are 2 intellectual properties that were identified that are domiciled at IANA and ICANN. That is the IANA.org and the IANA trademark. So we seek to clarify where those IPR should sit, and we'll talk about them shortly. The proposal that was developed by the community through the CRISP team had 11 principles, and these 11 principles are the ones that formed the SLA agreement that will be signed between the regional internet registries and ICANN or the IANA function operator. So these 11 principles are separation of policy development and operational roles, so that we separate policy from the operational functions of the IANA numbering service functions. We also seek to describe the services that are provided to the regional internet registries by the IANA function operator, the services of requesting for blocks and all that. So those services were described in the principles that we developed. Number 3, obligation to issue reports on transparency and accountability. The IANA function operator is supposed to be able to issue the reports periodically on the function and the services they give to the regional internet registry. The principles also, number 4, was for security, performance and audit requirements. The IANA numbering service operator will commit to specific security standards, metric requirements and audit requirements, and will be obliged to periodically issue reports illustrating its compliance with the said contract. Number 5, review of the IANA operations. This is whereby we said we'll form a review team that will be reviewing the operations of the IANA function operator and see if it meets the contract the regional internet registries will have with it. What happens when there is failure to perform? So that was principle number 6. If the IANA numbering service operator fails to perform as agreed, there will be specific consequences, and one of these consequences may be termination of the agreement. Of course, the SLA agreement that will be signed goes deep into the consequences and the steps to take in case the IANA function operator fails to perform the functions in the SLA. There is also the principle number 7, term and termination of the contract. The regional internet registry will be able to periodically review the agreement and evaluate whether they want to renew the agreement. The SLA that was delivered, the SLA that was delivered by the legal team put a period of 5 years for contract renewal. So after every 5 years, they are able to either renew automatically, or depending on what the review team will say. There was also principle number 8, which was continuity of operations. If at the end of the term the regional interregistries decide to sign an agreement for provision of IANA numbering service by a different party, the previous IANA numbering service operator will be obliged to ensure an orderly transition of the function while maintaining the continuity and security of the operations. Principle number 9 was on intellectual property rights and rights over the data that is being held by the IANA function operator. The contract that will be signed between the IANA function operator and the regional internet registries will implement the regional internet registry community expectations as described in the proposal that was developed. You can imagine if we transition to a different operator, but the intellectual property rights and the data is still being held by a previous IANA function operator, that will be a problem to the community. That's why we saw the need for transferring the intellectual property rights to the community. There was also the issue of dispute resolution. Disputes between the parties related to the SLA will be resolved through arbitration. So the SLA talks about having one representative from each region to form the arbitration panel, maybe a legal expert from all the 5 operational communities, and also they will agree on a court of competent jurisdiction where the dispute resolution will sit, where the board will sit probably and resolve any dispute that occur between the 2 parties. There is also the cost-based fee. The fee is based on cost incurred by the IANA numbering service operators in providing the IANA numbering service. So the regional internet registry agreed to agree with the IANA function operator to have a fixed fee that is paid on the services that is offered to them. There was the review committee that we said will be formed to be able to review the functions of the IANA function operator to see if the contract is being adhered to. And we said there will be 3 community representatives from each region, the 5 regions, the same way the NRO address supporting address council is formed, and each community will decide which method it will use to select the 3 representatives that will be reviewing the functions of the IANA function operator and advise the regional inter-registries accordingly on the performance of the services offered by the IANA function operator. So the process of selecting these 3 representatives was not agreed at the CRISP level. We said we should not go to the nitty-gritties. Each community will decide on which method to use. So the AFRINIC community, for example, in this meeting can decide on the method they will use to select the 3 representatives for the review committee. Okay, I'm getting a clarification here from Alan that actually we did not agree to have 3, we just left it at the very high level, and at the later stage we'll decide to have equal representation on the review committee and not necessarily 3 people. Okay, now we had community engagement on the CRISP team. How did we develop this process? Did we consult the community? Because part of the NTI requirement was actually for us to be able to consult our communities as we come up with these proposals. So there was the global IANA transfer at NRO.net mailing list, which is open for everyone to participate with open archives. So if you go to that list, you can be able to see all the communication that happened. And there is also the NRO webpage that has content on all the proposals and the SLAs that were developed. And the CRISP team members forwarded each version to each regional inter-registry. The regional inter-registry also had their own mailing list for their members. So whatever was communicated was always forwarded to those mailing lists. There was feedback from the community, and we developed an Excel sheet capturing all feedbacks, and we discussed them extensively before coming up with the final proposal. So this is the classification of the community participation on developing the proposal. We had 377 posts on the IANA transfer at NRO.net list. There was also other posts on the community mailing list, on the AFRINIC mailing list, but on this global list, we had 377 posts. Of that, 53 unique people, posters, participated in the discussions, and the public archives are available, as we said earlier. So the support that we got for the proposal, one poster requested adding more detail on some of the proposal components, but the suggestion failed to receive support from other posters because it was felt that we should leave the details to another stage, but to have high-level principles developed for the transition. There are also 2 comments to Global ICG Forum expressing concerns, and there are Mary Udumayao sits at ICG, and there was no objection for the proposal components that we developed, the 11 components that we have talked about. There was also feedback from the ICANN level, and this feedback came after the numbering community, the CRISP team, and the protocol parameters community, the IETF, had given out their proposal. This feedback came from ICANN-52 from the board, from the ICANN board chairman Steve Crocker, and he said the ICANN board felt there was nothing fundamentally in them that we have a problem with, full stop. So it's up to the community to interpret what the ICANN board chair meant by that statement. So these are the principles that gained consensus, total consensus. The high-level principles of the IANA service level agreement clarify that the regional inter-registry will consult with their respective communities during the drafting of the SLA. So the SLA that was developed by the legal team of the regional inter-registry was shared to the community, and there is still call for comments until 14th June. So that is part of that principle. There was also high-level principle in the review committee selection process, the one we have talked about, that each community will decide the process of selecting the members of the review committee. There was also a need to clarify on IANA intellectual property rights, which were the IANA.org and the IANA trademark. These are the three suggestions that did not meet consensus on the discussions. Specify a particular jurisdiction or dispute resolution mechanism. Some people wanted us maybe to go to Geneva for dispute resolution, or Malta, but we were not able to come up with consensus. So this one was left at that, so that when there is any dispute, the two parties will agree on a court of competent jurisdiction to do any dispute resolution. Specify a particular selection process for a review committee. We were not able to agree on which process to use on selecting the review committee, and each regional internet registry was advised to use its own mechanisms, the internal mechanism they use in consulting their communities to constitute the review committee. There was also suggestions that the CRISP team should develop the service level agreement and be part of the proposal, but it was felt that probably the CRISP team did not have the legal expertise to develop the proposal, so it was left that the SLA will be developed by the legal team of the 5 regional internet registries. And after all this, we were able to present our proposal to the IANA Stewardship Coordination Group, ICG, on January 15th, 2015. So from here, what are the next steps? We are now analyzing the service level agreement that was developed by the legal experts of the 5 regional inter-registry to see if they are consistent with the 11 points that we talked about that are part of the CRISP proposal. We are also supposed to liaise with the 2 other operational communities, the IETF, which are the protocol parameters, and also liaise with the NAMES community to ensure that the 3 proposals that we develop are consistent, because at the end of the day, ICG will submit one proposal to the ICANN board to be submitted to NTIA for the transition of the IANA function operation to happen. So we have had communication with the cross-community working group. The cross-community working group released their draft proposal just recently, and the proposal had some items that will affect the numbering community. So we had to actually try to communicate with them and see how we'll handle them. So the CCWG had proposed to develop a post-transition IANA, which is a separate legal wholly owned subsidiary of ICANN for the IANA naming services. The creation of the post-transition IANA ensures both functional and legal separation within the ICANN organization. So that was according to the cross-committee working group. They will also share a contract between the post-transition IANA with ICANN that will give the post-transition IANA the rights and obligation as the IANA function operator. The IANA function will continue to reside within ICANN, subject to accountability and mechanisms that are already in existence. So actually, that is part of the proposal from the naming community. And the regional entire registries and the CRISP team, actually, we gave some response to that. We said that it is essential for each operational community to be free to make independent arrangement with an IANA function operator, including the ability to change the IANA function operator itself. So it's not a must for the regional entire registry to actually work with the post-transition IANA. We should have a leeway to decide on which IANA function operator to use. So the CRISP team is analyzing whether to exchange, if the post-transition IANA is created and we have finished with our service level agreement, will we, the regional internal registries, have a contract with the post-transition IANA, or will we have a contract with ICANN? There is also the post-transition IANA board. The CRISP team felt that it is important to keep the roles and structures of the post-transition IANA at a minimum. And should we have a representative of the regional internet registry on the PTI board? So some of the other responses were the budget for the IANA function operator or the PTI board that was suggested by CCWG. The CRISP team said that in their proposal they had given a fixed fee to be paid annually to the IANA function operator. There was also a customer standing committee suggested to oversee the functions of the IANA function operator. And the CRISP team had suggested a review committee composed of the different regional entire registry. So we are saying that we should have some form of communication between the customer standing committee and the review team that is formed by the RIRs. There was also the issue of the IPR, the intellectual property rights. So if the post-transition IANA is formed, where will the IPR sit? So we still need more dialogue between the three operational communities, the IETF, the cross-community working group, and the CRISP team on where this IPR should sit. As I had stated earlier, the regional entire registries had said that this IPR should be transferred from ICANN and be held by the IETF trust. So that was actually our proposal. There is also the multi-stakeholder IANA function review team that was proposed by the CCWG, and the CRISP team felt that the regional entire registry have no role on that team because we already have our review team to be able to review the contract between the IANA function operator and the regional internet registries. We communicated with the IETF, the protocol parameters group, asking them if they are comfortable with holding the intellectual property rights on the IANA trademark and the IANA.org. We exchanged emails and they said they have no objection to holding actually these trademarks. So this trademark can actually be transferred to them. They said they have no objection to that. And that was actually on section 3A3 of the proposal developed by the community. So when will the transition occur? When will transition of the IANA function occur from oversight of the NTIA to the global multi-stakeholder community? So we are saying that once an agreement has been reached on the new oversight mechanism, the actual process will begin for transition. And this is the process we are actually in right now. So on the documents that we developed, There is the documents from the CRISP team available on the NRO website, also the proposals, and the frequently asked questions on the work we have done and also on the proposal we have given. They are also available on the website, but that's not to say that you cannot ask questions in this forum. Also, there is the SLA that was developed by the legal team. It's available on the NRO website, and also the proposal from the IETF and the cross-community working group is also available on their respective websites. Thank you. So now that's it. That's the stage we are in, and we will invite questions, and probably you can key on the mic, and there is a question that might touch on the SLA, the legal stuff. Probably we can have a short response to them. Our communication with CWG, Mary Uduma can communicate on that, and also Alan. Okay. So if there are any questions, probably you can have Alan. So Alan wants to make some few remarks before we do the questions.
Right. Thank you very much, Mwenwe, for that summary of the good work that the CRISP team has been doing. I would like to emphasize something which was mentioned, but there is perhaps some confusion in the community. I'd like to clear it up. The RIRs do not have any plan to move away from ICANN as the IANA functions operator. We're happy with ICANN. We would like to keep on using ICANN as the IANA functions operator. However, as is good practice in almost any agreement, we are putting something in the proposed SLA and in the CRISP proposal to allow us to change our mind in the future. So we could in the future choose not to renew the contract. But right now, we're happy with ICANN. We have no plan at all to change the IANA functions operator. There is a small question of whether the contract will be with ICANN or the post-transition IANA, but fundamentally, if we put those both in the same box and call it ICANN, it will be them. Okay, and so the next step that we're looking for from the RIR's perspective is for the community to look at the proposed SLA that was published and to comment on that SLA. And you can do that here or on the mailing list where it was published. Thank you.
Okay, for those with questions, we can start with Douglas.
Douglas here. My question, I have a couple of questions, and the first one is regarding the review committee. Will the review committee be a standing committee or an ad hoc committee? Because I'm trying to figure out how much work it has to do and see if it is something that it's going to be convened on an ad hoc basis or a full-time basis. My second question is probably better for a shock. We chose to have a dispute resolution through arbitration. It is my experience that this is a very lengthy route, although arbitration can still be achieved under the legal system, in a sense that when one party is aggrieved and has an intent to actually sue or anything like that, there can be a few days or weeks where it is acceptable for a mediation to happen before the aggrieved party actually proceeds with legal action. Wouldn't this have been, was this considered, and was it a viable option, or did we discard it for one reason or the other? Thank you.
Okay, we can have the questions answered first, and then the other people can ask their questions. So Alan, on the review committee.
Okay, Thank you. So the first question was, is the review committee to be an ad hoc committee or a standing committee? The RIR legal team has not yet come up with a concrete proposal for how the review committee will be formed. In my personal opinion, it doesn't have very much work to do, but nevertheless, it should probably be a standing committee. But that's my personal opinion. That's not from the RIRs formally.
Thank you. Good morning, everybody. I would like, first of all, maybe to state that I wasn't really involved in the drafting part of the SLA. Just a document was thrown over to me some time back for me to have a look, to propose certain amendments, which I did. And then 2 days ago, I was told that I would be part of the panel today, this morning. As you would maybe recall, my name was not even called to be on the panel. So you realize how peripheral was I to the whole process. But never mind. But to the question of Douglas, was it? Yes. Now, I respond in a sort of general legal perspective. Arbitration process, though in nature they have been designed to be a quick process, but in practice, they do reveal themselves to be very time-consuming and complicated at times. So in the SLA, in terms of the cursory examination I made of it, I find that there is a dispute resolution process, first of all. If that doesn't work, I think it is closed to Article 13, 102. If this doesn't work, then we made the proposal to go for arbitration. But my own feeling is that since we are in a consensus-driven sort of environment, these two legally, very classical legally, dispute resolution process, the dispute resolution itself on the one hand, and the arbitration on the other, would be last resort or first, second resort dispute resolution process. I think if the consensus fails, a quick remedy fails, then only you have got to go one way or the other. If it is arbitration, then mind you, it might be costly on the one hand, time consuming on the other, and maybe not free from procedural sort of problems that we know arbitration they have inherent in them. So in short, it is indeed, as you say, Douglas, long, complicated, and maybe shorter processes should be envisaged in an informal manner most probably. Because if you take it down to a text, you'll have to bind it in some form or the other. Once you get formality in, you bring in the legal, practical difficulties that normally is entrenched in it. I hope I have answered your question. Thank you.
Yes. Thank you, Ashok. Tijani?
Thank you. Tijani Benjima. Do you think that the proposal of the CWG may be the unique proposal that the US government is asking for, with 1 PTI and 3 CSCs? Yes, modified, for sure, because I know that everything is not already set on this proposal, but if we try to update, to accommodate it to be the unique proposal, is it okay for you?
Okay, is there somebody from the panel who wants to respond to that, to Tijani's question? Mike, pass the mic to Alan.
Okay, so I'm not sure I completely understood the question, so let me repeat it for clarification. I think that Tijani, your question is whether the ICG's proposal completely meets the requirements?
No,
No.
I said if this proposal is modified in a way that it can integrate the three functions with as a structure with the PTI and three CSCs, one for each function. Is it okay for you?
Okay, so if the ICG chooses to modify our proposal in some way, I can't answer that without seeing what changes the ICG might make. I do sit on that body, but I don't expect the ICG to make changes.
Alan, it seems that's not what Tijani is asking.
Yeah. Sorry, I was speaking about the CWG proposal. The CWG proposal, the naming function proposal. As a structure, with one PTI, three CSCs. Can it be? Okay.
Okay. Thank you. I finally understood the question. All right. So the name CWG has proposed a structure in which the IANA functions will be split from ICANN into something called the PTI, the post-transition IANA, and it will have various committees and boards and things sitting around that. And one of those will be the Customer Support Committee, the CSC. I had thought that there would be only one CSC, but now I think Tijani is suggesting there could be three, and the question is, would that be okay for the numbers community? I think that's something for the community to answer. In my personal opinion, it could probably work depending on the details.
Okay, my name is Fankuse. I would like to find out if AFRINIC is planning to have the same SLA models with its own members. Thank you.
Okay, he is asking, what's your name, please? Okay, he is asking if AFRINIC is planning to have an SLA with other members.
Right, thank you. At present, the agreement between AFRINIC and the resource members is through means of the Registry Service Agreement, the RSA, which states that AFRINIC will use its best efforts to provide service. That is, at present, the only form of SLA that we have with our members. We would certainly consider providing a better SLA with stronger guarantees, but there's nothing on the table right now.
Okay, please.
Owen DeLong here, NAC, Hakamai. It seems to me, in terms of the review committee, that we already have a group known as the Member Resource Organization Members Council, which is elected by the community for the purpose of managing the policy process for global policies that control how ICANN/IANA interacts with the RIRs. Why not make them the review committee as well?
Okay, thank you. Actually, that suggestion was floated when we were developing this proposal. It was actually floated and it was deliberated at the CRISP level and at the community level, but there was no agreement that the NRO-NC should do that function. The community felt that we should separate these functions, because one function will actually say if the contractual accountability signed between the two parties are there too. So the committee felt it is important to actually separate these functions. I don't know if Alan, you have anything to add on that? Do you have anything to add on that? Okay, thank you. Next, Doctor.
Thank you. Paulus Nyirenda from Malawi. I wanted to ask maybe similar to what Tijan asked. I noticed we have proposals like IANA Numbering Services Operator, IANA Name Services Operator, IANA Protocol Services Operator. So they seem to refer to a similar structure, and my observation is also that the structure is probably most clearly defined under the named services with the PTI, whether the CRISP team would accept that. That's my first comment. My second comment is on dispute resolution. It's been indicated there is none. I'm not sure if this is a good idea. And if the CRISP team went to a dispute or development of a dispute resolution mechanism, is there any feeling on what jurisdiction it would use? Because I mean, there are several regions with several different jurisdictions. So has there been any debate on the jurisdiction?
Ashok will take the jurisdiction part, and the first question will answer it.
Yes. As far as the jurisdictional element is concerned, the SLA is deemed to be governed by the place where the operator will operate from. In this case, if I read it well, it will be ICANN, it will be in the jurisdiction where ICANN would operate from. Now, as to subjecting any arbitral process to a particular jurisdiction, I think this would be left to the choice of the parties who want to litigate via an arbitral sort of process. They can decide any jurisdiction which suits them both. Generally, the cost element is involved, the kind of law applicable is involved, so it's not a simple matter, and a very difficult matter to decide. Because some people would prefer jurisdiction where it's more flexible, where it is less costly, and also where things can go faster. So, to summarize, the jurisdiction for the SLA itself would be within the ambit of where the operator operates from, and the jurisdiction to apply to arbitral process would be left to the choice of those parties who want to litigate on a particular issue. Thank you.
Okay, Mary will answer the first question of Dr. Ponyas, and Seven will be the last person online because of time.
Hello?
It's not working.
Okay. 1 minute. I think the question that Dr. Paulus asked, has been answered by Alan before. I think they will look at it because for Africa, we should consider whether it makes it a better business sense to coordinate the three and have just MOUs between them and work, or that the different communities are still trying to develop their own relationship with ICANN, and the names community also. The CCWG proposal, you can see, is mainly on names. So the number community, as Alan said, is still considering that. So it would have been a good thing, but for me personally speaking, I think it would have been good for them to harmonize, but since each community has its own processes, so it will be at the end when it gets to the ICG that we want to see whether we can go back to the communities and say, look, can't you look at this one and set it up?
Okay, last question from Sean.
Okay, thank you very much. My name is Sean from Nigeria. Before I make my two comments, I just like to add a +1 to what Owen mentioned, because I happen to be one of the community members that actually was not in support of the essence of setting up a separate review committee. I feel it is unnecessary. I don't think the work of the current NROSC is too much to actually accommodate the minor work of reviewing the operation of IANA number resource. which we all know that it's very straightforward. I don't think we need a whole team for that. However, the community, based on what Mwendwa has said, decided that that is the way to go, which is fine. My comment, to my own comment, I'm surprised by what Ashok said in relation to the fact that it's not part of the legal team. My understanding is that the legal team composed of the legal rep from each of the IR. So if Ashok is saying it's not part of it, then it means that there's a fundamental problem in the development of the SLA, and that needs to be very, very clarified and corrected. Also, I'd like to ask Alan to perhaps clarify what it means by IR will be contracting with ICANN as the IANA function operator, because we understand that the proposal being made by PTI, by CWG, intends to transition the IANA function operator to PTI, that is the post-transition IANA. So, are you saying that does it mean that you're fine with contracting with ICANN, and you are also fine with ICANN subcontracting to PTI? Would that be okay with you if that happens? Or are you just saying that you don't want to contract with PTI either directly or indirectly? Thank you.
Alan, have you got Sean's question?
Yes, I think so.
Okay.
I think there were two questions, one about Ashok's role and one about whether the contract is to be with ICANN or the PTI. On the first one regarding Ashok's role, he is AFRINIC's legal advisor. His role on the drafting committee was very small, as he's indicated. Most of the work was done by other RIRs, but the draft was presented to Ashok for comment, and his role, I believe, is limited to providing a few comments. Nevertheless, he should be considered a member of the team which provided input to that SLA. On the second question regarding whether the contract should be between the RIRs and ICANN or between the RIRs and the PTI, I think that question is still up for discussion. In my personal opinion, it could work either way, but no decision has been made.
Thank you very much, Alan.
Can I say something, please? I think I want to enjoin all of us to get engaged and try and participate in this process to get the question right. The comment, you will have a sense of the direction each of the communities will be or is going. Okay. And if we think as Africa that is better for the three communities to come together and have a common service, that is the IANA service, we can make that proposal and it can carry the day, who knows?
Yes, in addition to what Merin said, just to invite the community to the global list, because since yesterday, the call of comment on the first draft of the LSA have been sent to the global list. So just connect and then download, read it, and make your comment. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. We would like to thank our panelists for this meeting, and as we have been urged, any comments you have, any questions, any clarification, you can still go to the global IANA transfer list and ask the questions there, and also put your recommendations out there, because your recommendations is part of the community participation. Thank you very much, and now it's tea break.
Thank you. So thank you. We'll now break for coffee. So if you have any additional question, please feel free to seek for the Chris team. I'm sure they will be glad to assist you. Have your say on our mailing list. We'll just get back to the room at 11 sharp for the AFRINIC AGMM. Thank you. Just to pinpoint something on the agenda that was distributed with your badge, the AGMN starts on 1:30. This has been amended. It starts at 11. We're very sorry. Apologies for that. So be here in the room as from 11. Thank you.
Okay, no problem. No, they are. No, that's unfair. I know that can.
Well, I'm here to hear from Yoshida. To receive call, is it 250? To receive call, is it 250 naira per minute? I received. I was. Welcome from my director. I was not, if I was conscious, I wouldn't have received it. So the thing woke me up. So I received it. When I realized I was doing the wrong thing, I told him that I will send him a message. Then the credit.
Hello.
Sorry, I took so long to understand your question.
I am sorry to ask the question that wasn't.
So it's a hypothetical question. If CWD changes, then what?
My
I got it.
my point is so you are so I see that this proposal as a structure, I am speaking about something that can improve all the there are things that must be done. Even for the normal people, they are not already set.
And I think ICT needs to go in it. They see something in one change to fit into another. ICT should ask them to work together.
Even I know that as obvious as you said. So ICT is likely to do that. And I think it is a good beginning to have common solution this kind of
Make people.
Yes. 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 Help us to think about how far we change Thank you. Okay, merci beaucoup.
For all those who are already in the room seated, I will just ask you if you can, if you are an AFRINIC member having resources from the organization, I'll ask you to move on the right side. All observers on the left side. No, from my perspective, my right side, so here.
Stage right, stage.
Left. Exit secured, entrance would be at the back. So please, AFRINIC members having IP resources, so if you're an observer, you can take your resources from AFRINIC for next year. You just look for member services. They are here to assist you. All AFRINIC members on my right, here. All observer on my left. Can you leave the first row, very first row, empty? For your safety? No, it's just we need the first row. Thank you.
Because I was saying maybe I have missed and then smaller. Oh. Just send it to my email address. I'll read it. Can I write it down for you? TD. No, T. Dot. NYI. T. Then B as in. Yeah.
For those who are in the room, a gentle requirement, AFRINIC members on one side, so it's on my right side, observers on the other side. If you are already seated, can you just move to this side of the room, my right, your left. Thank you.
But next time we need to see PII.
Testing, testing.
Can everybody that is in the coffee break area, can you move inside the room, please? So again, AFRINIC members, those who have resources with AFRINIC, organization, individuals, please be seated on my right. That is on your left, here. For all the observers, just be seated on my left. That means on your right. Once seated, then we will come. Carlos, you are on stage. Mark Elskins, you are on stage. Board members, can I invite you to be on stage? I'm also looking for Aminata. Okay, Aminata, exception granted by chair. I'm looking for John, Christian, Haytham. Thank you. So again, members are organization, individual having resources with AFRINIC. Be on my right, that means your left. Observers, please be seated on the left. Thank you. So observers mean that you don't have resources yet with AFRINIC. You can have your resources. Our member services are here for all information. Can someone ask for the Alain? Can you ask for the people in the coffee area to come? Thank you. So we are missing John, Christian, Badru. Okay.
Just that members would know the number of people outside who are trying to obtain their ballots and papers for the resolutions. We will not be taking resolutions until after lunch per the agenda. So it's really no point making them hold us. So what I've asked her to go and do is to shut down the process there so that they can come in and then we can start the meeting. So please just give 2 minutes to shut down the ballot issuing process so that they can all come into the room. Thank you. Okay, members, the CEO just informed me that the previous announcement he made is that the ballot issuing process will shut down at noon. So I think we're in a bit of catch-22 there, because if I shut it down now, I may disenfranchise some people, and if they are not in the room, they would again fight that we started without them. So I think we'll try to strike a balance, please. Right, Fiona,
I'd like to propose, in the interest of being able to allow everyone to still get their registration, their ballots for the resolutions, if the CEO and the chair can give an extension to 2 o'clock so that we can make use of lunch hour to finish that exercise, that would be, I think, in the best interest of everyone, so that we can get started. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Fiona. I would ask Alan to respond because it's the staff managing the election process, so it's not in my purview to do.
Thank you. Indeed, we announced some days ago that ballot issuing would close at noon. I'm happy to extend that until 2 p.m. That's no problem. Well, 1:30 at least is no problem, because that's, let me check the agenda. Yep. Okay, let me not specify time. Let me say until after lunch, until the meeting resumes after lunch. But I do not wish to delay the start of this meeting, so I would request the chair to start the meeting when he is ready. Meanwhile, I will instruct the election committee to keep ballot issuing open until after lunch. So if you see me leaving the podium and walking out of the door, that's where I'm going.
Thank you very much, Alan, for that. So ballot issuing will stay open till after lunch. But what we just do now is encourage them to come in, then they can go out one by one to get the ballots so that we can start the AGMM in another 5 minutes. So 5 minutes for Alan to come back. I'll call the meeting to order. Thank you.
Ça, c'est le début.
Right. Good morning, members. It's 11:30. I'd like to call this meeting to order and to welcome all members to this annual general meeting. We have the agenda circulated. Do we have any modifications to the agenda? Yes, please approach the microphone, your name, organization, and the proposed modification to the agenda.
My name is Serge Ilunga. I'm from Vodacom Congo, from DR Congo. Okay, in order to be able to express easily my thoughts, I would prefer to speak in French. So,
I would like to start by just highlighting the first fact. If today we are present here as community, can you hear the interpretation, please? I would like to underscore the first fact. If we are today present here in this room as a community, it's because I think there is something which unites us, which brings us together. In my modest view, the most fundamental things is our interest to develop the internet all across our dear continent. For about 10 years, this organization has been in existence, so it's exactly and
what item do you want on the agenda? This is not a discussion. Most corrections.
Can you allow me to express my thought?
I will give you the room to discuss, but first you must state what you want to do with the agenda.
Let me go to the main point.
Forgive me.
Okay.
I need to run this meeting efficiently. The item of discussion now is amendments to the agenda. I will not.
Let me raise the main point I would like to do. Okay. Ce que je voulais dire.
What I would like to say. Yesterday I followed with a great attention all the intervention which occurred, and I have the perception that within the community there is some feeling of discomfort. Let me raise here some facts which were.
I am chairing.
I think that.
Could you please take
I'm a member.
Yes, you are a member, but we must run.
I think.
I know you have the right, but please take your seat first. Thank you.
No. Can I continue? I've got the right to express.
Please take your seat first. Please take your seat, or I might be forced to have to invite security. Thank you. Thank you. Please take your seat, please. Please take your seat. Thank you. Thank you very much. No matter what happened yesterday, it was a discussion. We are now in the annual general meeting of members, and we will conduct business as in an AGMM. Thank you. CEO.
Thank you, Chair. I believe we're in the agenda review section of the meeting. I note upon reviewing the agenda that there's no provision for AOB or for open mic. I propose that at the end, after the board election results, we insert an open mic or an AOB.
Thank you. Proposal to insert open mic AOB. Any seconder? Looks very unanimous. Can I have somebody move to the mic and second?
Okay. Fiona Asonga, Telecommunication Service Providers of Kenya, will second the proposal from the CEO.
Thank you, Fiona. All in favor say Open mic. Those against, same sign. Seeing none, open mic inserted in agenda. That will be after voting, before, is it before the board election results or after board election results?
I suggest after.
Thank you. Please insert open mic after board election results. Thank you. Any other modification to the agenda?
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Thank you.
My name is Shehu Ojedeji from Nigeria. I'd like to propose that the board, the agenda right now be flexible in timing. It shouldn't be strictly to time. There should be flexibility to extend beyond the time that is now, because the items on the agenda is too complex.
Thank you very much. Any seconder to that? Any seconder to flexibility of agenda? Adiel is on the mic.
Not to second that, but I have another point to the agenda.
Adiel, can we dispense with that? Any seconder, please approach the mic. Let's have a seconder to that motion.
Yes, I second the motion.
Thank you. Name, organization.
Omo Oaya Wakren, Nigeria.
Thank you. All in favor, say flexible. Those against, same sign. Agenda will be flexible. Thank you. Adiel, you have the floor, please.
Adiel Aplogon, associate member in good standing. I want to add one point to the agenda as well, to discuss the proceeding of the IGMM. I think we need to remind all the participants the proceeding, because calling the security, I don't think it is a good practice in an IGMM. I think everybody should know first before we go down the road of security. So that's a point to the agenda. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Adiel is proposing we had AGMM proceedings. I call for a seconder to that, please.
Nikwenorghana.com. I second it.
Thank you very much. All in favor of adding AGMM proceedings to any other business? Say AGMM. Those against, same sign. Thank you. We'll add AGMM proceedings to the agenda, which would be before open mic. Thank you. Any other modification to the agenda? Seeing none, the chair seeks a motion to adopt this agenda for the use at this meeting. Motion to adopt the agenda if there are no modifications to the agenda. Please could you approach the microphone? Thank you. And if there's a seconder, please approach the microphone.
Mike Silver, Liquid Telecom, we propose.
Thank you. Motion moves. Seconder.
Mary Uduma from NERA. Before the seconding, please, do you say that this proceeding to AGMM will come after open mic? I thought it's what you is the information thing for us to know before we go on to others. If not, I second.
Thank you. I just consulted, and the CEO is advising me that it actually makes sense to move the proceedings of AGMM forward, because that would guide us and that would lay the ground rules for our discussions. So therefore, please insert the proceedings at AGMM before the approval of last AGMM minutes. Can we have that as the first item after the review of agenda? Proceedings
at AGMM. So that would be item 1.1.
We'll propose with the friendly amendment.
Thank you. And Seconder also said subject to the amendments. Thank you very much. Agenda now adopted. So we move to item 1.1, which would be proceedings at AGMM. Before inviting Adele to introduce the topic, the agenda item that has been added, I'd like to sincerely apologize for quickly moving to the extreme that I would invite security. It was not my intention, but I really believe at a meeting when the chair requests a member to take the seat, the member should take the seat and not say no to the chair. No single person is greater than the assembly seated, and the assembly at every point in time can regulate its own seating. Having said that, I tender my apologies to members. Thank you. May I invite Adele to introduce the topic and discuss it. Thank you.
I will introduce and will defer to the legal counsel to guide the assembly on the rule and regulation of an AGMM. I think it is very important that everybody understand the rule and regulation and where to talk so that we avoid the incident that we just had. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. Now, in general meetings, once the meeting is called to order, is the chair which instructs how the meeting is going to be conducted. The first item on the agenda has been covered, amendment have been moved and approved, and I would like to just to read one part of the bylaw which says, the ruling of the chairperson of the AGM on matters relating to order of business and procedure and conduct of the AGM shall be final and binding, and no motion of dissent from the ruling may be entertained except if there is something contrary in the constitution. So it is as simple as that he calls the meeting to order, and once it is under order, his instructions have got to be followed unless what he rules is contrary to the constitution. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ashok. Once again, I apologize. Maybe I could have taken the route of explaining instead of just putting it across. Thank you. May I say that for expediency, so that we will run this meeting, it's a choked agenda, it's packed, we have so much business to do, but we need to be efficient. May I appeal that once somebody introduces a topic and we know what it is, it would be nice to discuss either for or discuss against. But let us keep focus on the issue that is being discussed. Let us dispense with every issue first before we introduce new issues. And any issue not covered in the agenda, definitely when we get to open mic, we will cover it so that we can stay focused. May I also say that when people approach the microphone to speak, it will be nice to discuss one topic. If people have other topics to discuss, then they go to the back of the queue so that we can be efficient. I say this so that we don't spend too much time with specific people hogging the microphone and dragging us back. I seek your cooperation in this regard. I promise to be very, very, very democratic. I'll do my best to be, but I appeal that you cooperate with me in that regard. Having said that, we can then move to item 2.0, which is the approval of the last AGMM minutes dated 6th June 2014, held in Djibouti. The minutes are circulated, so I'll take us through the items. If there are corrections, please approach the mic. We'll take the corrections. Item by item. Professor Okweno, yes, you have the floor.
Mr. Chairman, I appreciate that you want to be expedient, but I wanted to make a comment further to what Ashok said. I believe part of the role here is looking for consensus. And so I was a bit concerned about simply what the bylaw says, that the word is final. Meaning that it's beyond just the bylaws, also the decorum and the method of communication to an extent is part of it. So in addition to the procedures, there is something else, which is what prompted the procedures to be put on the agenda. So we need to add that, even though you've commented on the withdrawal of the approach that was used, I think alongside the former bylaws, there is something else of good judgment which we need to factor in, especially since we are looking for consensus. I thought I would just make that statement in support of this statement by Adiel. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Prof. From my own side, I do promise to ensure that the voices of the members are heard, and I want to also appeal to other members seated to ensure that we don't bully each other. We're one community. We are free to disagree, but we should not drown the voices of others when we put our own position across. For our positions to be taken, others must be listening, and they will not be listening if we are shouting our position across. I hope, Professor Okweno, I addressed your point. Thank you very much. Minutes of the meeting of 6th June. Attendance. Agenda. Matters arising from the agenda. 1.0, welcome and agenda review. 2.0, approval of last AGMM minutes dated 21st June 2013, held in Zambia. We are reading the minutes. 2.0 on the minutes is minutes held in Zambia. Then the resolution AGMM 2014-02-01. 3.0 board activity update. Thank you. There's a correction on the resolution AGMM 2014-02-01. The minutes of the meeting were held on 21st June 2013 in Lusaka, Zambia, not 2014. Please change the 2014 to 2013, please. Thank you. 4.0 activity update. Any correction there? 4.1 member services. 4.2 HR. 4.3 IT. 4.4 questions and answers. Yes, please approach the mic if there's an issue on the minutes.
I thought we were discussing Djibouti. So, yeah, I want to be clear.
Yes, Saka. Now we are in Tunis, and the item we are discussing is to approve the minutes taken in Djibouti. So there is no conflict except that small date that we changed. So now we are reviewing the activity update given by the CEO then in Djibouti. In the course of this meeting, we will take further activity updates here in in Tunis. Item 5.0 is the financial update. And 5.1, 2013 audited reports. Seeing no comments. 5.2, appointment of auditors. Then we move on to proposed resolutions, which is the appointment of KPMG as external auditors. All right. Auditors. If none, I move to 7.0, board elections. 7.2, vote. Then we have the slate there. Nine point zero, election results. You will remember we moved the elections forward in Djibouti. That's why the minutes is written that way. There is no error there. It was deliberate to move elections forward, and then we continued with the business after elections. So the minutes just reflect the agenda without a change in the agenda flow because we did not amend the agenda. We brought the item forward. Item 5.0, financial update. 5.1, audited financial report. I'll move on to resolution AGMM 2014-0202. Appointment of auditors for 2014, 5.2. And then resolution AGMM 2014-02-03. 5.3, presentation of 2014 budget. And 5.4, 2014 budget execution. Oh, sorry, I'm sorry, Mike.
Cheers. Apologies. With your permission, the document is available on the website. Hopefully members have taken the opportunity to read and review. I'd like to propose the adoption of the minutes as read and with the correction
Thank you.
indicated.
Propose that we adopt the minutes as circulated and read. Any seconder to the motion?
Fiona Songa, Telecommunication Service Providers Association of Kenya. The minutes have been on the site for quite some time. They were circulated. We have gone through them, and I do second that we proceed.
Thank you. All in favor of adopting them, say minutes. Those against, same sign. Seeing none, minutes adopted. Thank you very much. So we'll move on now to board activity updates. Item 3.0. Thank you. Right, thank you. I would quickly like to give the board activity update. And first, the board structure. The board is composed of the board of directors, which very much is responsible to the community, made up of LIRs, end users, and members. We have also with the board, which is made up of the CEO, 2 independents, and 6 regional members from West Africa, North Africa, Central Africa, East Africa, Southern Africa, and the Indian Oceans. We have 2 alternates, which by the decision of the community will leave the board at the end of this AGMM. The board has 4 committees: the audit committee, nominations committee, finance committee, and the remunerations and compensation committee. For the regional independent seats and the other regions, you have them as displayed. And for the CEO, who is appointed by the board. So 9 members of the board in all. There's also the 2 alternates for Southern Africa, Mark Elkins, and for East Africa, John Walubengo. Their terms expire at this AGMM here in Tunis. The board committees for the finance committee of the board, we have Mark Elkins, who chairs, Badru Ntege, Sunday Folayon, and Alan Barrett, the CEO. And for the audit committee, Andrew Alston, Paulos Nyirenda, who chairs the committee, Chris Seaborn, and John Walubengo. The remunerations committee has Aminata Garba, who chairs the committee, and Kristen Bob, Badru Ntege, Itam, and Alan Barrett, the CEO. There's also the nominations committee that we call NOMCOM. NOMCOM has Bobakar Barry as chair, Janvier and Mustafa Benjamin, and Aminata Amado as the board representative on NOMCOM. Board proceedings. In the course since Mauritius, the board has met 10 times, 2 face-to-face meetings and 8 teleconferences. There was a face-to-face in Mauritius during AFRINIC-21 and here in Tunis during AFRINIC-22. 6 of the teleconferences were emergency meetings called to discuss matters that were before the board. There were 12 various resolutions the board adopted in 2014, and these related to the strategic plan, policy, investment policy, delegation of authority, board leadership change, as well as CEO departure and recruitment. For the CEO recruitment, a recruitment committee was set up by the board, consisting of Haitham El Nakal as the chair, Badru Ntege, Andrew Halston, Sunday Folayon, Paul Nyirenda, and Adiel Aplogan as the secretary. The terms of reference of the committee was put online, and the committee worked to process some documents which became the recruitment process documents. And all these documents were approved by the board and published online. The terms of reference of the recruitment committee, the recruitment process itself, the recruitment timeline, the vacancy announcement, the CEO job description, and role. And they are all available online. In terms of the management of the process,
The board managed the recruitment process. It made all vacancy announcements according to the timeline, and the applications closed on the 19th of December, and thereafter long listing was done and some candidates selected, informed and invited for preliminary interview. In the course of doing this, the board realized that the process would take far longer than 6 months, which was the period the outgoing CEO gave as resignation notice. It thus had to appoint an interim CEO. And the interim CEO was appointed after the close of applications. This was done so that the board will not have to appoint someone who was interested in applying for the job, and the board did not have to put the interim CEO at a position of advantage if interested in the substantive position. Finally, Patrick Disi, who was then and still the CFO, Director of Finance in the organization, was appointed as the interim CEO. An interview panel was constituted to interview the candidates, and this had Pierre Danjinu from the Council of Elders as chair, Boubacar Barry, who was chosen from the community, Sunday Folayan, who is a member of the board, together with Badrun Tege and Paulos Nyirenda, and Paul Rendrick of RIPE, served on the committee, having been nominated as a member of the larger RIR community. Preliminary interviews were held online, and 5 candidates who were shortlisted were interviewed online, and the final stage interviews took place face-to-face in Mauritius, which had 3 candidates who were shortlisted after the initial shortlist of 5 candidates. Finally, Alan Barrett was appointed from the final slate of 3 candidates who were interviewed face-to-face and after contract negotiation. And Alan has since resumed from the 21st of April 2015 and was presented to the staff by the chair in Mauritius. I'd like to offer the following appreciation. First, to the board members who are leaving at this time, especially the alternates, because we are phasing out that system. It's another time in the life of AFRINIC when we no longer would have alternate board members. Please join me in saying thank you to John Walubengo and Mark Elkins. I would also like to appreciate the board members who are standing for election at this annual general meeting, specifically Mark Elkins, Badrun Tege, and Paulos Nyirenda, by saying, gentlemen, good luck to you. Thank you very much. That's the board activity update. I'd like to invite the CEO for the activity update, CEO's activity update.
Thank you, Chair. Good morning, members and observers. In previous years, we have usually allowed the heads of departments or teams within the staff to provide activity updates at this part of the agenda. However, this year, the agenda is so full that we have had to cut back, and instead of an hour of reports from different departments, you will get a very brief report from me. And so what I've done is I requested my heads of departments and teams to provide me with an update, and I've cut and pasted some of that into what you're about to see. How do I use this? This is for the next. Okay, it's backwards. Okay, I figured out how to use the remote with some help. Right. Okay. So, on the finance side, in previous years we've maintained the accounts of the company in Mauritian rupees. However, most of the operational income and expenditure has been denominated in US dollars. So last year there was a decision taken by the board under advice from the members to convert the accounts to US dollars. That's now been fully implemented. So as of 2014, the accounts are all kept in US dollars. We had an income of about 3.9 million, expenses also pretty close to 3.9 million, but a surplus of $20,000 in operations. And there was also a gain from interest and foreign exchange conversions, which resulted in the total surplus for the year being about $50,000. We have, at the end of 2014, a little more than $1 million cash and cash equivalents on hand. So as you can see, that's equivalent to about 1/4 of our annual expenses. On the human resource side, as of the end of 2014, we had a head count of 42 staff members. During the year, 8 left and 12 joined. The previous CEO, Adil Akpragan, left as of the end of January 2015. He announced his departure a few months before, and so of course during 2014 there was a lot of work on the HR side to prepare for recruitment of the new CEO, and I was eventually given that job. Member services includes both registration service and customer services. So registration service is when you apply for IP address space or AS numbers and that kind of thing. Customer service is when you already have it, you're already a member, but you need assistance with something. So both these are grouped together under member services. There are 5 dedicated full-time staff between these two sections. The member services has an ISO 9001 certification. There's a new version of the new member registration process to allow members, that is to allow new members to register themselves through a web interface. And there's some paperwork as well, but much of it is done through the web portal. Okay. IPv6 has been added to the My AFRINIC just to make it easier to deal with IPv6 information. Okay. Improvements in the registration service process. We are considering a service level commitment. As I mentioned in response to a question earlier today, in another session, was it this session? There is currently no service level agreement between AFRINIC and its members. We're governed by the registration service agreement. We're considering adding some kind of service level commitment. Informally, we already have guidelines that we try to respond to requests within 2 working days, but we're thinking of formalizing that. Okay. The member services has also been involved in updating RIR governance documents. The NRO, which is the group which provides collaboration between the 5 regional internet registries, has been collecting information on the governance of the RIRs, and member services has been involved with providing that. Here are some statistics. I'm not going to read through all of them, but as of May 2015, we had about 1,200 members. About 63 new members joined during the first few months of 2015. Since AFRINIC started in 2005, we've issued 75 million IPv4 addresses and 3.6 million /32s of, no, that doesn't seem right. I think there's a mistake there. Anyway, we've issued IPv4 and IPv6 addresses. Oh, right, IPv6 is on the next slide. We have a stock of about 2.7/8 equivalents. That amounts to about 45 million IPv4 addresses in stock available for allocation. Some of those are reserved in terms of the policies that have been passed. So you can see that our stock is a bit less than what we've already allocated over the last 10 years. We've allocated more than 1,000 autonomous system numbers since we started. Then on the IPv6 side, 470 IPv6 prefixes during the course of operation since 2005, 30 of those this year. About 36% of our members have IPv6 prefixes. That's 436 out of about 1,200. And 90% of our new members responded to a survey which said they were satisfied with the handling of their first request. Moving on to IT and engineering, the projects that they've been involved in are infrastructure resiliency. We've installed virtualization environments in our main data centers in Mauritius and Johannesburg. So when we need to spin up a new machine for some purpose, instead of needing hardware, we can often do that in a virtual machine. We have Mauritius and Johannesburg, and we're also adding something in Cape Town. Okay. Then we have a data recovery strategy which is in progress. We would like to improve our resilience to equipment failure and also human error. These are some of the services that the IT and engineering team have been active with. On the DNS side, we have the African root server copy program. We provide support for copies of the L-root server. I believe right now that there are two of them. There's an agreement between AFRINIC and ICANN in terms of which we provide this. We have a DNS support program where important domain names like country code top level domains are able to let AFRINIC operate a secondary server for them. And we have 26 CCTLDs participating. New member registration portal, it's basically a new version of the website where new members can register themselves. That was deployed last year. New version of RPKI, that's a crypto thing to allow ISPs to sign their routing announcements. A new version of the routing registry is still in progress. New version of the WHOIS service is in progress, and also implementation of RDAP. That's an API for remote access to the WHOIS directory and similar things. That's also planned. The next department is capacity building. This is a new department created in November 2014. A lot of its work is training, and there was previously a training section, but it's now been renamed to capacity building, and it has a slightly wider role. It's been involved with training on IPv6 and number resource management. Slides have been developed for these new training sessions. Okay. So the goal is to hold several training sessions. Several sites have been identified where they plan to hold training, and this year we've done 4 training sessions in Mauritius, South Africa, Benin, and Tunisia. Sorry, Cotonou. And about 12 more are planned. We have, I think, even dates set for when these training sessions will be held. On the research and innovation side, that's also a new department set up in September. It's been working on RPKI, which the tech team will install, but the research team is developing. It's been working on a DNSSEC zone signer. The long-going project called AIS, which is for measuring and creating statistics for resource consumption and routing statistics in Africa. We have an MOU with RIPE in which we distribute RIPE Atlas probes, and we also run a RIPE Atlas anchor. You can hear more about these in I think there was a session on a different date about RIPE Atlas. And also the research and innovation team wants to participate in IETF working groups. Okay, thank you. That was very brief. Tomorrow morning there will also be an update from the departments on their activities. That is outside the members' meeting, but they will have more time. They will be able to offer more details than I gave you here. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Alan, for that summary presentation. We move on now to item 5.0, financial update. And I'd like to invite Paulos Nyurenda, the chair of the audit committee, to take us through items 5.1 and 5.2 on the agenda.
Can I control it? Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Okay, sure. So this is a board report on the audit. I think that most things have already been released to the community. So what I provide are highlights, and today is for June 2015, not 2014. What I'll cover, the audit committee that does this work, the members, the process that we went through for 2014 audit. We have financial statements that have already been released to the community at 2 stages. And we have released a board paper on issues that the board saw. So again, I'll just provide highlights. And we have concluded a recommendation to this AGM for selection of the auditor for 2015. Again, it's in the release that has already gone out. So the audit committee that does this work is a committee of the board, and it has a charter. I think we did look at this charter last year, so it's well covered by a charter. It oversees financial reporting process. It reviews financial control, risk management as audited, and it oversees the audit. Then it recommends appointment of the external auditor and monitors compliance with the laws on financial reporting. The members of the committee have already been listed. There's myself, Andrew, John, and Chris. In this process that we went through, we had 3 meetings as listed here. We met the auditor in November last year to work on a timeline for the audit. And to plan the audit for the 2014. We signed a letter of agreement with the auditor that included fees to be paid to the auditor. We had a meeting on the 20th of May, and the main purpose was to look at the first submission from the auditor. And according to the timeline, the auditor was supposed to make the first submission on 15 May. What we got in that submission was really unsatisfactory. We got bits and pieces of the audit report, and they came to us in random order. So as you have seen from the board observations, we were not satisfied with that. So we gave the auditor a new deadline of 25th May and to give us a full report in order. It was complied with, but we noted that the figures in the audit report had changed and that the report was still marked draft, so the board really couldn't sign it. We had a new requirement for the meeting of 29 May, and it was after that that we looked at the revised financial statements and submitted a report to the board to consider the report. So these are the steps that we went through. In our timeline, we have 13 checkpoints, and we were following the process in the checkpoints. Just to note here that to comply with informing the community, the board did release the very first full report that we got that was marked draft, and then it released the report that was produced after the 29th meeting that is still not signed but is in an improved state. During the 29th meeting, we had a meeting with KPMG, the auditor, on WebEx because of the unsatisfactory performance. We wanted to find out what really was going on, the process they went through, and things like that. After these meetings, we determined that the performance was unsatisfactory. The board, both on the report as well as on the process that the auditor followed. We made a report to the board at its board meeting of 1 June 2015, and in that report, the unsatisfactory performance was extensively discussed, and a recommendation was made that for the 2015 audit, we should choose a different auditor. So we recommended to hire a different auditor, and the process for the choice was discussed. This is contained in the statement that the board has released to the community, in that process, because the report observes that the financial statements were unsatisfactory, we are giving KPMG an additional time to process the current financial statements and give us a more satisfactory report. And because of their inadequate or unsatisfactory performance, we are recommending to this AGMM that we appoint Deloitte as the next auditor. And this recommendation is based on an RFP that we ran in 2014 in choosing the auditor. which I reported on in the last AGM, where Deloitte was one of the top 4 candidates for this selection. So we are recommending to this AGM that for the 2015 financial audit, that we appoint Deloitte. In addition to that, we did require an IT audit for the 2014 audit, but again, the performance or reporting from KPMG was unsatisfactory. So as you see from the released statement, we are recommending that the financial auditor whom we appoint from this AGM then gives us a proposal for an IT auditor, so that we can get a more satisfactory IT audit in addition to the financial audit for the 2015 financial year. Thank you. This is my report.
Thank you very much, Paulos. I guess basically items 5.1 and 5.2 are covered. What I just need to clear for 1 minute is whether we'll go ahead, discuss, and adopt that, or we wait for Q&A before we do that. Just give me a minute to confirm. Thank you. I've been advised that we just get to the end, so we discuss everything together and then we'll move on. So may I invite the Chair of the Finance Committee, Mark Elkins, to present the 2015 budget. Mark?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good afternoon, everybody. I am the Chair of the Finance Committee on the board. Okay, so the operational budget for 2015. The concept of how it's been done is all built around the basis of service excellence. The functional activities for the year involves improvements in service delivery, which has started a while ago, and are prepared in line with the board's 5-year strategy plan. The revenue budget, which is the most interesting, the income, derived obviously from mainly from membership fees, single source of, primary source of revenue. There's no changes in fee structures or anything for the next 12 months at least, and that continues to grow with a steady growth in membership base. Increase in resource allocations expected from growth in membership income, and new members for 2015 have been kept at the 2014 price. The reliance on the positive impact of various measures that have been put into place, for example, the new membership portal that was launched. And we also do try every effort to make sure that resource reclaims are kept to a minimum. In other words, members who are defaulting. A summary of the fee revenues. So we have our LIRs and insights. I'm not going to read the figures. What is interesting though is there is still
a reasonable increase in new membership. So this is the main source of our revenue. The expenditure side. No major changes in main core operations. And we're trying to be as conservative as possible. So most things are based on previous years or the previous year. Costs are revolving around activities undertaken during the coming year. The primary expenditure remains the HR costs. And to match expectations, new recruitments again are somewhat frozen and will be reviewed based on how well new membership occurs. There is the continuation of the cost control culture that has been built up, and the idea is to continue the recovery embarked on for the last few years since 2013, and to minimize incidents of bad debt, capitalize on the sponsorship of our events, and avoid impact on any service delivery levels. So expenditure table, again, I'm not going to go through this in detail, but you can see that the first line, HR, is the biggest slice. So total administrative expenses, basically 2.9 million. There is a provision for bad debts of 60,000. We're obviously hoping to be less than that. You can see membership training, IPv6 outreach, etc. there. So they are the total operating costs, basically 3.89 million. So, summary of all of this. Bottom line, we expect to have a surplus of around about 242,000 US dollars. And focuses delivery service excellence and a continuation to improve on high levels of customer satisfaction. Thank you very much.
The last presentation before we discuss and then break for lunch. We have eaten 5 minutes into lunch already. Perhaps what would be reasonable is just to take this presentation, break for lunch, and then we'll come back to discuss so that we can save some time. So please, Patrice, item 5.4, 2015 budget execution. 5 minutes.
Hello, my name is Patrice. I'm the Finance Director of AFRINIC. I'm going to quickly run you through the budget execution for the 2015. It's basically a finance report after the first quarter of our financial year. The operating cost budget was obviously approved by the board early during the year, hence setting us off for a new accounting year and full of activities. We have, as part of a main ingredient of our financial activities, is the members' billing activities. During the first quarter, we were part and parcel of the preparation for the statutory audits. As was already mentioned, the accounts are now maintained in US dollars. So this is going to be the second year that we're going to be running the financials in US dollars. So all our systems, everything has been converted now into US dollar as our functional currency. Usually during the first quarter of the year, the operating activities is fairly slow. There's nothing unusual about that. It's just awaiting to be picked up in the second quarter. As in every year, all the membership renewal, which is one of the major activities of finance, is to send out all the invoices for the renewals, membership renewals, and these are always are done at the end of the year, which is December, to enable members to sort of pay their membership fees in good time. We have so far collected in the month of December just in excess of 340,000. But those are all paid in respect of 2015 fees. Our fee collection continues to improve. We have put in place a couple of reminders and automation, which is greatly helping us delivering a much higher fee collection. Again, on the billing side, this is just a couple of stats. We have so far our revenue, fee revenue, is now 91% of the annual fees. The balance of the 9% is usually covered by new members for the rest of the year. And you can compare that with last year. This year is 91%. Last year, same time, end of quarter one, was 76%. Here again, we see an improvement in our fee revenue. As I just mentioned, there's been a marked improvement in our fee collection since 2013, due to obviously a couple of measures that we've put in place. 70% of the billed members have paid. I think there's a couple of reasons for this. We have instituted the late payment penalty, unfortunately, but this seems to be helping a lot in quick recovery of membership fees. In addition, this year so far, we do, as you probably know, we do offer some kind of discounts to educational institution, and for the renewal of membership based on renewal of educational institution, there has been a discount amounting to $87,000 that was extended to educational institution, which is basically 50% of the fees. They don't pay the full amount. This is part of our support towards that group of members. We have recruited 42 new members during the first quarter, which is more or less on target with what we expected. The operating cost during the quarter one reflected obviously the typical slow start of an operational year. When we look at the total administrative cost, we have reached 94% of the annual budget, which is more or less in line with what we expect. And of course, with the distribution cost, which includes meeting and travels and all that, we've only achieved 5% of the annual budget. But this is obviously likely going to increase, pick up pace as we move into the second quarter. Total operating cost for first quarter ended at 19% of annual budget, which is basically not a bad achievement. And at this point in time, we do not have any major deviation from what we expect to happen during the course of the year. These are some of the numbers, which is individual cost line item, and the amounts that was budgeted against what has been spent in the first quarter. The next line is the next group is the distribution cost, which is the same. It's where you see hardly anything has been spent on there, but obviously with the coming of this meeting, which happened in the second quarter, we'll start picking up pace for our distribution cost. That's basically the summary of what I've just shown you. As you can see, last year we had at the end of quarter one, we had 21%. Of the annual budget. This year we've reached 19%, which is an improvement again, but again it's the rest of the year will dictate what will happen. Looking forward, it's a bit early at the moment, but it looks like our activities will carry on as normal, and obviously operations will pick up pace as soon as we start quarter two. the current rate, there's no really indication that there will be any major deviations with all the measures and cost control in place. And the only thing that we need to keep our eyes on is the ongoing strength of the US dollars, which is obviously not affecting just us, but almost everywhere else in the world. Right, again, this is what we're still focusing on this year, the delivering of service excellence, which I think is the main objective of each and every department. And we will continue to put the members first in everything that we do. Thank you, and we'll take questions.
Thank you very much, Patrice. Well, members, we are 10 minutes behind schedule. The question to us is, do we break now and resume with Q&A after lunch, or we would rather take the questions now? We need to approve the appointment of auditors as recommended, and also what the AGMM wants to do with the financial report as presented. But it's proper that we give members the opportunity to discuss before the motions are presented. So it's deliberate that the motions have not been presented so that we can discuss. But the chair needs guidance from members. Do we break for lunch now? We're already 10 minutes into lunch time. If so, the chair seeks a motion from the floor. Please approach the microphone. Please put it on. Okay, it's on now.
It's on. I think at the end of the day, whether we ask the questions now or after lunch, members need time to ask those questions. So I will throw it back to the chair to give guidance, so long as you are giving us time to have the discussions. Because whether we break for lunch or we sit here through the lunch hour, we would like to be able to discuss what has been presented to us.
Thank you.
Isaac Kasana from Research and Education Network for Uganda. I want to propose that we take a break now, but make the lunch break short so that we resume early.
Thank you. So can you please move it as a motion, not a proposal? Thank you.
I move a motion to have a short lunch break so that we resume early.
Motion moves for short lunch break. Seconder?
Frank from Tanzania Internet Service Providers Association. I second that.
Thank you. All in favor of lunch break, say break. Break. Those against who are not hungry, same sign. Thank you. We shall break for lunch. Bon appetit, Madame de Monsieur. We will be back at exactly 1:30, please. 1:30, we will resume. All right, members, can we please take our seats so we can resume business? May I appeal to those who are still outside to please come in? So that we do not waste time. We have quorum. Quorum is formed. And I'd like to pick up the agenda where we left off. And so I'd like to pick up the agenda so that we'll go on to Q&A now. Questions and answer. I see Sheon at the back, and then I'll come to Mike in front.
Yeah, Mr. Chair, I think you said we should come back at 2.
1:30 was the time. We are 10 minutes late.
Okay, thank you.
Mike?
Chair, thank you. I had 2 questions. The first is I didn't see the audit fees indicated as a line item in the current draft financials. I also didn't see the audit fees in the budget that's published, and I was just wondering what the current fees are and what the projected fees are for Deloitte as the auditors for the upcoming year. The second question I had was with regard to the budget. And I just had a question regarding the revenue projections, because we seem to be projecting a slight drop in revenue from allocations, and I was just wondering what the modeling is that explains that slight differentiation. I would have thought that we'd actually see a slight increase in number of allocations for the current financial year.
Thank you very much. Before I call those who would respond to the question, let me say that the announcement we made earlier is that ballots can be collected till lunch time. If you recollect, we're extending it to the end of Q&A. So end of Q&A officially would be the time that we would close the ballot shop. So I don't know how long Q&A will run. We have 10 minutes on the agenda. So I'll think in another 10-15 minutes we can close the ballot shop. So I'll call on Patrice to answer Mike's question. Or would you prefer we take all questions? I think we should answer the ones asked already. Patrice? Yes.
Am I on now? That's right. With regard to the audit fees that has been quoted and approved last year was $10,000, which is $10,000 including the IT audit and the financial audit. That is included in the line of professional fees, together with other consultancies and professional fees. We don't have a one-liner which shows audit fees on its own. I think the second question was on the drop in. Right. Yeah, I think when doing the budget for this year, I think in the past what has happened is we've based our operating expenses on a projected increase in membership, which seems to have been a little bit over ambitious. So what we've done this time, we've maintained it at the same level as previous year, and then review as we go forward. And I think this is I think during Mark's presentation we mentioned we try to be as conservative as possible. So that we don't overinflate, and then we get to 6 months down the line, we realize we're not going to make those membership, and by that time we would have committed all the expenses, and it may be difficult for us to go back. Yeah.
Thank you very much. Professor Kweno.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I have a series of questions related to Finance and Audit Committee's reports, if I may. First set, is it normal?
Please, can you just increase the decibels a bit?
Because
sorry, old man. Sorry, yeah, old man.
Okay, I'll get you on. Mr. Chairman, I have a series of questions relating to Finance and Audit Committee reports. So if you bear with me. The first is it normal practice for alternate members to chair board committees? Why not have the CEO assisted by finance director presenting budget? Regarding KPMG, what criteria were used to select KPMG in the first place? And why did we have unsatisfactory job? And how do we select a new external auditor such that we don't have the same? What makes us think that the new auditor will resolve the issues? And the caution here is KPMG can react. Why do we continue to spend all income? Can Finance and Audit Committee meetings be open so that members' appreciation of their work will be increased? Thank you very much, sir.
Thank you very much. Still related? Okay. So we can take all questions together. Fiona.
Mine is related to finance. Fiona Songa. A question referring back to my proposal during the last AGM in Djibouti. I recommended we have a governance committee. That still hasn't been done. I'm seeing a lot of challenges we are facing right now. I think as a result of the absence of that, we have gone through the report from the board on the audit and financial report, which is circulated on email with the final financials. And I think a lot of the issues that you raised there would have been put in check if you put in some time to just put together a governance committee that would help streamline all that coordination that needed to have been done. Second is a question on operational best practices that goes to both the budgets, the finance committee, the audit committee, and CFO for AFRINIC staff. Best practices have it that operationally you need to have your budget or your financials generally expensed in a particular manner. When an organization has more than 30% of its expenses on HR, we are in the red. That should be a red flag that we need to look at that. We've seen a budget presentation of showing a 25% coverage on HR. I would like to understand what is AFRINIC planning to do to reduce that HR from where it is at about 56% down to 25%, because that has an implication on staff and either their remunerations or their continuity with the organization. It's good that we know whether there's going to be retrenchment, if staff are going to lift up. We can also as a community figure out how we are going to absorb them so that there is no panic and there is smooth transition. Finally, I would like to ask for the rationale for the board in feeling that they had to send out the report they sent out, and what does the board plan to do if KPMG come back with a lawsuit? Are we in a position to handle that and the repercussions of that? What is the management of risk in as far as the bad reporting is done? And finally, this is the second time we have auditors. We're saying they're not doing a good job. I think we need to look internally. We cannot keep saying all the best auditors, Ernst & Young, KPMG, we're not going to go to look at Pricewaterhouse or someone that big again, and we still keep saying they don't know their work. I think we need to look internally and figure out whether there is something wrong with the way we are working, and stop pointing the finger outward, and let us sort the problems out internally.
Thank you very much, Fiona. Yes, sir.
Merci.
Thank you. I have a motion. There is a problem in my view. I felt frustrated in the way some of the colleagues were treated. My motion is the following. In order to continue the work, we need this motion. There is a problem of trust and there is this feeling of frustrated among some of the participants here.
Thank you for that. I understand the feeling of frustration, and I did apologize earlier on for going to the extent of trying to say that I'll ask security to ask the gentleman that would not sit down to leave the room. I'd like to again apologize. I thought since I apologized, the issue is resolved. But may I request the gentleman that raised the motion of privilege to please come back and let me know if my apology was not accepted when I made it. This is without prejudice to the fact that we were discussing an issue, and this is an issue being introduced that is not what is on the table. But I'd like to make that exception so that we can make progress. Ideally, we should dispense with the financial report before introducing another business. I just want peace to reign without any member feeling marginalized in the meeting. So if the gentleman would please clarify whether my apology was not accepted, but I did make an apology earlier on.
I think you have to ask the question to the assembly. I expressed my frustration, and I firmly believe that many others of my colleagues felt this, have the same feeling.
What makes it easy is for you to talk about yourself instead of talking about the others. It is the chair that speaks for everybody. So please, it's your privilege. I will then gauge the mood of others based on what you say about yourself. If I did hurt your ability to contribute effectively, I once again want to apologize for that, and to all other members who feel the same way you feel. May I then know if my apology is accepted by you?
Okay.
Okay, your apology is accepted, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much. May I also once again apologize to every other member seated who feels the chair's name was sounding like Mobutu Sese Sunday. So I would like to just apologize once again so that we move on.
I have some questions from the Jabber room, Chair. May I?
Yes, please go ahead.
Okay, first question is for the CEO of AFRINIC. Okay. I would like to know, it's from Shoalstein, E-Networks, South Africa. So I would like to know why such a high staff turnover of almost 25%? What is the reason? Has it been looked into, resolved? If not, why not? Do you still have the other two? Oh, that was the other two questions. I'm sorry. So, do I state the other two questions?
Yes, please go ahead.
Okay. Other question is for finance. For the past several years, there has been invoicing issues. That is, invoice have incorrect amounts. One isn't able to pay when the invoice is received, and then the discount is not reflected. We have had these issues repeatedly. This exasperates the issue of members not paying. What is being done to resolve this? Second question, same person. Third question is to the audit committee. Is there any penalty to poor performance of the auditors? And then I second Fiona's comment. Perhaps there is an internal issue. Thank you.
Thank you. Boubacar?
Merci, Chair. Thank you, Chair. I thought that we could ask several questions, but I understood that that only on finance. The questions that I had have already been asked by my predecessors. However, I would like to support what Fiona just said. That is, we should look seriously what we are doing within AFRINIC in terms of financial organization, because we cannot have 1 year after the other auditors who are the most known in the world be changed in 2013 for performance, and then this year we are going to go for another one. These are the three enterprises that are the most known in the world, so we have a serious problem and we have to look at.
Bonjour, I will speak in.
Good morning. I am Osman from WhatsApp. I would like to thank those who made the presentations, but it's the fifth time regarding the finance presentation. I always had the same impression that which is the following. We know more or less what we have in terms of income, and we try to do everything to spend as much as possible. And these spending is done in areas of consumption, mainly human resources. What I would like to ask you and the board, the members of the community, is it possible within the framework of the strategic plan to see to what extent the money collected could serve more so that the aim of the association be strengthened? So far, we have always talked that there are IP addresses that are not consumed, but by using them, we increase the financial capacity of the association. Is it possible in the future to see to it so that we can have levels or tiers and say that we cannot go beyond such and such percentage of the budget for such and such activity? This is done everywhere else, including the state budgets, and we cannot take all of the spending and then allocate for 50% to personnel, while the element that will allow the institution to live is not. We always complain about that we cannot use the sources of our IP addresses, which could reinforce our community. Thank you again.
Thank you very much. So many questions have been asked, but I just want to reinforce a little clarification that seems to encompass everything. I would ask specific people who are addressed to respond to those parts. But as chair, I just want to clear some things so that members will understand from the perspective of the board that that's what we have done. The first is that for some time, we have based our budget on what we collect, the revenue for existing members, and also some projections for membership growth. So we make a projection at the beginning of the year to say this is the growth in membership that we want or that we will get, and most often we miss the mark. We don't really get those new members as we plan. So what the board has done, beginning from AFRINIC-21 in Mauritius, is to say moving forward, we want to move from that method of budgeting to the one that only budgets for the next year from the collections we made in the previous year, so that we're not budgeting on anticipated income, we're budgeting on the actual membership that we have. We then deduct from that actual membership how many delinquent members we project we may have, before we then allow for some surplus for the year on the basis with which we would budget for the year. That was the resolution the board took at AFRINIC-21 in Mauritius. But we recognize that the company in the previous year posted a negative result. And if we go ahead to implement that, it would further impact the figure and make what does not look pretty really look very bad. So the decision we made is that we will roll back that membership projection figure 20% annually for the next 5 years. So that if we take off 20% every year, at the end of 5 years, we would be where we want to be, budgeting actually on revenue of the previous year as the basis for budgeting the ensuing year. That resolution was taken, and as at 2015, we have reduced that 20% on the entire budget. So that is already implemented for the first year. So by the second year, 40%, third year, 60% until we hit 0. So that way we can budget on actual and also cut back to be able to have some reserve. I hope the principle is clear to members. So the board actually did something by taking a resolution and by applying it on the budget for 2015 that we are in now. Thank you. The other questions, I believe Paulos took note of all the questions Professor Queno asked, as well as the questions some Fiona asked, and the last one from Saul online. When you finish, then yes, come and respond now. Then Badru would respond to the HR questions. I would want to shield Alan. Is barely 1 month on the seat, and I don't want to put him in the spotlight. That would be unfair.
Yeah, thank you. Maybe you will correct me if I skip any of the questions. The selection of KPMG, I think I got that question. This selection of KPMG went through an extensive RFP last year. We actually sent out a request for proposals to some 90 organizations in Mauritius that are listed by the Mauritian Finance and Audit Commission, and we got to around 32 responses to the RFP. We went through an extensive process for assessing those, and we presented this in great detail to the AGM last year. So our understanding was that we did go through the due process in this, and we ranked the top 4 applicants in the RFP assessment. So due process was followed, and we are instead of going out to actually do the same thing this year, we thought that we would use that process to select the next auditor, and we are simply following up on the same process to recommend to this AGM the appointment of Deloitte as the auditor for 2015. I hope that addresses that issue. There was a question of rationale for sending out the report to the community. This was actually in response to calls from the community to see the financials in good time for this AGM. So, although the audit committee was mindful of the accuracy and process followed, the board made a decision to release the report that was submitted to us on 25 May. And I think all of you who saw that report will see that quite a few of those pages were still marked draft by the auditor. There was a question on internal audit or internal problems that may be leading to the yearly annual audit. This is probably the case. Again, last year when we were doing the RFP, we did actually raise the issue from the audit committee whether an internal auditor was required for the organization. The assessment and the answers that we got was that an internal auditor was not required. So maybe this needs to be revisited. Maybe we do need an internal auditor, and it's a question that probably the board needs to look at, but in doing that, I think we would benefit from contributions from this AGM. I think that were all the questions on audit. Did I skip anyone?
Yes. I think you misunderstood my question, Fiona here. The question is, you've sent us to the community a board report that really is trying to paint KPMG in the negative or to excuse the absence of proper financials being presented. And my question is, what's the rationale of that? Because really, if the board is not performing and wants to let us know that they're not performing, then that document helps to explain that. If it is that the problem is KPMG, then like we've done in the past, this was not so necessary. So what's the rationale of this whole 6-page document, which gives us so much detail that really should be within the premise of the board? What does the board expect the community to do? Because from where I sit on behalf of the Telecommunication Service Providers Association of Kenya, if my board presented this to our members, the entire board would be told they failed to perform in as far as their financial duties and obligations are concerned.
Okay, through you, Mr. Chairman.
Yes, you may respond.
I think the issue was, I think double forward. We wanted, this was extracted from the audit committee report to the board, And part of the reason for putting it out was to show that due process was followed, and to indicate the decisions, the recommendations that we have made at the end, that is to change auditors and to delay the release of the signed financial statement. The financial statement, as is indicated in there, will be delayed until the auditor cleans it up. So it was just to assist, maybe put out to assist the community to see what we were going through and justify the resolutions of the board.
Okay, in addition to what Paulus said, two things I would want to emphasize. The first is that we did not have a problem with the initial auditor. We absolutely did not have a problem. But we felt we've had the same auditor for 10 years. There was need for a change. So that was what influenced the first change. It was not because the board felt that auditor did not perform. But in terms of process, when we made the first change, audit committee insisted that they would not approve the report online without a face-to-face meeting. That was what led to the delay in Djibouti. This is the first time we are having a delay because the auditors brought 3 sets of figures and it took time for them to synchronize it with what management prepared as an account. I hope I make it now sound clearer, because I want to avoid us going deeper, because the more we try to answer questions, it's like digging a pit with your feet in it. It happened because we tried to improve. Okay, and that attempt did not meet with success the first time. I hope, Fiona, you are happy with that.
I think I will have to take that for the time being, as we're still discussing, but the truth is it's leaving a lot to be desired.
Thank you.
Point taken.
Point taken. All right, the next person who will be answering some questions is Badru on the HR issues.
Thank you. The main issue on HR was 2 questions. One of them was on the percentage, the ratio, in terms of the ratio of cost on HR and the budget. This is something that has been worked on for the last 2 or 3 years. Primarily, it came from our growth a few years back, and the board planned to drive that down to 40%. And we're moving down. They should be more focused on actually bringing it down lower. The other question, the other issue that hits our ratio is the cost of the nature of our business is we have a lot of expatriates. By nature, the fact that we are a multi-stakeholder global regional organization, so we really need to also have full level of regional representation on the staff, which brings us the need to have a good spread of expatriate staff. So that creates a bit of a difference in terms of costing. So it will not be possible to bring that number. It will be very hard to bring that number to the global standard of 40%. By the way, it's not 30, it's usually 40% on headcount, which is what we're aiming at. We think we'll be able to do 45. I think the projection was about 2 or 3 years to get to that point. The next question was on turnover. The turnover numbers have also gone down a little bit. We've been reducing that by increasing the benefits and making it a bit easier for staff to actually live in Mauritius. Earlier it was a lot harder, but HR did quite some work to actually improve the lifestyle, though it's still not where it should be. But there's work towards trying to make sure that staff manage to stay longer in Mauritius.
Thank you very much, Badru. Sean, then Dewale, and who's at the back? Douglas. Then we'll answer those set of questions again. Please, the Q&A we have now is all on the updates, the morning session. All the updates that have been given so far covers the Q&A we're doing now. Sean?
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chair. My name is Sean Ojedeji from Nigeria. Some of my questions have been asked. However, I'd like to expand on Fiona's question, and I think for me the response that was given may not be sufficient. I'd like to clarify my own question in that line. Based on the report that was sent by the board, does it mean, I think we may conclude that perhaps KPMG is the problem. However, I want to confirm if there is an agreement between the board and KPMG on their time of reference. Did you sign any agreement with them? And what did the agreement say when they especially don't comply with the timeline? Because the report actually said a lot about their non-compliance with timeline. Have they been paid? We need to know that. My other question is in relation to a section of the report where KPMG was trying to refer to the revenue reserve to not be cash. That is, it's not cash, but it's assets. And the board indicated that they have actually thrown the question back to KPMG. I think we need a response on that now. And my question to the board also will be, what do you understand the revenue reserve to be? Have you actually seen the figure? Do you know if it's actually cash or assets as claimed by KPMG?
Sorry, Sean, I want to understand what you want us to do. Is it to explain what it is or for KPMG to explain? Bear in mind, KPMG is not here. So if you're asking for an explanation from KPMG, you cannot get it here. So let's be practical with what we ask.
I would like to hear what you think it is here.
I will tell you that I believe it is not cash.
Okay.
Revenue reserve is everything when you deduct expenses. That's your reserve.
Okay, so why did you send, based on that, why did you send the request to KPMG? Because page, page 3 of number 5 of the report that was sent indicated that you required clarification from KPMG as to the way they refer to the revenue reserve.
Okay, hold on, Alan will clarify for you.
Okay.
Thank you. I'm not a member of the audit committee, but I do believe I can answer this. What's listed as revenue reserve on the balance sheet, in my understanding, is simply the excess of assets over liabilities. So it's not cash. The cash shows as under assets. The revenue reserve is simply the result of some arithmetic when you subtract the liabilities from the assets. So there's no bank account with that 1.2 million in it. There's no assets with that value. It's simply the result of an arithmetic calculation, subtracting two figures.
Yeah, correct.
The reason we asked, the reason the audit committee asked KPMG is they wanted an explanation along the lines of what I've just given verbally to be included in the notes to the financial statement, because the audit committee believed that the term reserve was confusing, that people in the community might think that it was cash.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you. Dewale.
Dewale here, Nigeria ICT Forum. I just have a comment responding to the selection of audit companies. And it's that if the process that produced KPMG as the best performer in the previous year might be seen as a little bit questionable since we've not been able to get the best out of them. If we use that same process to take the next best performer, how are we sure that we're going to get good results? So there might be a need for a subsection of the community to take a look at that RFP, take a closer look at it before we jump to taking Deloitte as the next company. One other comment responding to the chair saying that there was no problem with the first auditor. I was at the AGMM in Lusaka, and I would excuse you because you were just elected to the board at that meeting. There was a delay with Ernst & Young at that meeting, and we were not able to see some reports, if I remember correctly.
I already addressed that, Dewale. The reason why there was a delay was there was no timeline for them to comply with. So they worked at their own rate. But now a timeline was created. Part of what then happened when the timeline was created in Djibouti is that allowance was not made, perhaps due to costs, for the audit committee to sit in a face-to-face meeting to consider the report before presenting it to the board. And the audit committee in Djibouti, where I was already sitting on the board, insisted that they will not process the report online. It will have to be at a face-to-face. That's what led to the delay in Djibouti. So you are very correct. I was not on the board in Lusaka. In fact, I was electioneering, but I did understood what was going on. Thank you.
Okay, noted.
But we'll take what you have suggested about community input in evaluating the next choice of auditor, and I have said there that it is noted, we shall comply with that.
Okay, thank you, sir. One other comment that might help is to have milestones in addition to the timeline so that you can track and not wait until the point where deadlines are not met before we start running around. Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much. Douglas?
Alan, just a follow-up question. Earlier when you were making a presentation, you indicated that we have made, I believe, foreign exchange gains of about $30,000. However, in the same report that I'm looking at, we've also had some unrealized more than $89,000. For me, this means as of the time we're actually doing this, I'm trying to put these numbers in context. This actually for me tells me that as of that time, we have a minus, not a plus, as you suggested. The second thing I wanted to point out, which is a follow-up on the appointment of our auditor, is I wanted to query. Yes, the board has pointed out that there was a problem with the submission of the audit report, and they would like to have us believe that it has everything to do with the auditor that has been appointed, and they're requesting that we change them. My question is, do we know this? Do we know this for a fact? And I'm saying this because we all know that our auditor is the auditor we appointed is not exactly some guy from off of the street. And in the way of them having the capabilities to complete their job, they actually do have the resources and capabilities. So the question is, could other factors such as this being their first year or other factors be playing a part here? And is it possible that maybe changing them may or may not be exactly the right thing to do? Thank you.
Thank you very much, Douglas. I can say very clearly that it was observed that the auditors had problems understanding our business. They did have challenges understanding our business. But I don't know if Paulus wants to throw in more light to that, what Douglas has raised.
Can I just, thank you very much, but I'm sure the previous auditor had the same problem in the first year they did our audits maybe several years ago. Is it possible that as well this could be a rash decision? Thank you.
Okay, Paulus?
Thank you, Chair. I think there are maybe one or two issues before the last speaker, but I can start with that. Actually, the audit committee went to a great extent to consult the auditor on why things were happening the way they were. And if you see from the release that we made, whether they actually followed their own process for doing an audit. And the answers we got was that they didn't actually follow their own process. And unfortunately, the partner who did the audit has resigned from KPMG and moving on to another job. So continuity will be an issue if we go ahead with KPMG. I think that the issues have been raised in the release. If you look at it carefully, all the reasons are in there on why we think that the ultimate decision should be to move on to a new auditor. I think there were a few other things that were raised. Have they been paid? The answer is no, they have not been paid. Is there a penalty? These things are things that we'll discuss with them as they proceed to refine the audit. The RFP from last year, it is published online. So if members want to have a look at what was actually done, the RFP is there, the conditions, the assessment, the evaluation, it's all in there. And we did publish the results that we got at the end of assessing the proponents in the RFP. So this is not a hidden fact. You are welcome to assess the RFP.
Thank you very much, Paulus. So members, I would request, oh, sorry.
Can
I almost got confused for a split second that you're a cameraman. Forgive me.
I used to be a cameraman.
Forgive me, Boubacar. You have the floor.
Boubacar Bari Wakren. Chair, ça c'est une question par rapport.
I have a question about concerning the board update. In fact, I expect that the board adopts a request from the community yesterday, especially that some document shall be made available. If I'm not wrong, it was for this morning. And if this has not been done, when can we have this document? Thank you.
Thank you very much, Boubacar. That's not a difficult one for me to answer. The resolutions up to the end of the year have been approved by the board and should be put online. But we actually were working on the minutes, and indeed we're just at the last 3 or 4 paragraphs in the minutes when we had to adjourn to be able to sit in this annual general meeting of members. But I'd like to report that we are almost done with it, and we shall post it as soon as it is done, probably before tomorrow morning. Yes, Boubacar?
I think there is a problem because yesterday we spoke about the minutes, we spoke about the resolution, and I think that we agreed that for the minutes it would be a problem to have them now, but there would be no problem to have the resolution today.
Answer, the resolutions have been posted. We have approved the resolution. In fact, we were almost through with approving the minutes. Just for information, the board took 2 resolutions today. The first resolution is that henceforth, all minutes of board meetings will be published moving forward. The board took that resolution this morning. The details The details and the wordings will be communicated. We just needed to come for this AGMM. So the board adjourned from its meeting to come to this AGMM. Indeed, there was a bit of confusion. The confusion was that AGMM was initially listed as 1:30 and then brought forward to 11 on the revised agenda. And somehow, I apologize, I made that mistake. I was still working by the 1:30 timing without realizing it had been brought forward. So we had to adjourn that board meeting. The second resolution that passed is that the board, because all of us sitting here only took our seats in the last 1 year, we will release all the minutes of the meetings that are held in the last 1 year, moving backward. Okay? So those two resolutions were passed this morning by the board. The exact wordings would be communicated to members. But I just wanted to say, from the point of accountability and taking the input of the community, that has been done. Mike?
Chair, thank you. One question, if I may, and then I'd like to propose two resolutions. But if I could ask, in terms of approval of the financials, what is the timing and what is the process that we're going to be using, seeing as they're not going to be presented to this AGMM? What's the process that we're going to follow around approval of financials?
Thank you. The financials will be approved at the November meeting, but I believe the audit committee asked to give the auditors 60 days, if I'm correct, to get their acts together. So 60 days to get the figures, but November meeting for the members' face-to-face approval of the financials.
Chair, unless I've got my timing wrong in terms of the bylaws, I think we're out of time, so in which case I'd like to propose three resolutions. The first resolution is that the time for presentation and approval of the 2014 annual financial statement or audited financial statements be extended until the November face-to-face meeting. The second resolution is that the appointment of Deloitte as proposed GMM, requesting the appointment of a governance committee be restated by this meeting, and that the chair of the board be asked at the next face-to-face meeting or beforehand on the mailing list to report back to the community regarding the implementation of such a committee.
Motion moved. Any seconder?
Fiona Songa, I will second the resolutions.
You're seconding all the three resolutions.
Yes.
Thank you. Discussions on the resolution. Discussions against I would want to take. It's been discussed for. Any discussions against the resolution?
Permission to speak, Chair.
Unfortunately, there is a motion on the floor. We have to dispense with it before we take other things. Unless you are against the resolution, you're free to speak. But if you are not against that resolution, it's only someone who's against that can speak now. I apologize, but that's the procedure.
A point of order. I believe someone can speak in support of the motion as well.
Thank you, Owen. I just wanted to save time because the motion was properly moved, it was properly discussed, it was properly seconded. So if there's a support, great, but I would want to take any motion, any discussion against, so that we'll have a balance and we can take the decision. And if you still want to, Let me explain to those on the queue. If what you want to discuss is the financials, once this motion passes, we finished business with the financials. And if what you want to say is not against it, because basically what Mike has tried to do is to move us forward. So unless there's anything against his motion, if it's all to support, you can just say we support and I'm fine.
One question.
Yes. Question.
The question I'd like to ask is about the audit. To adopt, you said that we need to wait the month of November. I would like to know whether November would be the General Assembly, or you are going to summon or to call for an extraordinary General Assembly, because according the bylaw, November is not the AGMM. So I'm just talking about this point from point of view regarding right.
Thank you. Will be an extraordinary general meeting in November for the adoption of the financials. That's the second motion, I believe. That's the second motion. There were three motions or three resolutions that he tabled, which was seconded. Dewale?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Mark, for the three resolutions. The only one that I would say we should proceed with caution on is taking the employment of another auditor as a solution, as a whole solution to the problems that we've seen so far. We should take a closer look. Thank you.
Point taken, which is the birth of the third resolution, the governance committee. That's what led to the birth of that third solution.
Okay, because he proposed adoption of Deloitte, if I heard correctly.
As recommended. That's what he said.
Which is go ahead and take Deloitte, if I'm getting what you're saying now.
That's what the motion is. Mike, you want to clarify?
But I thought we were talking about taking a closer look at the RFP to improve it so that we don't make the same mistakes.
Mike.
Chair, thank you. I think you're entirely correct. The aim here is to move forward. And I was hoping to provoke exactly this reaction. I think we have two courses of action, because we can't be in a situation where we move away from this meeting without at least some direction regarding the appointment of auditors, or otherwise we risk the possibility of being in conflict of our own.
Clarification at this point.
Just to say that I concur with the views of Mark regarding leaving the auditor's office vacant. It's against the bylaws and against the Companies Act. Either we keep KPMG for another year, or we appoint Deloitte for another year until such time that we decide which course of action to follow. Thank you.
So they were in evaluating the RFP and doing everything, it is for the 2016 audit. The 2015 audit Deloitte has recommended, and if the whatever approval we do now is for the 1 year, the RFP evaluation ETC is for 2016. So, yes, Professor Queno.
Mr. Chairman, I think I can't follow you for the very simple reason that this screen should have the resolution. Maybe you guys are very young and very smart. Me, I'm old now. Me, I just push bits now. I have to start imagining. It's a little difficult. If it's for me difficult, then I'm sure it's for many people equally difficult.
Thank you. Point taken. Gillian, would you be able to put up the 3 resolutions for me, one at a time, please? Thank you. I see Omo at the mic, and I see Adia. Omo.
Thanks, Chair. You just referred to some resolutions being published after your meeting. If you kindly ask staff to provide a URL, I can't find them on the website. Thank you.
What I said is that we took the resolutions before adjourning to come to this meeting, that they will be published.
Yes, Chair. Maybe I misunderstood, but I'm referring to the resolutions that we agreed will be made available this morning from yesterday's discussion.
It's on that board on the website.
First, I want to just confirm the fact that KPMG is starting may explain the issue, because from my recollection, we have the same issue with the auditor, and the way we solve it was to impose or to make interim audit every year, so that the auditor gets used to the way we operate and become more effective. Talking about effectiveness, I will also raise the fact that our auditors, as per AFRINIC by law, have always produced their audit report on time. The bylaw has changed. Before that, the official member of the organization were the 12 board members, and the auditor have always provided to the 12 board members the audit on time. If I remember Lusaka correctly, the chair of the board said at that time that they, as board, received the audit report, and the community was not happy with that, which led to the review of the bylaw to extend the membership so that everybody, so that the record is clearly put in the book. That's what happened in the past. Thank you.
All right, it's getting a bit more challenging for me, but I think I'll just, yes, Christian.
Yeah, because I would like to propose, because even myself, I'm trying to figure out the link you request now for the resolution. I cannot find it. I don't know if we can just put it there for the member to follow. I think it will be better, just to avoid confusion. Thank you.
Okay, Ghislaine, you please display the resolution. Members, the legal counsel just drew my attention to a fact, and that is the fact that we might have to use KPMG for the next 1 year. Even if we want to change KPMG now, we cannot, because the Mauritian Company Act requires us to give them a notice of 28 days that we are going to fire them, and it is on the basis of their response and non-compliance that we can go ahead and do that. Unfortunately, as a board, we did not comply with that. So it therefore means that that recommendation that we appoint Deloitte may not be practicable now. Now, bearing in mind the intervention Adele just made, even Ernst & Young that audited us for 10 years went through a teething problem until they became comfortable with our business. And therefore, I guess I would have to appeal to my audit committee to go easy on KPMG, take this as happenstance, twice will be enemy action, so that whatever decision we'll be making will be for 2016. But let us drop the change in auditor off the slate and only request that KPMG be approved as the auditor that would audit to 2015 accounts so that we can move forward. Okay, Douglas?
I, on this note, would like to table a motion to reapprove KPMG.
Thank you. Seconder?
I second it.
Thank you very much. So basically, Mike's motion is amended, and as amended, Fiona?
Just one thing of concern with everything that we've discussed, even though we're passing the resolutions, I am begging the board now, please put in place a governance committee to handle all these coordination and small things.
Fiona,
so
that
we
was
are
the
not
third
frustrated.
motion. That's the third motion. We have 3 motions. All the 3 are going to be passed now.
I am just feeling the need to re-emphasize.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Fiona. So that you will really drive home your emphasis. Can you do an email with that emphasis to the chairman, please? Thank you. All right. All in favor of the 3 resolutions, say KPMG. You want me to take those resolutions one by one? All right. Can we have the resolutions put up, please? One by one. The first one has to do with approving the financials in November. The second one has to do with reappointment of the KPMG as auditors. And the third one has to do with putting in place a governance committee of the board, which would assure that all those bits and pieces are well taken care of. Those are the 3 resolutions that we're about to vote upon. Yes.
Isaac from Renu. I think with the one of the governance committee, I think we should give an idea of what the TOR will be for that committee, so that we know what it's going to do on our behalf. Maybe
Okay.
Since you proposed it, can you please outline the TOR so that we know what we are voting?
Okay, thank you. Fiona?
Okay. Basically, I run a non-governmental organization that's a Communication Service Providers Association of Kenya. And the function of our board governance committee is to ensure that anything that falls within the docket of contractual, legal, that would have impact on the organization in terms of things that need coordination is done by the board governance committee. That means that though the chair is responsible and the vice chair for that coordination, they have a team of other board members who help them with the CEO to look at on the things that need coordination and need attention. So in this case, what would have happened ideally is that there is a finance committee, there's an audit committee. So the audit committee, as it would be doing its work on ensuring the audit is done, the governance committee is checking on the things that have to do with when that audit should come to the members. What do members expect? What did we put in? What did we request in terms of how reporting should be done during the last meeting? Is it being addressed or not? Because we sort of seem to lump all those things and just throw them to the board. and we come back to our meeting and what we have put in place in terms of requests we want to see are not coming through, because I think also we need to appreciate the fact that every board member there has a full-time job. They are volunteering. And because you are volunteers and we accept that you have offered yourselves to do all this donkey work for us, we're just saying you can help yourselves even coordinate better if you have a governance committee that looks also into operational issues. Where there is procedures that don't make sense, that are a bit off, where the bylaws are getting into conflict with some of the proposals on how members want their things. You don't just leave it to one person as the legal person to address it, but you have the legal person as part of the governance committee, and you have other experts. And I think also maybe the one thing we need to be looking at moving forward is to see where the board feels that they are short, because this time after this election today, we will have reduced the board by 2 individuals. Where the board feels that they are short, I think later as a community, we need to be looking at how do we support them. If AFRINIC is truly ours, then we need to be coming in to help ensure the systems that need to be in place to reinforce the board and the staff in delivering their mandate to us are in place. A governance committee really helps to do sort of coordination, oversight gaps where things may not be synchronized, and ensuring that every other committee, every other department, everyone is sort of in sync. It keeps things in sync, which ordinarily will be the work of a chair. We said, yeah, that's the chair's role. But the chair is one person and may have other responsibilities that they need to carry out as well. I'm sure legally Mike has something really detailed out on how that works, but I was going to put together a paper and send to the board on that.
Thank you very much, Fiona. So the first resolution as amended is what you have there.
Chair, apologies. May I speak to, just with regards to Fiona's comments, I think it is premature for this meeting to start setting out the terms of reference for the governance committee. It was voted on in Djibouti and approved. I think it's now up to the chair of the board to circulate draft terms of reference to the community for comment and discussion. But ultimately, as a board committee, it's in the purview of the board to set out those terms of reference, and I don't think it's now the role of the community. All we're seeking to do is actually implement a resolution of the members that's already been taken 6 months ago or so. With regards to Ashok's comment regarding Section 202 of the Mauritian Companies Act and the 28 days notice and the representation, we're in a slight quandary with regard to that. But Section 203 indicates that the auditor may not seek reappointment. So we're in a potential situation where the auditor may not be seeking reappointment, in which case we could very well appoint a new auditor, and by being bound by a resolution which seeks to reappoint an auditor that we're not particularly happy with and who may not want to do the work, creates a potential quandary. Can I suggest that we maybe postpone that resolution and that we try and find, and with Ashok's guidance, we try and find a mechanism to circumvent, so that we pass a resolution giving the audit committee some leeway regarding auditor appointment without tying us into an auditor who may not be willing to continue, or tying us into a process where the community is not necessarily happy with the RFP that's been run.
Thank you very much. Before I respond to that, the resolutions, Ghislaine, the first one is what you have as number 2. Number 2 resolution is to appoint KPMG as auditors. All right, thank you for the advice, Mike. I was actually being cautious, very, very cautious, because what really led to the request for the TOR of the governance committee is because I guess the community wanted to make sure that what would be done would really meet its expectations. Having said that, I think so that we don't put ourselves into a very tight spot, what Mike is again proposing is that instead of expressly saying it will be this auditor or that auditor, that the community members give the board through its audit committee the leeway to appoint, to finalize the appointment of the auditor. I'm using that word finalize because we've made ourselves very clear. Because basically what Mike is pointing out is that we may ratify here that KPMG is appointed, should be appointed, get back to Mauritius, and KPMG says they are not interested in continuing because of all the challenges. So we don't want a situation where the AGMM will approve the appointment of KPMG, and then we get back to Mauritius, KPMG is not able to, and Deloitte, which will be the next fallback, was not approved. So we just need to find that balance, agree on it, and move forward. Professor Okweno, I see you at the mic.
Yes, sir. I think we are, instead of being positive, we are anticipating problems. And we seem to be actually trying to put a wedge between ourselves and the accounting committee, auditing community. This will
Please, can you just be a bit at the mic? Those of us here can't hear you. Just move a bit closer. Thank you.
Okay.
Yeah,
I'm
good.
sort of just saying that we need to be avoiding putting a wedge between ourselves and the accounting community. We are working with, KPMG, as was explained by Adiel. It does indeed take some time before they get it right. And so, we should really just work with them instead of anticipating that they may not accept. And because of that, I don't think it's a good spirit. In fact, if I were KPMG and I heard about the discussion going on, I'm likely to feel uncomfortable continuing. And so I'm rather suggesting that we may be driving them away instead of helping them do the job. It may be just better to say that, okay, that's the best we've got, so let's make it work. And then do our best effort to make it work. And then when it's not the right thing, you find a recourse. Meaning be more optimistic in your algorithms than pessimistic in the algorithms. Because being pessimistic will poison your reputation in the accounting community, and that can be a problem. Thank you.
Thank you. Mike?
I think Nii raises an interesting question. My experience is auditors go where the audit fees are, and so I don't really think there's a concern about poisoning our reputation. That being said, as I read the Mauritius Companies Act, I think the correct approach is to appoint KPMG, to engage with them. 195(2) of the Companies Act allows the board to fill a casual vacancy. If and I think the audit committee needs to be very firm with KPMG that we weren't happy with this year's performance. And if they are going to accept the reappointment, they really need to pull up their socks. And if they're willing to continue, we work with them. And I think the view of the room is that Deloitte's may be adequate, but the audit committee needs to relook at what and why and the conditions included. But 195(2) of the Companies Act does give the board that authority to fill a casual vacancy.
Thank you very much. So on that note, we can now put up the 3 resolutions and we approve them one after the other. Can I have the first resolution? First one is what is currently numbered as 2. So please, number 2 there should be 1. And number 2 would be that the AGMM approves the appointment of KPMG subject to their engagement by the audit committee, and if that fails, Deloitte be appointed. That's the resolution. So please just leave the second resolution as KPMG is approved for reappointment, like that. So resolution 2 is that KPMG be approved, while 3 is what is currently 2. So 2, KPMG be approved for reappointment by the AGMM. Be approved for reappointment, period. Okay, thank you. So resolution 1 is that the community accept the delay in the presentation of the AG annual financial statements until a special general meeting in November 2015. Resolution 2 is that KPMG be approved for reappointment for a further year, or for the year 2015, please. Sorry, my apologies. For the year 2015. And resolution 3 is that the resolution of the 2014 AGMM regarding a governance committee be reaffirmed and the chair be asked to report on implementation. Thank you. All in favor of the first resolution, let me see by show of hands, please. First resolution, show of hands. Thank you. Those against? Thank you. Resolution passes unanimously. Second resolution, that KPMG be approved for reappointment for the year 2015. All in favor, show of hands. Thank you. Those against? Thank you. Resolution passes unanimously. And the third resolution, that the resolution of the 2014 AGMM regarding a governance committee be reaffirmed and the chair be asked to report on implementation. Before we take this resolution, I would like us to have amend it that it should be the suggestion of the 2014 AGMM. There was no resolution then. I think it was a suggestion. So we cannot now make a suggestion, a resolution now. So can we change it to the suggestion so that...
Chair, sorry, if I may, not having been there, I can't comment on the accuracy of the minutes, but given that they were adopted, the minutes reflect it as being a resolution.
Is it in resolution number?
Mike, can you give us the resolution number, please?
I'll pull it out of the minutes, but the minutes indicate that it was resolved. It doesn't give a resolution number.
I would like that checked before I proceed. Otherwise, I would like to amend it to suggestion. We need to be very accurate. I don't want to put a noose around my own neck. All right, Mike, will anything be destroyed if we change it to suggestion? I don't want somebody to come in a year's time and say resolutions were made twice and not implemented. It's dangerous for record purpose. Thank you. Please, could you change the use of resolution to suggest or suggestion, please? Yes, Sean.
Yeah, Mr. Chair, I want to throw that question to you. Will adding suggestion actually determine how fast you implement the resolution 3?
Well, the point is that it is wrong for this AGMM to take a resolution last year and it was not implemented by the board. It is an indictment. The resolution was taken to set up a governance board and that resolution was not implemented. But if we make it a resolution now, then it gets implemented. But I don't want somebody to come back in future and say, but there was first a resolution in 2013 that was not implemented. So I'm just being careful that we are accurate. All right, so having said that, Douglas, still an issue? Please lay it on. Please lay it on.
The first thing is I would like a time frame to be tied to this resolution. And the second thing is, since there is trouble with the wording, I'm suggesting we just table it afresh.
Yes.
As if it didn't, regardless of what happened in the minutes of the last meeting, we can just table it right now as a fresh motion for you to implement this such that there is no relationship or being tied back to that particular, whatever it turns out to be, a suggestion or a motion.
Thank you. I think it's easier now. We have seen where it is in the minutes. It's a proposal by Fiona, but actually was not resolved. So we're still in order by changing it that the proposal at the 2014 AGMM. So please change the wording to the proposal. So it's now a formal motion. That's the proposal at the, thank you. Thank you. And report on implementation at the November 2015 meeting. That was exactly what the motion was. Report on implementation at the November 2015 meeting. That way we have a full resolution with a time boundary, which is no longer ambiguous. Thank you. All right, ready to take a vote? All in favor of the third resolution? Show of hands, please. Thank you. Those against? Show of hands. Motion passes. Thank you very much, members. We are done now with the part of the agenda that we should have finished by lunchtime. We now move to item 6.0, special resolutions. So we are going to ask that special resolutions 1, 2, and 3 be presented by Andrew Alston at this point, and we are then going to debate on the resolutions and then take a vote on them. May I request, please, that I want to know, would we like to discuss them individually or all at a time? Will it be better? Okay. Since the resolutions are all related, what the CEO has done is to group them. So the first 3 resolutions, resolutions 1, 2, and 3, are all related. So Andrew is going to present the 3, then we'll discuss them, and then we'll vote on each of them. Okay?
Good morning. Well, good afternoon. I apologize.
Andrew, before you do this, I would like to request that you step down to the floor and not the podium. These resolutions are being presented by Andrew Alston as a member of AFRINIC, not as a member of the board of AFRINIC. I just wanted that to be clear. They are resolutions of a member, not resolutions proposed by the board. Let me also say, before Andrew, before you present, for the purposes of the members that are following remotely, the way this would go is that when the resolutions are presented, if we have to vote on them, voting will open for paper ballots and simultaneously for e-voting. But the staff would need at least 10 minutes to set up e-voting. What this means is that at the point where paper balloting opens, 10 minutes after that or more, e-voting will be able to open for remote participants to vote on the resolutions. But it will close 10 minutes after it opens, and the chair will announce when e-voting opens and when e-voting closes. Tally will be done thereafter. There is the possibility that we can move on to discussing other things while waiting for e-voting to close for those 10 minutes. I just thought I should relay this procedure. This was discussed extensively by the board so that we do not stay here into the gala night. I hope I am clear with that. I see Christian talking from the floor.
Yeah, now as a member of the community, I remove my board hat. I want to put a comment before we move forward.
Is this on the procedure or on the resolution?
On the procedure, sir.
Christian, you have the floor.
Okay. Just I want to ask you two questions before we proceed on the procedure, because normally when a resolution is tabled, it's subject to the debate and update.
I said that when for each of these resolutions, we are going to discuss them.
Exactly.
I have said that.
Which means that when we will discuss, it will be different with the one we will have in the bylaws. Which means we will use this bill to vote for something which is not correct according to this paper. This is the first problem we'll have.
I don't understand what you're saying.
What I'm saying is, after discussion, there will be some updates on the resolution. If I compare the update with the one we have here, it will be different. It seems like we are voting on different things.
Christian, can we, when we get to that bridge, let's cross it?
We are in that bridge.
What I'm saying, nothing has been presented yet. Be patient.
Yes.
Christian.
Now we are discussing about what the procedure, right? Which means that everything should be clearly defined before we move forward. That's why I'm asking. I'm raising my concern.
I understand what you are saying.
Yes.
But until we get to see what exactly you are saying.
But we are there. How do you want to wait when we reach there?
Can you please understand me? I have sought to understand you. Please be patient to understand me. Whatever is wrong,
okay,
this assembly is going to see what is wrong and then take a decision. You are telling us something is wrong. We haven't seen what is wrong.
I didn't say that. What I'm saying is we should define the rule before we proceed. That is my concern.
Please, can you state what rule you have in mind?
Okay, maybe let me restate my concern. What I'm saying is, when someone tables the resolution will be subject to some edit. There will be some change on the resolution.
Resolutions cannot be edited. That's the point. A resolution is either accepted or rejected. It cannot be modified.
Disagree?
Yes, I thought you knew that. I apologize. I frankly thought you knew that, so I was confused.
No. Chair, I disagree.
Sorry?
I totally disagree with you.
You disagree with me? Yes. Amazing.
Chair, if I may speak, Chair.
All right. I just said that the resolutions cannot be modified on the floor and a member disagreed. I'd like the legal advisor to clarify.
Thank you, Chair. Now, if you look at the nature of a special resolution, it requires notice, I think, for 21 days before it is tabled. 14 days. Now, it is a special resolution put in with the notice circulated to members. According to company practice, a special resolution cannot be amended. Because if it is amended, it becomes a new resolution. And if you are going to vote on it, it's a special resolution, it hasn't passed the test of the 14 days. But the logic, it cannot be amended. Of course, it can be voted upon with whatever success or failure it is going to catch. But no amendment except for editorial corrections, or if it involve accounts, they change the status of the account, this is possible. But as a matter of, as a principle, special resolution table cannot be amended. Now I said it's in terms of company practice. You won't find it in the bylaws, you won't find it in the Companies Act.
May I state, for the avoidance of doubt, I will come to you, Christian. May I say, for the avoidance of doubt, that a special resolution requires 75% votes to pass. 75% votes to pass, because it is a special resolution. So, anybody who does not want the resolution is free to vote against it. It is the responsibility of the proponent to make sure that 75% of members support that resolution. Having said that, if there are still issues on the procedure, let us discuss. The resolutions have not been tabled, so they cannot be discussed until they are tabled. And that is why we never opened e-voting on the resolutions until now. Until they are tabled, though the notice is given, they cannot be discussed. I see, Christian again, no, Omo, I'll take Omo first and then come back.
Thank you, Chair. Please forgive me if I am not as conversant with the rules, but I noted that legal emphasized that this was according to Company Act. So I'm wondering, we're a consensus organization, why are we voting? Because I'm not sure. I'd like to see a show of hands, and I wonder, and if these are the bylaws, if these are the bylaws, and these bylaws are driven by the community, perhaps there's an issue here that I don't understand. So I was hoping somebody would clarify.
Thank you, Omo, for a very, very good question. Again, let me emphasize what I said yesterday. You see, until we hear ourselves, we might be working with these assumptions. I would rather want the proponent of the special resolution to table it first. There will be argument for, then there will be arguments against. Then we can take decisions before we go into voting. For all I care, as the chair of this meeting, we may not even process all the resolutions. So I think let's hear ourselves first, whether for better or for best. At least let it be heard. Having said that, Christian.
I want to confirm with the legal counsel because I'm not a lawyer. If I follow the legal counsel correctly, the option to prevent us to update a special resolution is not in the bylaw, neither in the Company Act. I'm correct?
No, there is no express provision in the bylaws, but as I told you earlier, since a special resolution needs a notice of 14 days before being tabled, if you change that today, You have a new resolution which requires notice to the assembly. That's the logic that I have always, as company secretary, given that advice, stood by that advice. I have my learned friend, Mr. Mike Cyber, in the hall, maybe, if he could confirm or concur with me or not.
Which means what we are doing is logic, it's not by the law, right?
Now, if you refer to the notice of 28 days, it's purely legal.
Yeah, but I'm more concerned about the editing aspect because I want to know based on which legal document we are standing on. This is my concern.
I said that logic. I said that already. There no express provision in the Companies Act, no other bylaws.
Okay.
But the Companies Act tells you if you want a special resolution, you put it on you table it 14 days before the AGM. Now, if you change that, we have a new special resolution before this assembly which has stood the test of the 14 days. That's the legal aspect of it.
At the same time, nothing prevents me to change that. Thank you.
I need to understand your summary. Okay, all right, Sheung.
Yeah, Mr. Chair, my name is Sheung Ojedeji from Nigeria. I just want to again ask that you clarify for us what resolution you said was published on the website, because I haven't seen it. I've been checking.
I did not say any resolution. I said the resolutions that the board took will be published on the website.
Okay, a point of clarification, Mr. Chair. You did mention yesterday, and I hope I got you right, that the resolution, that those motions that were approved, that they will be published on the website today. There is only the minutes that will be delayed. So,
Sheung, two things, please.
Yes, please.
What we are discussing now has to do with special resolution.
Yeah.
Whether, please hear me, we're discussing the special resolution per the agenda. What you are talking about yesterday or whenever has nothing to do with these special resolutions.
I agree.
These special resolutions were sent to members 14 days before this AGMM. I didn't say they were published. And this is according to the bylaw.
Mr. Chair, I am not referring to this special
Then
resolution.
you are out of order. What we are discussing now is the procedure for the introduction of the special resolutions. Please help me to run an efficient meeting.
Okay, thank you. Maybe I'll bring it up within the AOB.
Thank you. Professor Kweno?
Yes, sir. I have a question and a statement. The question is, in what capacity are these resolutions being presented? You said a member. What member?
I did say that, and that was the reason why I said Andrew should step down from the podium to take off his board hat, because he proposed the resolution as an ordinary member. But I'm sure when the resolutions are being put on the table, that will be answered. And that's why I said until resolutions are presented, it might be prejudicial to make pronouncements on what has not been presented.
Please, sir, I'm not asking about the content of the resolution. I'm asking who is proposing these resolutions.
The resolutions are being proposed by Andrew Alston.
In what capacity?
Andrew?
I represent no less than 10 organizations. So for the avoidance of doubt, they are being proposed by Liquid Telecommunications Holdings, Mauritius, as a member of this community.
So this is a resolution from Liquid Communications, is that correct?
For the avoidance of doubt, yes.
Thank you very much. Now, I just wanted to be clear. I'd like to make a comment.
Please, Prof, the mic needs to be precise. We can't hear you. Sorry, they need to raise it up to. Sorry, I'm very sorry.
Okay. These resolutions to be discussed, I believe, will end up being voted upon in some form or fashion. I think with respect to procedures, we need to be reminded that if it's as fundamental as affecting bylaws, it may be better for us to be looking for consensus than by voting. Because we are a community-based organization, and so as a procedure, I am uncomfortable. I mean, you can say the bylaw says this and you follow that, but I'm saying good judgment tells me that if this is a community organization, I mean, we reject voting. We want consensus. So I want to put that across as procedure. If you decide that you will not consider that, that's fine with me. But as good judgment, I respectfully ask you to consider that we handle this differently so that we reach out to the community at large who are not even here, because the bylaws can have a very fundamental impacting effect. And so we should not treat it simply as amending portions of a document that we all live by. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Prof. I would just like to, before I take further comments, draw the attention of members to the relevant portions of the bylaw. And I do that with all sense of responsibility so that we are all on the same page. First is number 7 of the bylaws, Article 7, bylaws. Specifically 7.2, which says, 7.6. I would like to read the introduction and the relevant section. But what Prof has said, without prejudice, totally is logical. 7.6 states, the registered members and the resource members shall, at annual general members meetings or by way of written resolutions, in addition to rights conferred by Articles 7.1 and 7.2, have the rights to, and I take 6, consider and approve by special resolution, if appropriate, proposals for the revocation, amendment, or replacement of this constitution. So obviously, then 7, appoint by ordinary resolution at its annual general members meeting the auditor of the company to hold office until the conclusion of the next annual general members meeting. And 8, request the board, by way of a notice signed by not less than 5% of the registered members and resource members, to call a special general members meeting to vote on one or more resolutions. And of course, 9, resolved by special resolution to put the company into liquidation. We are not doing that right now, and we will not. Yeah. So the point is, again, I say, and I say it with all sense of modesty, let us discuss the resolution first. If the proposer obviously sees the merit why it should not be voted upon, but the community be allowed to look at it, I believe we are all honorable and it can be withdrawn if need be. So I would not want to preempt But this is not an attempt to just exercise votes because they are votes. I think we have a business to conduct. Let us conduct our business, but let's make sure it is done properly. Yes, sir.
Bonjour à tous.
Good morning, everyone. It's a very good thing that the chairman has mentioned this issue, 7.6. I'm not very comfortable with the idea that when these special resolutions are submitted, it's only here and now that I understood that it was a group of registered members who presented this. While on the site there was only one member, one name, and in my humble opinion, I trust him, but I would have liked that he will bring the proof that it was outside of an individual and personal process, that he has talked with other members. This is desirable. It will allow us for the future to respect the 7.6, that individually, when we would like to submit a process like this, that we bring the proof that it was these people who asked you to do that. Thank you
very much. Without discussing, we cannot know whether the proposal has any supporter or not. So the bylaw does not say that when the proposal is made, it should first be discussed amongst members before being brought to the AGMM. So, excuse me.
Sorry, maybe there is some word about this translation. What I'm trying to explain, it is when I saw the special recommendation, I read Andrew, yeah, but during the session, he came and said, oh, okay, this resolution is on behalf X, Y, Z. I said that is very important. It is a good thing to know that we can start such process on behalf of our members. So I get now, you get the message, you get what I say. I guess it is on behalf. How can I assure the other people that it is on behalf really of other?
Again, I insist.
Just a question.
Your question I very much understand. But you see, I am in a situation where members are preempting other members. A resolution has not been presented. Let it be presented, then let the people come forward and say, yes, it's on our behalf, yes, we support it, or no, this is the first time we are seeing it, indeed, this person does not hold our confidence. I think we are preempting. Okay, so procedurally, until the resolutions are tabled, I think most discussions are jumping the gun. Forgive me. While I don't mind going into that, then we are discussing the resolution. And I don't want to discuss the resolution until we sort the ground rules. Am I clear? Please, I want us to make progress. Boubacar.
Oui, Boubacar Bariwakre. Merci, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I think that's a wise decision. Let's first talk about the processes and the principles. I think that we are talking about special resolutions that pertain to the statutes of our organization. And I would like to say that the statutes of our organization should not be changed at each General Assembly. There are a number of resolutions that are put forth. During yesterday's discussion, there were many concerns put on the table. Today, maybe they will be the same. in the open mic, maybe tomorrow as well. What I propose that since we are a community, wouldn't it be more reasonable to take all of these proposals and to add what was said yesterday, today, maybe tomorrow, have a small committee maybe that will be in charge of amending our statutes because we are all Africans and we know what happened in our countries in the last few years. Constitutions have been changed every 6 months or every 2 years. And what I see, I am not satisfied. This is still only organization. When we come to the General Assembly, everybody would like to change the statutes. I don't think we should, this is not what we should have in our association, and we should think about that seriously. One last word, please. I yesterday, a while ago, I said maybe I did not understand your answers, so I put a hat because vis-a-vis the resolutions of yesterday, that would be for June, while in fact we were talking about resolutions of November. Thank you.
Bobaka, your point is well noted. The only thing is that it is not possible at this point to prevent the resolutions from being tabled. I've said this over and over and over. That it is tabled does not mean it must end up in voting. I have said that. But without hearing it, how do we know that it is harmful? Suppose it is very nice. We've not heard it. So let's hear it first. Then let us draw the conclusions based on what we hear. Then we can decide whether to go into voting or not. For all you know, this resolution might be a convenient way for perhaps the person even proposing it to be voted out of the board with immediate effect. You never know. So if a booby trap is set, you never know who falls into it, whether the person that set it or the first person that comes. But at least let's follow the process. I recognize the gentleman at the back, then Mike, and then the gentleman to the right. The gentleman at the back.
Merci, c'est Serge Ilunga.
Thank you. I'm from Vodacom. I looked at the Barilo and point 6.6. It is said the bylaws. I think that despite of this meeting. 7.66. I think at the beginning of this meeting, I tried to take the floor because I felt a bit concerned. When following what was said yesterday, I noted that there was some people were uncomfortable within our community, and that we should try and solve the problem. And I think that this is not the appropriate moment to deal with the documents which are the foundation of our community. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Mike?
Chair, thank you. Just firstly, on a point of order, to confirm that Andrew Olson is authorized by Liquid Telecom to propose these resolutions. There's no issue, and I'm rather surprised that people call that into question. With regard to process, I understand and I always listen with great interest and respect to Nee's comments. And I think Nee is correct that there are ways and means of doing things. And one way of doing it is to embark on a community engagement, try and build consensus. Once consensus has been built, then to take a resolution forward, which at least has gained consensus amongst the working group. That hasn't happened in this case, and for a number of reasons. Firstly, because the mechanisms don't currently exist for the creation of ad hoc working groups to take issues like this forward. Secondly, because of a perception of urgency around the issue. So my suggestion is, following yours, Chair, is let's have the resolutions tabled. And if the voice of the community is to say these are irrelevant, take them off the table, then they will vote them down. If the voice of the community says these are relevant concerns, but we would like as a community to engage with the issues, let's give an opportunity, let's form an ad hoc working group to look into these issues and move them forward, then possibly the proposal will take them off the table for that process to work. And if the community, as you were suggesting, is in complete agreement with one or all of them, then those may very well be voted on today and voted forward. And I think that's a reasonable way forward. But Ni is correct. The voice of the community and the opportunity to build consensus is important. This was a shortcut. So let's see if the shortcut takes us somewhere where we like, or it has some value and we move forward with it, but we don't follow the exact process.
Thank you.
Thank you, Chairman. Really, he has said most of what I wanted to raise. I just want to add that since we read all the 8 resolutions, that when they are tabled briefly so that we save time.
Thank you. So we are back to where we were. The resolutions will now be tabled. Then we will discuss the resolutions. If we gain consensus, beautiful. If we don't gain consensus, we decide what to do. Whether put up another group to discuss them and come up with something that we can then discuss again, or outrightly we even confine them to dustbin by voting them out. So I'm happy that we're going to make progress finally. But let me say that the interests of every member will and should be protected. We have an institution, an organization that we are all proud of. This is not the time to throw stones at that organization. So Andrew, you please go ahead and present the resolutions 1, 2, special resolutions 1, 2, and 3. Then we will discuss them.
Chair, if I may also, just before I start doing that, ask for a point of clarification, potentially either from the board or from legal counsel. In resolution 1, it states at the bottom, for the avoidance of doubt, this resolution should come into immediate effect. Is that subject to change, or is that not subject to change?
Andrew, I have consulted with the council and the CEO, and the interpretation of immediate effect is as soon as possible, which is not this election, for the purpose of that resolution.
Okay. Thank you very much for the clarification. In that case, I will proceed with this. Had that not been subject to change, I would have probably deferred the voting on this resolution, because I'm not convinced at this point that this should come into effect with regards to this resolution.
Sorry, I don't understand you.
What I mean, Chair, is that what I'm saying is that had the interpretation been different, or had I been unable to modify that, I would have deferred this resolution. But since this is only coming into effect for following elections, I shall proceed.
Well, if you wanted to defer it, you still have the right.
Yes, but I no longer want to, because the only reason to defer it would have been that it would have affected this election, which I am not convinced.
It cannot affect this election.
Thank you, Chair.
Can you proceed to present?
Okay, I'm not going to read the resolutions other than to say that I will cover briefly what their content is and the rationale behind them. This first resolution basically puts term limits on directors. We have spoken at length about encouraging new blood in this community. I am no longer convinced that it serves the community to have board members in a position to be elected in perpetuity. I point out that in this election, there were participation requirements introduced. That alone gives current board members an advantage in the elections, since they will, by default, be present at every meeting and participating. Other members will not. So we're already sitting in a situation where board members have an advantage just by the current rules of the current slate. I also strongly believe that we need turnover. This resolution allows for 6 years. That's more than half of AFRINIC's existence. And I argue that, yes, we need some backstopping to understand the previous history, but is that not what the Council of Elders is there for? The Council of Elders provides us backstopping of previous chairs, and therefore I would prefer to see a situation where we have regular turnover and the term limits on directors are restricted. And I also note, as the proposer, that these resolutions will affect me as much as anybody else, and I will stand by them come the time of my re-election. So that is the first resolution, proposing term limits on them. I also just need, as a point of clarity, to note that all of these resolutions were put on the members list as part of the AGM agenda 14 days ago, and as a personal note and a personal concern, it concerns me that up until now, with 14 days to debate these, I have not seen a single mail.
Andrew,
Yes,
can you address your resolutions, not the members?
Yes.
Please, they are free to ignore you.
Fair
So
comment.
address your resolution,
Fair
please.
comment. With regards to Special Resolution 2, at the moment, if we ever end up in a situation where on an election slate there is one candidate, there is an issue in the bylaws in the fact that the community does not get to either confirm that guy or say that we actually want him. Which means that if 2 people come and say, I'm nominating, well 3 people do, and he's the only valid nomination, suddenly he's approved, irrespective of if the community want him or not. That is not community voice. So all Special Resolution 2 says is, in the case of a single candidate, let the community actually confirm that that candidate is desirable to the entire community. And I think that that is just in the interests of fairness and transparency and simple good governance. So it calls for a confirmation vote. With regards to Resolution 3, what this says is, we in AFRINIC have a concept of regionalization. Now, in the concept of regionalization, I personally would prefer that we had no regionalization because I don't want the factionalism. However, having discussed with many members of the community, I don't believe we're in a position at this point to actually remove that. And so what I've proposed is to say that if a region elects their representative, and that representative then leaves the region and is no longer domiciled in that region, it can be argued that that director is no longer in a position to adequately represent his region. And I would argue that therefore he should forfeit his board seat and another election should be held. Or alternatively, there is a clause in the bylaws that lets the directors do an ad hoc appointment to fill a casual vacancy, and a new election would be held at the next AGMM. But the point is, if somebody is no longer domiciled in a region, can they really be representing that region when they are not even in a position to truly communicate with the members there, really get a sense of what's on the ground? I would argue no, but I welcome the community voice on this. And yeah, those are the 3 resolutions. I presume we're not going any further than the first 3.
Thank you. Yes, those 3 resolutions we will deal with now. Thank you very much, Andrew. May I request for a round of applause for Andrew? Some things require courage. This is one of those things. Discussions on the resolutions. Discussions on the resolutions. Discussions. I see Christian. I see Sheon. Oh, now the line is growing. Okay, perhaps I need to. Okay, I'll start somewhere. I'll start with the gentleman here, then I'll go to the back and walk that way.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Richard from Tenet. The immediate problem I have with the resolution 3, or the proposal, is that it assumes there will always just be males on the boards.
Sorry?
It assumes there will always just be males on the board.
Will always be what?
The resolution says he.
Oh, okay. Andrew, I have not given you the floor. Otherwise, I'll call security on you. Ben.
Okay, thank you, Sunday. My question goes to Andrew on the third resolution. What does it mean by not domicile in the region? Is it for 1 month, 2 months, 6 years, 4 years? And what happens when the person comes back into the region? I mean, if you can clarify, because it's not clear.
Please address the chair.
Yes, sorry, the chair. The third resolution is not clear in my mind, because what is termed as not resident in the region? Is it 1 year, 1 month, 2 weeks? What is it? And then moreover, what happens if within that time period the person happens to come back? Does he get the seat back?
Point noted.
Thank you.
So the definition of domiciliation, you take note of all the comments that need reaction, and after the comments, you will react to them. The gentleman at the back. Yes, Paulos.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Paulos Nyirenda from Malawi. I would like to refer to 7.6-6 of our bylaws, and I think it proposes consideration of a resolution in 2 stages. First of all, we decide if it's appropriate, then we vote on it. So I would like to propose that we consider each resolution, and you determine the way of voting, whether it's show of hands or whatever, whether it is appropriate, and after that, then we vote whether to approve the resolution or not.
Thank you, Paulos. You chose to chair my meeting from the floor. I had done exactly what you are saying in my introduction, but I guess because people were too eager not to listen to the resolutions, you actually missed it in my introduction. Exactly what you said. The 3 resolutions have been presented. We now go to discuss them in as much detail as we want to discuss. When we are done with discussing them, we'll now take them one at a time. If we agree we need to vote on them, or for whatever we, in the discussions, believe is the fate of that resolution, then we dispense. And I gave 3 options in my discussions. 1, we may decide to lay it on the table, give it the treatment that Mike Silber recommended, set up a committee to look at it. Option number 2, discard it. It's not worth our consideration. Option number 3, even the presenter may withdraw it. And you almost saw the first resolution being withdrawn. Thereafter, if any of those 3 cookie cutters don't fit, then we go into voting on it. But take note of the fact that if people are not for it, they can just vote against it anyway, because it requires 75% to pass, and that's an awful size. So, Paulos, if you still have anything by the rules, you should join the back of the queue. Remember the rules. We said so. Thank you. Owen?
Owen DeLong, Akamai, RNAC.
I'd like to take a brief break from the various discussions of procedure and actually comment on the merits of the proposals. Is that acceptable?
Yes.
Okay.
Please go ahead.
So term limits are, in my opinion, an utterly bad idea. We already have the most appropriate form of term limits, and that is if you don't like the person on the board, vote them out at their next reelection.
Thank you very much, Owen. Yes, sir.
Thank you, Chair. In the same vein, I'm also just discussing the merit of the resolutions. I actually personally think that the first two are of sound consideration, but I just want to bear in mind what Mike said, that we take them through a process of consensus building in the community so that the whole group which is recommended is handled with, let's say, with the governance committee being instituted, can look at them and propose adjustments to the whole constitution.
Thank you. Let me say that the two positions are not the same, though you say you are agreeing with Owen. What Owen said is that there's really no problem now, so this resolution is not needed because the bylaw does not set term limits. The community decides when someone has exceeded their term by not voting them back. That's what Owen said. Yours is saying that you want term limits, so this should be given to a governance group. Okay. I just wanted you to be sure that. So, Christian.
Yeah, I would just like to comment on resolution 3 because I think as a member we should not allow ourselves to be used by some resolution. The reason why I'm concerned about this resolution is we should be frank and be transparent. This resolution is against me because now I'm doing a PhD in Singapore, and in order to kick me out, we would make a resolution to convince the member to vote on it. I'm an African. My passport is Congolese passport. If you check my passport, I'm a Congolese resident. You see, we should be frank and we should put in place something which will help this organization, not fighting against each other. This is my comment. Thank you.
Thank you, Christian. Please refer to the last clause of that resolution. For the avoidance of doubt, this resolution, if passed, shall come into effect for any director not yet elected and does not apply to current sitting director.
Chair, you are not Andrew. I would like Andrew to respond to you, please.
I am responding to English.
No, it's Andrew, Chair. It's Andrew.
Andrew will not interpret. Excuse me. Andrew will not interpret our rules. The rules as proposed is what I am reading. Andrew shall not interpret our bylaws.
No, Chair. You see, today in most African countries we have many problems because we are designing our constitution based on individual. We should be aware of it and be frank and work for the community, not because you don't want me, you put a resolution on the table. Let's be frank. Let's I ourselves say I put it. No, let's be honest with you see,
thank you, Christian. Point noted. Andrew, please, you add to the things you will respond to when it is time. Mark, then I'll come to Boubacar.
My name is Mark Elkins. I'm a member of this community and I live in South Africa. The first resolution brings back to the bylaws items that were there before. They were removed before because I believe that they were removed before because the maturity of this group had grown to the point where we didn't need a rule like that. Therefore, natural selection at the polls would take place and that's how we would remove people. So I'm very much against resolution number 1. Resolution number 2, I think is a very good idea. In fact, no one's commented negatively or positively about it. I think it's a sensible idea and I believe that the floor should look at adopting it. Resolution number 3, what does it say? Oh, I've left my glasses up there. Oh, yes. Whether if If a representative of your group living in your area moves out to a different area, then it only makes sense that he's no longer representing that group. Therefore, I believe that this makes a lot of sense. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Bubakar Bari Wakren.
I am not going to speak about the resolution themselves, whether they are relevant or not, but I'd like to know at the legal level whether the introduction are integral part, or whether the justification is an integral part of the resolution, because resolution 3 cannot be examined, it cannot pass, because no board member is nominated by his region. It's the whole community which appoint the board member. What is written here is that the members are elected by their region. So otherwise this will have an impact on the resolution.
Thank you, Chair. Now, if I read from the bylaws, Article 13.5, which say that each of the following 6 sub-regions of Africa shall be represented by one director, as indicated below. Northern Africa, seat 1, Western Africa, seat 2, Indian Ocean, seat 3, Central Africa, seat 4, Southern Africa, seat 5, Eastern Africa, seat 6. So it is clear in the bylaws that they come by way of representation of a region. It's still there. But it is not voted by the region, it is voted by the AGMM, which comprises all the African internet community.
Thank you, Council. We'll go back to the line.
Yeah, this is Sean. Thank you very much. Sean from Nigeria. On resolution 1, I initially had a mind of supporting it. However, based on the discussion that I've been hearing on this floor, I think I would like to oppose it. And I think that's one of the reasons why it's good that we are having this discussion on the floor. For resolution 2, I'd like to disagree with it. I will strongly suggest that NOMCOM be mandated to ensure that there is always at least 2 candidates for election. One of the roles of NOMCOM is actually to go out and seek for candidates. So this is a continent with over 1 billion people. I think we should be able to get candidates to fill those positions. For resolution 3, I disagree with it as well. I think it's quite vague in the sense that I may go out of the country for a cause, for instance. That does not stop me from actually carrying out my mandate as a board member. We need to define what we mean by staying out of the region. That is my work. I'm not being paid to be a board member. I'm serving. So if my work carries me out of the region, then it means that I am out of the region, but I'm not. But I'm still serving as a board member. And it is unless you ask me to, actually do something, and I'm not able to do it by mandate. That is when you may think that I am not eligible to be a member.
Thank you, Sean. On a lighter note, I think what it means also is that if members can go out of the region, they can carry the IP resources with them, isn't it? Douglas.
Chair, this might be targeted at me, and I'm opposed to this last part. Resolution 1, unfortunately, I do not support the resolution. I think Owen has clearly stated the reasons why. But again, one other thing I would like to add, that for a board institutional memory and the experience that the older members bring is definitely useful. We need it. Also, Andrew's text seems to suggest that he wants high turnover. I view high turnover not as an end in itself, but a means to achieving something. And for me, when you say high turnover, you're bringing in new, fresh blood that may or may not have been tested or have the required experience. Meanwhile, we are sending off members who may not have experience, but at least we can vote them in and out. This is my reason for being opposed to the first resolution. As for the second resolution, I support it. I find it most reasonable. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Prof.
Thank you. I am against all three of them in principle. I do not believe that we should be discussing even the content of these proposed bylaws. These are so encompassing and so sensitive that it is better it's worked through a committee. Regarding the contents, I say that people will have to decide the term. The committee will have to decide how to strengthen non-com to get whatever they need, and people will have to determine what domicile means. But from principle, I do not think we should do it this way. Secondly, I wonder why these particular ones are of interest to Liquid Telecom.
Please take note of that question. Why are these of interest to Liquid Telecom? Yes, sir.
Merci.
Thank you. I would like simply to make a remark concerning my disagreement about the way some answer were given to my concern. I think that these resolutions have been drafted by someone whom I think understand better the spirit behind. I think it's up to him to answer. Okay, about what was drafted in this resolution. So thank you. Thank you.
The chair is handling
the way what?
The way the chair is handling the raised by the community. I think that those resolutions were written by someone who have to answer to the question coming from the community. And I think
please take note, I have not answered any question. What I have just done is to moderate the questions. I have asked Andrew to note, he would come back to answer all. I have not answered. I have only spoken once, and that's to the intervention by Douglas, and it was a joke. Please, I hope you recognize. Yes.
No.
Okay. All right.
Chair, you have left me twice.
So, I'm sorry. Excuse me. Please, I'll take the gentleman on the right. Sometimes it looks as if you are a cameraman. Forgive me.
Yes, Chair. It's a tough job, Chair. But I was going to make a similar comment because you actually have commented on the comments. And no, I know you don't intend any harm, but it could be perceived to be a bias. And for some people, it might even intimidate them. So I just wanted to make the point.
Thank you, Omo. That's noted.
Merci. Thank you. I am Sanu Serge from Burkina Faso. I would like simply to say that we enormously appreciate the effort made by Andrew to propose these texts which are submitted to the committee for appreciation. But in view of the discussion we had yesterday and all the discussion made so far, isn't it wiser to implement a committee or a commission to dedicate its work to analyze these resolution. I think we who are member of AFRINIC, we have some concern about the quality of the work which have been done. We would like to ensure the stability of AFRINIC because these are fundamental texts. Isn't it wiser that these texts be analyzed by a committee dedicated to do this?
Ben, then I'll take Adele.
Yes, Chairman, please, if you might, I want to seek some clarification from legal on the term representation, because from what I'm reading, it's saying that the board members should represent these following people. That doesn't actually say that they must be domiciled in that in the region. So I'm not too sure whether it is any. So could you please clarify, because it says shall be represented.
Okay, legal counsel?
Yes, I concur with the gentleman who just took the floor. It's not there, but I said earlier, they might represent a region, but they're not elected by the region. They're elected by the whole community. And as you say rightly, there's no requirement to be domiciled in those areas.
So which means that if they should even live at the region or the continent, they can still represent the region. So that makes the resolution that seeks to change the resolution.
Well, okay. At the fear of being accused again, let me give Adele the floor. Sometimes it's forgive me. Adele.
Thank you, Chair. Adele Akloga in my personal capacity. I think the issue about the region need to be put in context, and the spirit of it as well needs to be understood, because there are other resolutions that will touch on that point, and it's good that we are clear on what we're talking about regional representation. The spirit, I think, of the bylaw was to make sure that there is a diversity within the board, but board members represent the community. They are elected by the community, and then they do not represent a particular region. So I think that is very important. The spirit is key. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Adele. Mrs. Uduma?
Okay. Thank you very much. Somebody has taken what I wanted to say. First is to appreciate that somebody thought about all this, read the Constitution, and is coming up with some resolutions, special resolutions, which is good for the community and is good for all of us. Having said that, I would also support the idea of, since it touches the fundamentals of the AFRINIC bylaw, that a committee be set up to look at it and walk through it and see how these provisions will be adapted, or how, whether bring up other perspectives, and then the next AGM, it will be present. The committee will present its findings and its work, and then we'll take it from there. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
I'm from NIRA.
Thank you very much. After the three gentlemen on the mic now, I would like to close the microphone. So I'll take the gentleman at the back first.
Merci beaucoup. Thank you very much. I'm going to switch to French. I would like to thank Andrews for this initiative, which is really good. After 10 years, it's a real courage and bravery to try and find in the Constitution some elements to move forward. I would like to congratulate him for this initiative. Concerning the three resolution, the basic idea for which I wish, we wouldn't see them as such. All the different disposition or provision, which are provisional, cannot help us to move forward. So our aim is to reinforce our community, but the spirit behind that is to have some dynamics in within the governance. So that's why we are all called really to make endeavor, but definitely this approach, which consists in taking just elements in the constitution and then transform them with, just in a superficial way, it is not a good way. But I would like to thank Andrews, because after 10 years, I think we would like to accept a resolution in order to look closely at anything what makes AFRINIC moves forward after 10 years of exercises and work.
Mike?
Chair, thank you. I think the last comment made was a very good one, because I think the notion that these three issues plus the other elements of the special resolution can be taken in isolation may be something worth considering and looking at. And based on your previous discussion, I suggest we move to a vote. And depending on the fate of these resolutions, I will then propose a vote afterwards that we create an entity to look at some of the broader issues around director representation. I would, however, like to point out there seems to be at least some element of congruence around Special Resolution 2. And given that investigating the overall structure may take a period of time, I would like to suggest that whatever your view is on the overall view, and again, with all due respect to Nee, whose views I think are absolutely opposite on this issue, I think Special Resolution 2, asking for an affirmation from the community regarding a single candidate, is one that to me makes such logical sense that it should be in place sooner rather than later, while other issues I'm still on the fence, and we'll see what the vote looks like as to whether those should be voted on today or be subject to community engagement.
Thank you very much, Mike. Last comment? Oh, Ernest, sorry. Those are off online comments?
Yes.
Okay.
The member is from Gabon, from a company called IPI Gabon, and he has two questions. He or she, actually. The first one, I will read it as it's written. A point I would like to raise, two members asked to try to obtain consensus but not voting. Better to have consensus than voting. That's the first comment. Second comment, to add to the Special Resolution 1, I would like to know if he is talking about consecutive candidate chair, or if one elected member could come back again one election later. Reading it as is.
Okay, thank you. All right, Andrew, you will now respond. One of the difficulties of being chair is that I now cannot give my own comments before you, but while I have views on the resolutions, I cannot give it, but you have the floor.
Thank you, Chair. Although I must tell you, your comments would be welcome, but, well, procedure is what it is. Firstly, having listened to the floor and gauged quite a bit from the floor, I would like to defer Resolution 1. So I am withdrawing Resolution 1 because I believe that there is no consensus for this, and there is clearly opposition to this in the community. So I am prepared to withdraw Resolution 1. Then I'm going to run through these in order. If any of them are repeats, I will skip over them, but these are as I have them. It was noted by a member that there was a problem with regards to the male gender in one of the resolutions. I sincerely apologize for this. It was not intentional at all, and we actually have at least one very beautiful female member of the board at the moment, and I really honestly meant no slight by that. And it should actually have specified that it was gender irrelevant. With regards to, I'm just going through this. With regards to Christian's comment about being targeted at someone else, at someone specific, again I refer to the final clause of Resolution 3 that says if this resolution passes, it shall come into effect, then any directors not yet elected are not affected by it. And so I would invite Christian, if you wish to be re-elected, run. But run under the bylaws, because I point out that by the bylaws, if you are not domiciled in this region, you are not eligible to run anyway. So in no way does this affect you, and please read that last paragraph. Then, with regards to Resolution 2, Sean commented that the non-com has to get a suitable slate. Potentially, yes, I agree with you. Non-com is tasked with getting a suitable slate. However, if there is only one nomination, there is only so much non-com can do. If the non-com comes up with a slate of 4 people, and 3 of them withdraw at the last minute for whatever reason, we can be left with a slate of 1. There is nothing stopping that happening. So for the avoidance of doubt, I am simply asking that we clarify a simple point and say let there be a confirmation vote in the event of something happening. Then the question was asked, what does it mean domiciled with regards to the Resolution 3? And in this regard, I point to the dictionary that states that domicile is defined as treat a specific country as a permanent home. This means that you are living there permanently. You either have a residence permit, in which case you are a resident there, or alternatively, you have moved entirely. It does not mean that you're going to go away for work for a couple of months and you're going to lose your seat. That is not what domicile means. And I think that I'm quite happy to hear from legal counsel, to hear what that would actually mean in legal terms with that word domicile there. And I'd like to hear some comment from legal there, but that was my interpretation in writing it, and I say that as not a lawyer. Then I got asked a question of why these are of interest to Liquid. And before I answer this, I'm just going to put my notebook down because unfortunately Apple hasn't come up with a light enough notebook. Actually they have, I just don't own one. Why of interest? Every resolution here was designed having looked at the bylaws and looking for what I consider good corporate governance and designed to give this community as large a voice as possible. That's what I was aiming for. For Liquid Telecom, IP address resources are critical. They are a critical resource. They are critical to our business. They are critical to everybody's business here. AFRINIC needs to be a sustainable, well-run organization. At the end of the day, AFRINIC is still a business. And what I mean by a business is that it still has to survive on its own 2 feet as a going concern. And at the end of the day, somebody once said to me that the only difference between a corporate and a non-profit organization is that one has to make a profit, the other has to avoid making a loss. Not sure that I agree with that, because I think that this has to be a community-driven organization. But these resolutions are simply designed to ensure that there is both good corporate governance and that we as a community have the most voice. So that's the comment on why Liquid Telecom was interested. And yes, there are probably many other areas of the bylaws that may need some revision. But they can't do everything at once, baby steps. Then I'd like to comment on why I chose to put these forward the way I did instead of by committee. Unfortunately, at the moment, the bylaws do not actually allow for such a committee. It is not defined. The bylaws specifically state that modifications to the bylaws have to be proposed by a member, be he a registered member or be he a resource member. That is very clearly stated in section 7.6. I quite like the idea of a committee. However, I will also point out that at the end of the day, someone still has to take that by the current bylaws and put their name to it. And I felt that it was time that these changes needed to be made. So I put a name to it. And this is why I proposed these, and I put them on the agenda, and they were sent to the members list, and I was praying that these did get discussed on that list before we walked into this room, because it would have given me a better gauge to gauge things. I also point out that as per the bylaws, within 7 days of this meeting, had there been comments, I could have made modifications to these, even if it meant spending money to get the resolution sent out. The bylaws are clear on that. But the lack of discussion from this community and the lack of indication from this community left me no choice but to discuss them here at this meeting. Because this community went into what I've heard Sunday referred to in the past as mute mode. And mute mode doesn't provide guidance. This community has to guide those of us who are trying to provide a good outlet. But that guidance has to come from this community. And if the community doesn't provide it, we end up where we are. So that is why this was not done by a committee, because the bylaws simply don't allow it. And I point out, just as an additional note, that if we do want such a committee and we want the committee to be able to promote and propose possible resolutions, that too will require a bylaw change that someone has to put his name behind. And I'd be happy for somebody to do so. I'd more than happy to vote in favor of such a resolution. With regards to the consecutive candidature in Resolution 1, since the Resolution 1 has been withdrawn, I don't think it's really necessary to respond to that. So I hope I've responded adequately. And yeah, thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you. Yes, Prof. Just some information to share. The current bylaws that we love so much that we want to amend was worked on, reviewed by a committee, and the job was finished in 2013, not 10 years ago, 2013. So if we're able to do it just a few years ago, I'm sure we can do it again. So to suggest that there's no mechanism to create a committee to do this, probably is saying that you don't see your powers. And I think you do see your powers. You can actually do that. The second issue for me is still the principle. We have to go for a community-led process. And so I wonder why it is so urgent that it must be decided now. I mean, if you really, really want to do it, you want to reach out for as long as is necessary to arrive at consensus. But we seem to, in the enthusiasm, we seem to be urgently trying to get closure. And when I see things, I feel that we could make a mistake. We should just follow what has been proposed by others, form a group, have these plus all the comments reviewed and then worked on and reported. All. So for me, in principle, because I can also ask you a side question. What if you got a zero candidate? Because it's not just getting one candidate. There are issues. So if you want to look at it, you should take time and look at it holistically, get community eyes on it, and so on. So I'm at a loss. My principle is, this is so fundamental. It affects the basis of the organization. We should really try very hard to use community to arrive at a consensus, and then you can drive it by way of approving. Thank you.
Council will respond to some issues Dr. Queno raised.
I would like to put in perspective the major amendments we brought to the bylaws in 2000, which came into effect on the 1st, I think, January 2013. Now, these amendments, they were the result, it emanated from the board. The board, having gone through 3 or 4 AGM, had echoes of changes which the community wanted to make to the bylaws. So taking this into consideration, the board proposed amendments to the bylaws and had it on a discussion list. We had, I think, a board review committee set up. These amendments were there. It was discussed once, twice, and then came to the community for approval in 2013. That was amendments moved by the board, which had heard echoes that the community needed changes. This is something we are perfectly entitled to do. Whereas Andrew is right in saying that where a member wishes to bring changes, then he goes through section 7.6, subsection 6. This makes the distinction very well. Tomorrow, the board can do the same exercise, if it so wishes, on those amendments being moved today, plus other amendments which are required according to me. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much. I would like to close the microphone so it won't remain endless. Please, okay, the Vice Chair has pleaded I take the remaining 2 people and then close it. So I'll take Sheung at the back and then Fiona in front.
Yeah, mine is a quick one.
Andrew, you have a privilege, you move the motion, so relax, I will call you.
Mine is a quick one. And thank you very much. This is Sheung from Nigeria. For what is what, I'd like to thank Andrew for at least taking time to respond in a calm manner. I would like to say, on that note, I would like to say I appreciate the response he gave me on SR2, Special Resolution 2, and I think it makes sense. So based on that, I'm withdrawing my my motion before that I'm not supporting. So I think it makes sense for us to discuss it further.
Thank you. Fiona?
Having been a member of the previous committee that worked on the amendments on the bylaws, the changes that the legal counsel has talked about, I think the one thing that we suffer from as a community is being able to give views online. We are very quick to fight and bring down each other, but we are very slow to give input when we are required to, and to give feedback on the other issues that are important. And I think it's good that the board allowed us to go through this process, because then the challenge is on us. The way we are keen on the mics to give input, had we probably discussed that on the mailing lists, as opposed to a lot of the other stuff that was going on the mailing list, would have given Andrew a good hint and the board direction on a possible solution, and probably they would have been telling us on how they wanted to work moving forward, because I know that the board has the ability to put together a committee. I've been part of that, representing the community, and we did try to put our views together. We had a mailing list where we were discussing the different options, and we ended up where we are, again based on the input from the community. So those of us who feel we are really the community, I'm challenging you If the board decides, and based on how the discussion goes as we are finalizing, the board decides that they'll put that in place, can we participate appropriately? Can we use the mailing lists for what we need to use them for? Thank you.
Thank you, Fiona. So, last comment from Andrew.
Two comments, Chair. Firstly, just to respond to Dr. Quaino about if we have 0 candidates, this is actually covered in the bylaws in section 13.8, which specifically lays out what happens if we have 0 candidates. With one final comment that I want to make as to another reason why I chose to go this route, and to comment on the issue of a committee. I myself have great faith in this community to read what has been proposed by any member and then make an objective decision. And I believe very strongly that every member of this community should have the right to have their voice heard about the bylaws which govern their organization as members. While I like the idea of a committee, at the same time I have reservations. And I have reservations because I am not convinced that a group of people in a dark room can have any better viewpoint than a member who has been a member of this organization, be it for a week or 2 weeks or a month or 10 years. Members have a right to have their voice heard. The bylaws allow for section 7.6 to give you, as the members, the right to have your voice heard in how this community is run. In the same way, there are other clauses in the bylaws that state that you have the right to help the board set the policies that govern this community. The PDP is built on that premise. When we create a committee to do this in a dark room, unless we have very carefully defined interaction mechanisms from the community that include people speaking in ways that are beyond just some email, we will find that people stay silent. We went through this in Tanzania with the PDP list, where I proposed something on the floor that was incredibly controversial just to get people talking. And you know what happened? A 30% increase on the mailing lists after that discussion, because it needed someone to push it. If we create a committee, are we going to get a truly representative voice? I argue that any member, if they feel things aren't right or feel things that can be improved or streamlined or would better serve them, should exercise their democratic right to have their voice heard. And that is what 7.6 is here for. And I encourage all of you to stand up and have your voice heard.
Thank you very much, Mr. Andrew A. Alston. At this point, what we will do is to take the vote on Special Resolution 2, because Special Resolution 1 has been withdrawn. So may I invite the CEO to take over the proceedings for the sake of the voting on the resolution. Resolution 2, please.
Thank you, Chair. I'll stand there. Yep. Okay, so a note about procedure. The online voting will open as soon as my technical team is able to get that done. I ask them to please begin immediately and let me know. The online voting will remain open for precisely 10 minutes. So if you're planning to vote online, please be vigilant. Voting in the room will be conducted by the election committee, and I invite Ernest, the chair of the election committee, to tell us more details about how we plan to do that exactly.
Thank you, Alan. The electronic voting on Special Resolution 2 is just about to be opened in a few minutes. However, you've all been given ballots from the Secretariat earlier in the morning, and you have ballots marked Special Resolution 1 to Special Resolution 8. Those are either blue or white. Now you're going to have to ignore Special Resolution 1 that has been withdrawn and come to the front one by one. I believe we are not so many, and cast your ballots for Special Resolution 2 in two of the ballot boxes right here. There's a smaller one right in front of the members section, and a bigger one right at the extreme end where I'm pointing at. So please cast your ballot starting now. If you could please hang on a little bit, just hang on a little bit, Frank. We are going to look out for the there's going to be somebody stationed at each of the ballot boxes just now. So please come forward and cast your ballot. Thank you.
Okay, I'm sorry. Let me just for security purposes, we need to ensure that each paper ballot is valid. When you received your ballots, they were stamped, and we have somebody stationed at the boxes to verify that the ballot has the correct stamp. Oh, you can do that when counting. Fair point. Okay, that will be quicker. So never mind the stamps. We'll verify that when we count them. I'll ask you all to please verify that you're handing in the correct ballot. It must be number 2. If you put the paper for number 1 in the box for number 2, it's not going to work. Okay, we'll check that as well. Online voting is open. Online voting will close. Earlier I said 10 minutes. I'd like to revise that. It will be whichever is later of 10 minutes or when the paper ballots voting is ended.
Don't start with me. Don't start with me. You should be. There is another book the other side. Yeah, number 2. There's also one on the other side.
Let's do some mode sharing now.
Especially with the yeah. Either this or the other one is it's the same. One was okay. So I can either come here or go there. Oh, thank you. Well, I like that. Okay, so then it goes something. Yeah, I like this place. Anyway, this is stuff. That's
Okay, while we wait for the voting to finish, I would like to call for volunteers to count the votes.
I would like to have some volunteers who are not members and who do not reside in the AFRINIC region. I see Owen, I see Sander, I see Jan. I think 3 will be sufficient. Thank you. Okay. Are there more votes to be cast? I see that the lines have cleared. Nobody's waiting to vote. May I ask the election committee and our 3 volunteers from outside the region to please count the paper ballots. I suggest that you do it in full view of the public. And I remind you, please, when counting, please verify that the paper has the special stamp and that it is for special resolution 2. Meanwhile, online voting is still open. It will be closed soon. It will be closed 10 minutes after it began. And I think that means at 16:55. No, that's not right.
We need to make sure it is special resolution 2 in case somebody brought, for example, this is 1. Yeah, this is 1. Yeah, so this is, yeah. This is yes.
Okay.
From a distance.
Put my hands in my pockets. Maybe I have something in the pockets. I can move this to my eyes.
A clarification to the time that I announced for the online voting. It will be 16:55 by the inaccurate clock on the laptop over there.
It will be this time according to the inaccurate clock of this laptop. We are being yeah, but at the beginning I forgot to verify all this. So you need to check again? Well, I think we should make an audit pass to each file. Oh, yes, I agree. No, once the file. On this system valid.
These are all experts. Yes, sir. From the beginning. We didn't check at the beginning. To see whether there were 201 or any other number.
A reminder for those voting online. Online voting will close in approximately 2 minutes. Online voting is now closed. I call for the trustees of the online vote to please talk to the technical staff about validating the votes. For the information of the community, online voting is secured using public key cryptography. We require the private keys from the 3 trustees in order to count the ballots.
Yes, I'll bring my. I'll identify those. We'll keep going. Excuse me, can I see my slides? Put my
So the trustees, that is Ashok, Bubakar, and Alan, could you please go over there to David, right next to the projector screen, so that you can provide your keys to unlock the e-vote. Thank you.
Okay, let's count again. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Even 1 is first. 1 is 11. The other one is 16,
Why was this one cancelled? Okay.
Actually, Ernest, keep that paper visible. Keep it visible because it has the making that paper go away invalidates the count. Don't stick it in your pocket. Keep it visible. Yeah, exactly. Keep it visible. Don't. Wait. Okay, I'm trying to protect you. I know. I was right. Yeah? I was right.
So we have to generate the partial decryption.
Okay.
It's a very tough job. You need to understand somebody. Yes.
You don't understand.
Even her. It's a very tough job. Yes, no.
That's it?
$50.22.
No.
Okay. All right. So we all saw the counting of the paper ballots at the table here in full view of the community. We are now observing on the screen here the final stages in checking the vote online. The three trustees of the election have already or are in the process of using their keys to decrypt the results, and they will soon appear. Then when we have the results from the electronic online vote, we will add them to the results from the paper vote, and that will produce the final result.
Okay, so where's
just been helping him. 5 seconds ago they finished. Sunday.
Chair, it is 75% of valid votes. Yeah, I know. That's all we go with. Now we'll
Okay, we have the result on the screen. I asked those who counted the paper ballot to please take note of the results from the electronic vote and to add them and then present the final total.
Oh, I will.
There must be too many people who have no concern with that to be around. But if there are only those people have universities, no people can ask. Why do this? Yes.
Don't take them away until Actually, this is also part of the result because it's the header for
Thank you. I would like to announce the results for votes on resolution number 2. At the end of voting, 56 paper ballots were casted. All right, 50 paper ballots were casted for the resolution, while 6 votes were casted online for the resolution, making a total of 56 votes cast for the resolution. Against the resolution, 22 paper ballots were casted against, and 1 online ballot was casted against the resolution, making a total of 23 votes against. 1 vote was invalid. Total valid votes cast, 79 valid votes. The bylaw states that for a special resolution to pass, 75% votes cast must be for that special resolution. 56 votes happen to be 70.88% votes. The resolution failed. Thank you. I'd like to declare open voting on resolution number 3. Vote on resolution
number 3. Please get your ballots out. We'll begin voting. And when votes open for online ballots, we will announce to those following us online. Resolution number 3 is now open for voting.
Okay, so this will proceed in the same way as before. You'll come and you stick your paper in the box, and later on we'll check that it's the correct paper and that it has the stamp. Online voting is also open. The time now is a few seconds before 17:05. Online voting will close at 17:15. And for those who are not in this time zone and are voting electronically online, that would be 16:15 UTC.
Officially, we are now on break. After you cast your ballot, we will be on break. When we come back after break, we will announce the results of resolution number 3 and move on to take non-com reports. We'll take non-com reports after we come back from break. Please cast your ballots for resolution number 3. We will be on break until the time that we will announce the results, and then we'll invite non-com to present their reports. When I come back,
just like him at that too.
Is there anybody in the room who intends to cast a paper ballot who has not yet done so? Seeing none, I think we should close the voting for paper ballots and begin counting. I ask my volunteer counters to please do their thing again. Meanwhile, electronic voting is still ongoing. It is now 17:08. We have another 7 minutes of online voting. I remind you that observers from the community are free to watch the counting process, but I ask that you please not block the cameras and not stand so close that there might be a question about whether you're tampering with it.
Sorry?
Notice on the question. That's what I've always done until the question starts. You don't have it. So if people abstain, those entitled to vote and vote. So if the no, we open it. Yes, so you get
online voting closes in 1 minute. You have 60 seconds to finish your online voting. Online voting is now closed. The trustees for the online vote will now use their keys to unlock the results. You might have to restart if there's too much delay. I think causes something to, like a cookie times out or something. I'm not sure the technical details.
Yes.
I'm still waiting for the page to reload. For me, it's opening very, very slow. Neria.
Maybe. No, no.
Thank you. These are just I understand. I said it that resolution 2 was
Something they forgot to do, so if you try again now. What's happened here?
He will have to add the votes from the. Yeah. You present candidates before we go into voting. Or you finish. For the next yeah. No. Sit down. No. We are talking about the resolution. You are also
We need to accommodate each other.
I think that if other bylaws, what he does is allowed. I think it's better, you're more likely to get consent.
Sorry? Oh, sure. No, I don't need your.
Could members please come in? Please, can we request members to come in? We'll move on to the next item on the agenda now.
Sorry, my laptop lost power.
Oh, okay.
Please, can we take our seats? We're ready. All right. Ladies and gentlemen, we are just waiting for one of the trust anchors to unlock the e-voting for special resolution number 3. Just for the technical folks who are here, and I hope this won't go into the minutes of the AGMM. But what will have happened if the laptop of one of these trust anchors died and we are not able to put the keys to unlock the vote? But as somebody also remarked, it is good that it's the laptop that can die. We don't want any human being to die. All right. So basically, we have a quick decision to make, and the decision to make is that no matter what happens today, we're going to finish with the elections, board elections, okay? So if we finish with the board elections and we don't have time, then we adjourn till tomorrow. But we must finish with the board elections today, even if we are not able to take the remaining items on the agenda. Is that okay by members? Thank you very much. It's not okay by members. I see Omo. Maybe you use another mic. We're still waiting for the trust anchors to unlock the e-voting. It was faster the first time. But then a laptop died. Yes, Omo.
Thank you, Chair. Yesterday, both you and the CEO promised that we would have resolutions from the last minute in the morning, by the morning.
I already addressed that.
Well,
you weren't here?
Well, I don't understand. You referred me to the website.
Yes, the resolutions are on the website.
But only up till June. We were talking about November.
I apologize. I said it's been approved and will be uploaded. Staff uploaded. It will be uploaded to the place where they are on the website. It will be uploaded.
But Chair, yesterday was quite contentious, right? And it was because of the contention that we agreed that you would get the resolutions out of the minutes and have them presented to us.
Please, there are two things. I beg you to understand the two things. I explained this at the beginning of the meeting. I'll explain again. Number one is the resolutions passed from June to December. The board this morning had processed them as at yesterday, and they will be uploaded to the website. That's the first one. The second one has to do with the minutes of the meeting that we held in Mauritius. And what I reported to this assembly earlier today is that we needed to make sure is the word, that confidential things are not in those minutes. Beyond politics, there are so many other things in the minutes. So we need to ensure before we release anything that the board processes them. The board had not, as at yesterday, adopted those minutes. They had not been adopted. Based on that, I requested that the AGMM allow us do that between yesterday and today and present. And I reported to members that we were in the process of doing that. We had just two more items on the minutes when we discovered, and I said I made the mistake, assuming AGMM was 1:30 as on the program, whereas it was 11. So we had to adjourn that meeting to come here. That was my report to this AGMM. Unless you didn't hear me say that.
Well, I misunderstood because I came back when you said it was on the website, and I went there.
I said it will be on the website. Those are the resolutions up to June. Sorry, Alan, you want to? The resolutions up to June 2014 are on the website as at now. Resolutions from June to December will be on the website as soon as the staff are able to process and upload them. Minutes of the meeting moving forward from here in Tunisia will always be published. I said that. Past minutes within the last 1 year on which board members seated here attended those meetings will be published after we have ensured that they are correct in detail. That was my report to the AGMM.
Well, I missed the bit where you said the resolutions from July to December were not on the website, and I think that was the point of the discussion yesterday. And Now that you say that we're going to have elections today and everything else tomorrow, I'm not comfortable with that because I thought we were going to get the information before the elections. So maybe I'm suggesting that since the staff have not been able to put the information up, we'll let the staff put the information up today before we have the elections tomorrow.
May I make something clear? Staff have no responsibility here. This has to do with the board.
So can the board tell us exactly what happened in Mauritius then? We thought that was what we were going to get from the resolutions. We were having the same discussion as we had yesterday evening, which I thought was resolved by Alan's offer.
May I please appeal? I don't know what members were told happened in Mauritius. I don't know. All right? What I'm feeling is that there are some communications that are not official, and people are expecting the board to react to rumors. The board has acted responsibly, has shared information that it processed, and its members agreed to. If there are specific members of the board who even within the NDA for what happened in the board meeting decide to tell people outside because they don't understand procedures, I don't think we should dance to that. But when we have correctly, as a board, received the minutes, read it and approved it, you cannot release. So I made it very, very clear yesterday, those who are here, I actually asked Badru to come back to the microphone to confirm whether it was practical. Because there's a difference between what is practical and some coverings being done. And I stated and I said it clearly, nothing is being covered. The minutes will be published.
I remind you that when you said that, Alan Barrett came out to say he could extract the resolutions from the minutes and present them. That's what I heard, and that's what I expect.
I am asking you, Omo, do you want us to bring a document that the board has not agreed is representative of their meeting?
So maybe we need time for the board to do that before we proceed.
But I requested, and we were told here that it must be done. I pleaded.
Then let us move the elections to tomorrow, and let's proceed with that first.
May I request, and I don't know why the election is being tied to the board minutes, which has nothing to do with this election.
Let me tell you why I think this is connected. Badru is on the board. Badru is seeking for re-election. There is a situation where Badru resigned the chairmanship. There's discussion in the community that we don't understand. There was a board meeting that led to this. So we're saying, let's have the resolution that led to this so that we understand what's going on and dispel this, whatever it is. I think if we take that into the next election, we'll be making a mistake.
Pardon me, Omo. Is there a claim Badru is making?
I'm not talking about Badru, I'm talking about discussions in the community. It is the reason why there was contention yesterday.
All right, APB, Alan, we want to clarify some things, please.
Thank you. I think what I said yesterday might have been misheard or misunderstood. I did indeed make a promise, but the promise I made was not that the board would do something. The promise was that I would do something. My promise was that I would ask my staff to present a particular document to the board, and that document was an extract of the resolutions that were discussed at the November meeting. The minutes for this November board meeting have not yet been approved, and so we can't just go to the minutes to extract them. It was quite a lot of work which I asked my staff to do. I promised to present that to the board this morning, and I did so. I leave it to the board to decide what to do further. I understand they've made a decision to publish some parts of it as soon as possible, but it's not in violation of the promise that I made.
Understood, Alan. But my point is, where does that leave us from yesterday's discussion? The expectation from that promise and the chair's subsequent support of that was that we were going to get some information today. But that information isn't here now.
Omo, may I repeat? I think we're trying to get something, but we're trying to make the people who ordinarily should provide it look irresponsible at providing it. Information is sought. First of all, minutes have never been made public. There had to be the process of resolving to make minutes public. That was done. I presented that here. Moving forward, it will be done. Number two, this is minutes of the meeting that happened in the past. Bear in mind, there were people in that meeting who made comments, who considered the fact that they were making comments that will not be published. You don't change the rule of the game later and ignore their feelings. So there are processes. We needed to go through the processes. And I have come here to report that yes, we had just 2 more items on an agenda of almost 20 items to make sure that they are accurate as representative of the meeting. There is no point publishing 1, 2 motions or resolutions and leaving all the rest. So as chair, mine is to make sure that the situation is balanced. I have done that, and I am reporting that as I was making the promise yesterday, I was assuring this community that that particular detail will be released once the entire board agrees that it is representative of our meeting. That much I said. All right. If you now feel that it is in line to release the minutes that the board has not adopted draft, I believe as chair that procedurally that is wrong. All right?
I'm confused, Chair. Because you see, then what was the point in Alan promising the resolution if you were going to wait on, because his words exactly were
Omo, as at the point that Alan made that promise, the minutes were not yet written. I'm saying that with all sense of responsibility. The minutes were not yet written. So Alan's staff worked round the clock yesterday to get the minutes ready. The board convened at 7 a.m. without breakfast to start the meeting to consider those minutes. And the board broke from that meeting at 10:30 to come in here for this AGMM. The point I'm making is I understand tempers are high. I understand they are behind the curtain door talks, but the point is that we must not let that prevent us from doing the right thing. And I hesitate to say that whatever happened, however the proceedings went at the board meeting in Mauritius, it was way before this board election. Therefore, I don't see how those minutes can have an effect on the election now, other than the fact that whatever happened may be used as campaign material by people, and I don't think we should allow that stampede us into what we have to do.
I'm trying to process that, and I'm failing.
Sorry?
And I'm failing. See, I'm trying to process that. I'm trying to understand how the conversation that ended yesterday as, okay, let's leave this alone. The minutes are hundreds of pages.
Omo, can we also give other people the floor? I think I have answered. If you are not satisfied, please join the queue. Let other people have a go.
Before I leave, can I propose that we let the board have some more time to deliberate on this before we proceed? Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah, Mr. Sorry. Who are you calling? Sorry.
I will call Sharon first, then Bubakar.
Okay, Mr. Chair, thank you very much. My name is Sharon Ojediji. Permit me to move 2 motions. My first motion is that board direct staff to upload the approved resolutions from July to December 2014.
Done. Board please, board has already issued that direct.
Okay, so we need to follow up from the CEO because we are not seeing that on the website. My second motion,
Excuse me.
Yeah.
You see, I want to appeal. Whatever, as I said, are being said that is not officially put forward by the board as information to the community, let it be tabled. Then the board can say true or false. But we cannot be hinging our moving forward on the fact that there is some supposed thing in some supposed document that is coming. Is there any information that the community needs from the board? The board will provide it. That is why I'm here.
Mr. Chair, well, I moved the motion. I think there's a process to actually following through. I mean, you need to do something. It's not that you just reject the motion like
I
that.
didn't. Your motion is out of order. Board has already directed staff to upload. Let me give the mic to
Okay,
the
so do I
CEO.
understand that staff is failing to do its job? Is that what you're saying? Mr. Chair, please. I'm not talking to Chair, I mean to the CEO now.
Please, can we understand one thing? And I beg you, we're a community. Do we recognize also that staff are part of this community?
Yes, I agree.
These people worked tirelessly. The staff that supports the board, we went to bed at 2:30. 7 a.m. we were in the room. There's so much to process. Are you saying that you want it done now so we suspend AGMM and they go to update all the board resolutions?
Mr. Chair, perhaps I'm not being clear here.
I would love to understand you, sir.
I happen to understand the platform that is used by AFRINIC for their website to some extent. I know that it doesn't take more than 10 minutes to upload an already approved document, unless you're telling me there's another process that is involved in actually uploading. One person can do that. However, I appreciate this is not to actually say staff is not working or they are not doing their job. I appreciate what they're doing, but I think there is no reason or there is no excuse why the stuff, I mean the resolution should not be uploaded at this time. It's not necessary. I think repeating this is even creating unnecessary insinuations. What is the big deal about it? Let's upload it and get off this place, and let's move to the next thing. That is my first motion. If you still want to respond to that before I give my second motion, Mr. Chair.
Sean.
Yes, sir.
The CEO will want a right of reply, but I'm not sure that was a motion. But please let the CEO respond first.
Okay. All right, thank you.
Okay, I've heard many things here, and I haven't heard the wording of a motion, so I'm a little unclear on that. But I did hear some implication that the staff are not doing their job, or that it only takes 10 minutes to do something. I would like to clarify that. Yes, perhaps if you already have a document, you might be able to upload it in 10 minutes. But if you do not already have a document and you have to edit it and extract things from other documents and seek approval from the board for whether or not the result is accurate, it does not take 10 minutes. It takes days. And my staff is not superhuman. I am not superhuman. The board is not superhuman. We will process this as quickly as we can, but we will not do it instantly.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. CEO. That means I will need further clarification from the board chair. When you say you have approved, what does it mean, please, Mr. Chair?
Please, it seems I need to repeat what I said before. I don't know what people are looking for, but let me start all over. Board resolutions. Bear in mind, I use the word resolutions. Yes. I can hazard some guess from the way discussions went in the board meeting. I'm not too dull, so I can hazard some guesses. The first is that when an issue is tabled for discussion, right? That is an issue. If people agree with it, that it should be discussed, that has been seconded. Any resolution can be proposed. The resolution must first be seconded. Then the resolution gets voted upon. If the resolution passes, it is made as a directive for implementation. Resolutions that passed since 2014 January to December were approved in two parts. January to June approved, already uploaded to the website. June to December approved yesterday, have been directed to be uploaded to the website, will be uploaded to the website.
Thank you very much.
I go on. I have not finished.
Oh, okay.
Last but not the least is that some people said, no, that's not enough. We want the minutes. The minutes will now contain resolutions that were proposed that failed, apart from the resolutions that were proposed and passed. That will need to be processed, which is what Alan is saying. Now, I decided and I promised yesterday that we will present that. And I drove the staff to extract everything through Alan till about past 2:30 a.m. and that was extracted. The board met this morning 7 a.m. to consider it and approve it as representative of its minutes. We walked through 12 items. Last two items we could not complete because AGMM started at 10:30 instead of 1:30 that was on the old program. I apologized, my fault. As at the time I was making the promise yesterday that will be presented before AGMM, I had 1:30 in mind as on the program. And I, at the commencement of this, apologized. So the details that are on it, two more items to be approved as okay by the board. Once they are approved, items 11 and 12, it will be passed to staff for upload, just like every other minutes will be done henceforth. That's the point. So the minutes have to be approved.
Mr. Chair, I think we are mixing two things here. We're talking about resolution in the minutes, which has been extracted, which you said you have approved.
Can I email the resolutions to members? Can I? We have.
Yes, he said he has approved the resolution. If it has been approved, then it should either be emailed or you upload it.
I will email the resolutions that were approved to members.
Okay.
The minutes which contains both the past resolutions and failed resolutions have not been entirely approved.
I agree with that.
Am I clear now?
That is clear.
Thank you very much. Board members, I hope I am correct.
Item 2, sir, which you may consider if it's a motion or not. I'd like to move a motion that board adjourn for 1 or 30 minutes or 1 hour to sort out the remaining 2 items. They said it's on the minutes, and then present it. Unless you think you require more than 1 hour.
Can we finish the result of SR3? Announce that and then we'll take your motion.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Can we finish SR3 announcing the result of SR3, please? Thank you. Please, you may take your seat. Let's announce SR3. Okay, thank you.
7 and 2. So, Chairman, we have numbers for you. Thank you. I already saw it on the screen. But we have the complete spreadsheet presented. Oh, beautiful.
Thank you very much. I'd like to announce the report, the result of Special Resolution 3. At the end of voting, Special Resolution 3, 35 paper ballots were for, 7 online ballots for, making a total of 42. For, against, 38 paper ballots voted against, while 38 paper ballots voted against, while 2 online ballots voted against, making a total of 40 ballots against. 51.2% for, 48.78 48.78% against. Because the motion does not meet the mandatory 75% required to pass, it fails. Thank you very much. Resolution 3 fails. All right, members, I have been advised that the minutes of the board meeting are very, very crucial to the proceedings of the AGMM with regards to election. Therefore, it might be appropriate at this time to adjourn this AGMM to reconvene tomorrow so that we'll have enough time to prepare for gala and also process the remaining parts of the minutes for publication as requested by the community. The chair seeks advice from the community about what time to convene. I see Mike on the mic. Mike on the mic.
Well, I think.
Oh, sorry, Bubakar. I always think the cameraman is there. I need to change my brain.
Yes, I think the chair of the NOMCOM should take precedence.
Thank you, Chair. I just wanted to be a clarification. We adjourn now and reconvene tomorrow. So that means that we are not moving forward to the elections too, or I just wanted to be clear on that.
That's it, Bubakar. The community is saying they cannot conduct the elections, or they don't want you to conduct the elections without the board releasing the minutes required.
And the resolutions.
Community doesn't want to process resolutions 4, 5, 6 now.
Which one?
Or do I read it wrongly? Do you want us to do resolutions 4, 5, 6? It's already 6 o'clock.
Please, Chair, if you allow.
Yes, Bubakar.
Yeah, I just wanted to really to appeal to the board, to really make an effort, because when you talk about rumors and I mean, this is the kind of things that brings rumors. And I think that yesterday what we said was very clear. We said that we wanted the resolutions. And we wanted the minutes and the resolution. And the CEO consulted with you and said for the resolutions there is no problem. So I think that we shouldn't play with the words. So it was very clear yesterday that we will get the resolutions today. And if you say that they are really approved, I don't see the point. And now that we adjourn tomorrow, please, I think that we have time to provide both the resolutions and the minute, or at least the resolutions. Thank you.
Bubakar, the CEO would like to respond, please.
Right. So some of the text of the resolutions includes confidential material which the people proposing the resolutions did not expect to be released. We cannot release it without considering their opinion. it's my understanding that the board is still in the process of figuring out which parts of which resolutions need to be redacted to remove sensitive information. I'm afraid I was not present during the entire board meeting. I had to go to something else. But that is my current understanding. The board needs time to figure out the exact text that can be released. Once the board figures that out, the staff will need time to put it in a document. Then we'll need to go back to the board to approve the final form, and only then will we be able to upload it to the website.
Can I have a follow-up comment on that?
Yes, Bubakar.
So honestly, I think this is very astonishing because the board chooses what it wants to share with the community. I mean, if the community has a request and the request is legitimate, I don't know why the board cannot just do what the community, what the members actually require. Honestly, if you say, okay, you will see what you want to share with us and the rest you keep it for you, I don't see the value of publishing the resolution.
Bubakar, please, I think you need to understand that there's a difference. Much as I understand how you feel the board has not done what you want, which I honestly don't know the detail, but I can tell you that what ordinarily you would expect in a minute should not be Sunday said, Alan said, the details. There is a difference between the transcript which we received raw and what is germane that needs to be published.
Please share. I'm talking about the resolutions. The resolutions.
There are two resolutions, Bubakar.
Okay.
We will process it tonight and publish it tomorrow morning.
Okay, we are expecting it.
May I again say, and I would like to apologize on behalf of the board. The reason why it was not published was because we thought AGMM would start at 1:30 and not at 11:30. I have said that over and over. We were in the boardroom for over 3.5 hours. We could have finished just 2 more items. So please, if the motion is that we adjourn and we reconvene tomorrow, it will be ready. I'd like to recognize Mike. He's been there for long enough.
Chair, thank you. Chair, sorry, it seems for some reason that the question of the resolutions and the minutes and then back to just the resolutions is a bit of a squirrel in this room. Somebody just needs to raise it and everybody goes charging after it. Personally, I'm not aware of why that would be germane to the elections. The candidates are put forward. If you believe they're people of integrity, then you will vote for them. If you don't, then you won't vote for them. I'm not really sure why resolutions would make much difference. That being said, it may be that those resolutions are germane to the elections for the East African region, in which case can I recommend that we proceed with the elections for the Southern African region and we then adjourn. Alternatively, we run the risk, Chair, of being in the same situation at 6 o'clock on Friday, having to adjourn to take additional items over onto the Saturday. People have made travel arrangements based on a schedule. We had an agenda. Can I suggest that if things have to be held over, that we only hold over those that are absolutely essential and we proceed with the items with which we can proceed?
Thank you. The CEO advises me that the elections for the 2 regions are on 1 ballot. We cannot proceed with 1 region. Very sorry. Yes.
With your permission, Mr. Chairman, this is really my first time to attend. But the way this has been communicated is very confusing. It really leads to people having suspicion because the position has progressively been changing. So really to dispel doubt and all that, let the information be shared with the community and people can then proceed to make decisions.
I think also make something very clear. The community is feeling that there is something wrong from the side of the board. Has anybody given the thought to the fact that the board thinks there's something wrong from the side of the community? No. Why are people asking? Please,
please, on behalf of the board, please retract that statement, please. Please.
I apologize for that.
Thank you.
You see, I am in a very tough position now as the chair because we have a set of things to process. We are processing them. I, as a person, I am seeing stampede. I am seeing words being used as if people are holding something back. It worries me. So the point is, if there is any information that the community wants, the board stands here to answer any question. But to say that without the minutes, I want to answer any question if there is. Okay, but I don't know what, I cannot assume what. But we have a process guideline to release minutes. I appeal that people understand that we cannot release, what somebody submits a report to the board, it's in the minutes, and I will give you examples. We have committees do work beyond the matters we're discussing. They report things. It could be remunerations, so many issues that are in the minutes. So I need to know, we need to process to make sure that what we are releasing is information that those who provided it at that time knew will be made public. We're just taking a decision to make public minutes that were not public before. Please, I hope I am communicating. So if somebody made a statement which they didn't know will be a public statement and you agreed this is a domestic report, you can't just publish it. I don't know if I make sense. Yes, Fiona.
Thank you, Chair, and thanks to community for the discussion we've had. It's good that you're having this discussion, but I think we also need to be realistic and practical. And let's put it this way, Mr. Chair, board members, we thank you so much for the work you do to volunteer to serve us. I started off earlier saying, put your act together. Why? Because when you make decisions as a board, we have elected you, we've put you there, we've given you mandate to carry out certain duties. When you make decisions as board members, we do not need the long explanation the chair has had to give us this afternoon. Really, we need you to, you make the decision, you get what needs to be done, and we move on with the operations of the organization. But the result of this, and this and what was discussed yesterday, all the issues that are being raised are a result, sorry to say, of inappropriate corporate governance standards. I'll put it that way. And you fill in the gaps yourselves. Because those who've been on the list know what has been going on, and that is why the community is putting a lot of pressure and really wanting certain things done and attended to. I have never seen the community insist on wanting board discussions as much as they do, but there's reasons why they are on the mailing list. Let us not pretend not to know what was done or what happened, but let us be able to also take on responsibility where we need to take on responsibility as leaders of the community, elected leaders of the community. When you've goofed, you've goofed. Some of you may have goofed, and it's what is creating the situation in the community that there is right now, where you are maybe sitting there and thinking the problem is here, and we are thinking the problem is there because of what is the way the communication has been happening. Let us learn to use our mailing lists for what they are supposed to be used for. Let us respect the positions we give you as board members, the positions you give each other in our different capacities, because we have others having different leadership positions even in the audience. Let us respect the positions of leadership given to us and let us act accordingly. Failure to which will create anarchy. And so what we're going through now is anarchy as a result of failing to conduct ourselves appropriately. So I personally accept your proposal to have what is required to us by tomorrow morning, and I think with that we should be able to table a proposal to adjourn the meeting until tomorrow morning. And when we come in tomorrow morning, can you please have received what we need in good time, so that we don't begin the discussion at this level. But whatever you go to do tonight, as you discuss as the board, please remember we entrust a certain level of respect to you as community leaders. Carry yourself with the appropriate decorum. And if you feel that's asking for too much, please step down. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Fiona. Dewale.
Thank you, Dewale here again from Nigeria ICT Forum. My concerns are around movement of elections to tomorrow. I have travel arrangements to leave tomorrow, early in the day, and I did not plan for any proxying. So what kind of arrangements will be made for someone who has not made arrangements for proxy voting?
Thank you. I guess members will discuss that, and those who have suggestions will offer what we do. Ben.
Okay, I'd like to do maybe a suggestion to what my brother from Nigeria said. Perhaps maybe there could be a special dispensation on the proxy so that they could nominate certain people to vote on their behalf for this case, because it's different circumstances. What I wanted to know is, I think this is a very good example to see the effect of having the Council of Elders in our organization. And if there is some kind of uncertainty, I don't use the other word, so uncertainty between the documents that are coming out versus the committee feels it should be released. Maybe those documents can be first referred to the Council of Elders for them to review it, and then later on maybe make the document available to the general committee, in order not to, as you said, disclose any sensitive that might be, and also have a fair play of the information that might come to us. Thank you.
Thank you very much. CEO has an information.
Thank you, Chair. I've heard the question about proxies and how to deal with voting tomorrow. I have a suggestion which I would like to put to the community. Let's hear what you think of it. Those of you who are authorized to vote already have paper ballots, which you would be expected to fill in and stick in the boxes when we vote. I would suggest that if you plan to let somebody else vote on your behalf to appoint a proxy, that we dispense with any red tape or bureaucracy, and that you simply hand over your ballot form to your favorite person to carry as your proxy. And because when you put these papers in the box, we don't check your name, we check only that it has the correct stamp on it. So if you already have your ballot, that's your license to vote. If you choose to give it to somebody else, I think we can do that without bureaucracy.
Thank you. Is it Mike or Seun? I think Seun.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. My name is Seun Ochedeji from Nigeria. Two things I like to say. The first one is in relation to moving the election to tomorrow, or continuing the program to tomorrow. When you started, Mr. Chair, you mentioned that you guys were almost done, and you just thought that the meeting was going to start at 1:30. So it means that you just required like 2 hours.
Correct, 2 hours only.
Only. So if that is the case, I don't see why we can't give you the 2 hours now and come back to continue this process. Based on the travel arrangements of people.
So gala will wait till 10 p.m., isn't it?
No problem.
Okay. Mike?
I haven't finished.
Oh, sorry.
Okay. My second comment. Come on, I forgot. Mike, please go ahead.
Please.
I just forgot what I was saying.
Okay, Mike?
Chair, thank you. I think the CEO's suggestion is perfectly acceptable to everybody concerned. I haven't heard any objections. On that basis, can I propose a motion to adjourn?
In proposing the motion for adjournment, Mike, when do we convene? That's important. Before we ask for a seconder. What time tomorrow? So the board can adjust its own schedule.
I would suggest as early as practicable. 8:30 is the scheduled time. If staff are able to start at 7:30 or 8, that would be ideal. If not, I think 8:30 would be adequate.
I would give the mic to...
I see the CEO is shaking his head.
Alan?
As a suggestion.
Yes, I'm sorry, Mike. I do have some constraints. Supposing the board makes a decision tonight and asks the staff to take some action, I cannot reasonably ask them to do so before 7:30 tomorrow morning. I can ask them to do it before 8:30 or 9.
So are you suggesting we stick with the 8:30
So I would, I ask you please no earlier than 8:30.
Then I would reiterate my suggestion that we start at 8:30 and that we postpone the reports which were supposed to take place in the morning until the business of this AGMM has been concluded, and then they proceed thereafter.
Outside the I'm just waiting a second.
Okay. The council has drawn my attention to 10.2. 10.2 in the bylaw, which states, for the removal of doubts, where during the holding of an AFRINIC election, any issue is raised which is not expressly provided for in this constitution, the members present shall collectively and by consensus resolve it. Such resolution shall for the future AFRINIC elections be applied as a precedent and becomes an integral part of the election guideline. The implication is that we're postponing the elections till tomorrow, today. It will not be a precedent, so that next time somebody will not say postpone because we postponed last year. I hope we understand that this is an exceptional situation that will not be a precedent that will form a part of our election guideline.
Chair, I'm not sure how that is relevant.
You are not sure how?
That is relevant.
Okay.
I think the bylaw actually states that if we do a change in the process, it can be used in future as precedent. What Chair is asking that the change we're doing today is not used in future as a precedent, that in Tunis we postpone to the next day the elections, we can do it again. I think in its simplest form, that's what he's actually saying.
But I'm saying that I don't see how it matters, because it does say that you require consensus for that. And even if it's going to be precedent or used as a precedent, if it's based on consensus, then it's based on consensus.
Okay, I think you have a point too. Thank you.
I would like to second Mike's motion.
What are you proposing?
I would just like to second Mike's motion to adjourn
Okay. Thank you.
and reconvene tomorrow at 8:30 as suggested.
As suggested.
Thank you.
You okay?
Oh, yes, and we'll move into reports.
Sorry, Omar, what was your last statement?
Mike had suggested that we completed this first and move the reports later, and I just sort of seconded right through.
Thank you. So we'll adjourn and reconvene tomorrow at 8:30. Thank you all.
Mr. Chair, somebody is still on the floor.
Sure, we just adjourned.
Come on, Mr. Sunday, Mr. Chair, you actually didn't. When did you move the motion to adjourn? Yeah, but you didn't ask anybody from the floor whether they support or not. Anyway, that's fine then. That's fine. But I just want to clarify. I just wanted to ask to be sure of what we are expecting to receive from the board. That is the minutes and the resolution. That's what I wanted to clarify. Thank you.
Yes, but the meeting ended since.
Please, can we just meet and resolve and move on? Please. Can we go to the board? I don't know. Can we go to the board?
Hello. So I'm just giving some information on the gala dinner of tonight. At 7:30, meet us at the swimming pool for the pre-cocktail, and then we will move to the beach. Please leave everything in this room. You can pick it tomorrow, all the discussion, and then we will try to have some fun tonight. Okay? Today gala dinner, pre-cocktail. Traditional dress are more welcome. Nobody's listening. 7:30, please be near the pool for the gala dinner. Nobody's listening to